This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 544 Extraterritorial Demon? For a true god-level spaceship, it is so easy to capture the creatures in a small spaceship. You don't even need to use any black technology weapons, or let who you use greedy power to make a move. All you need is a simple space jump, so that your cargo hold and the position of the other spaceship overlap. Then, wouldn't the spaceship naturally go to his cargo hold? The whole process was so fast. Huyu had just said it when Xiao Hai had already loaded the spaceship into the cargo hold. If Huyu hadn't mastered the power of greed and could sense the spatial fluctuations around him, I guess even, he wouldn't have been able to react to what had just happened. It seems that since Xiao Hai was promoted to the true god level, not only have the various capabilities of the entire spaceship made a qualitative leap, but some of the improvements have even reached a level that he couldn't have predicted. Brother, it's done. Yeah, good boy. Huyu reached out and rubbed Xiao Hai's head, turned his head and looked at Xiao Zissou. Zissou, let's go and have a look together. Okay. Xiao Zissou responded. With her personality, she naturally wanted to see what this so-called extraterrestrial civilization looked like. The two of them went to the warehouse together. Except for a layer of space barrier, they did not adopt any isolation or defense measures. After all, judging from the space fluctuations generated in the spacecraft, there were a total of 3 life forms in it, one of which had only elite physical and mental strength, and the other 2 were perfect, and the spacecraft was also only perfect. If he wasn't worried that the alien civilization might carry some germs that are deadly to the people of Blue Star, Huyu might not even go up the space barrier. There was no other way. There was still the door opened by the door handle of his hometown. They could ignore these germs. But they had to consider other lives on Blue Star. Huyu brought Xiao Zissou to the outside of the spaceship, raised his hand and knocked on the outer glass of the spaceship, but did not speak rashly. No one knew what the language of the alien civilization would be like. Nor did they know whether the spaceship was the source civilization or another civilization. So, it's better to communicate conservatively. Let's see what language the other party uses first. With Huyu and his mental strength and learning ability, as long as they are willing, even if the complexity of the other party's language is equivalent to Chinese, the moment the other party's language comes out, they can learn those languages in an instant. Who are you? Why do you want to imprison us? With a crisp sound, Huyu and Xiao Zissou looked at each other. The 4 eyes were full of surprise and astonishment. Chinese. It's pure Chinese. It's estimated that if they still ask outside the spaceship, they won't be able to get any information. It's better. Huyu is too lazy to tangle with the other party. Conservative exploration is conservative exploration, but since the other party is unwilling to have further contact, the only way is to use violence. He waved his hand casually and directly opened the top cover of the spaceship. If it was more harmonious, he could take Xiao Zissou directly into the spaceship. But if he just teleported in, how could the visual impact be stronger than opening the spaceship with bare hands? Ah! With a scream, Huyu and the others also saw the so-called 200-year-old little sister. Whether it was the facial features or the limbs, they all looked like standard humans. But the clothes on her body looked completely different from those of modern people. Instead, they looked very much like the clothes of ancient Chinese people. As for the remaining 2 life fluctuations, Huyu sensed them and turned his head to look behind him subconsciously. He saw a dagger stabbing directly at him. So slow. A sneak attack from a perfect level existence. For Huyu, it was like an ant flying towards him wearing a full set of bulletproof armor. If it weren't for concealing his strength, he might not even dodge. The space vortex generated by the dagger piercing into the space barrier alone could strangle a mythical level existence directly, let alone a perfect level one. Huyu tilted his head slightly, and the dagger passed through his hair. He just showed his epic strength and subdued the opponent with his backhand. Xiao Zissou watched from the side and understood Huyu's thoughts. She also stepped on the opponent's back, showing an epic level. You? Who are you? The 200-year-old girl spoke again. She looked at the middle-aged uncle, who was subdued by the 2 men, and frowned immediately. I have sent a signal to the Daxia officials. If you don't want to die, let us go. Hey! Huyu chuckled, and then stepped on the middle-aged uncle's back again. I have never heard such an unreasonable request in my life. It was obviously you who attacked us first. And now you find that you can't win. So you put the hat of attacking the Daxia officials on my head? You Daxia officials are so unreasonable. Miss, don't speak. The middle-aged uncle slowly opened You too. We were wrong this time. If you want any compensation, please feel free to ask. As long as we can give it, we will definitely satisfy you. But now we have official duties. Please, give us a favor. Oh! Huyu also looked at the middle-aged uncle under his feet. I thought he was a mute. But he can talk. Tell me, what compensation can you give? You two should have just arrived in Daxia. Right? The middle-aged uncle said calmly, although our family is not big. But the master of the family is also an official in Daxia. I see that you two are very powerful. If you are willing to escort us home, no matter what you want to do in Daxia, it will be more convenient. This middle-aged man is still good at talking. If it was the 200-year-old girl, I'm afraid she would only tell you some information if you put a knife on her neck. It's just right. What he wants is to contact the source civilization. Now that a great opportunity is in front of him, if he doesn't agree, he's really crazy. Okay. Huyu responded with a chuckle. Then looked into the depths of the spaceship. Since we are all going to cooperate, isn't it time for the remaining one of you to come out and meet each other? The faces of the middle-aged uncle and the 200-year-old girl suddenly changed. The middle-aged uncle was a little calmer. Although he was still lying on the ground, he still responded to Huyu, Sir, you are indeed very powerful. But there are only 2 of us on the ship. And the remaining one? It's the extraterritorial demon. Hey! Huyu's eyes lit up immediately. So lucky? 1 spaceship. Directly gathered 2 civilizations. I want to see the extraterritorial demon too, Huyu said immediately. And he didn't need anyone to lead the way. He followed the space fluctuations and walked towards the interior of the spaceship. Judging from the spatial fluctuations caused by the lifeform, the so-called extraterritorial demon is different from the big fluttering moth with eyes they saw on the blue star. Don't! Just as Huyu was about to enter the spaceship, the middle-aged man immediately exclaimed. However, he could only exclaim. Huyu casually lifted the curtain used to cover it. In just a moment, his brows slightly frowned. For some reason, he felt that there seemed to be a subtle connection between him and the so-called extraterritorial demon. Chapter 545 I Will Sue Daxia. It was a coffin. A transparent crystal coffin. In the coffin lay a woman. From her breath, she should have been dead, or even dead for a long time. The body had already shriveled due to loss of water. Although the whole body was not yet a mummy, it was almost the same as a mummy. Huyu took a look at it through the system panel, and his brows furrowed. This body had been dead for more than 3,000 years. In other words, the preservation method was appropriate. And there was no bacterial corrosion or other problems. Otherwise, this corpse might not even be a mummy, but would have turned directly into a pool of corpse water and a skeleton. After discovering that something was wrong with Huyu, Xiao Zixu also walked in from outside. When she saw the situation inside the crystal coffin, she couldn't help but ask Huyu, What's wrong? Nothing. It's just that this thing is a little strange. The 2 of them communicated through the spiritual level, so they didn't worry about being overheard by others. When Huyu and Xiao Zixu came in, the middle-aged man hurriedly got up from the ground and chased after them. When he was sure that the 2 were fine and had not done anything to the corpse of the foreign demon, the middle-aged man was relieved. You too? The middle-aged man was not even a match for the 2. So he had no choice but to say, What's going on? You all saw it. It's my fault that I didn't explain it clearly before. This foreign demon is just a corpse. If you want to use this foreign demon to exchange merits for your dynasty, please give up this idea. But please rest assured, as long as you can send us and this corpse back to our family, the benefits you get will definitely not be less than the merits you want. Foreign demon? Merits? Huyu seem to have discovered another information point. Although these dynasties are independent, their goals are the same. Extraterritorial demons. Alright, Huyu responded, and with a wave of his hand, he repaired the entire spaceship for them. Let's go. Give me a coordinate. Great. The middle-aged man handed a star map to Huyu. After Huyu asked Xiao Hai to enter it, he immediately found a problem. The Great Xia marked in the star map actually occupied the entire Milky Way. In other words, the scope of the Xia alone has covered the entire Milky Way. God knows how big the entire source civilization composed of other forces is. Huyu also paid special attention to the location of the solar system marked in the star map. In the star map, there is a piece of red. There are 2 other places that are also red. One is in the center of the Milky Way. From the star map, near a galaxy in the center of the Milky Way, the star cluster consisting of a star and 9 planets, is the political center of the Great Xia dynasty, a place called the imperial capital. And the piece of red is outside the political center, less than 10 light years away. The other place is at the southernmost edge of the Milky Way, marked on the star map. There is a pass, like a defensive fortification built to block the invasion of extraterritorial demons. In other words, the red places indicate danger. There are 3 places in total, one of which is the location of the solar system. It is estimated that it is also set up to prevent the civilization of the Great Xia dynasty from contacting the blue planet. The destination of the middle-aged man and the 200-year-old girl is the 3rd planet in the political center of the Great Xia dynasty, the imperial capital. At Xiuhai's speed, it will take at least 1 year to fly this distance. Not to mention the perfect class spaceship that only 2 people are carrying. Fortunately, Hu asked a few more questions. It turns out that most of the stars in the Milky Way have been set up with teleportation points by the Great Xia dynasty. As long as you find the nearest teleportation point, you can go to the corresponding planet through the teleportation point, if converted into time. Xiao Hai can find the next star system with a teleportation point by crossing the wormhole 3 times. Once you find the teleportation point, it will only take 10 minutes to teleport to the place they want to go. Take advantage of this time. Hu couldn't help but continue to ask questions to the middle-aged man, although the man was very vigilant. For a professional questioner like Hu, what's the use of being vigilant? Less than 3 hours. Hu has already figured out the specific situation of the entire daxia. First, the combat power level. According to the middle-aged man, he is only at the wizard level, while the 200-year-old girl is at the sorcerer level. Converted to the levels Hu often uses, one is perfect level, the other is elite level. Above the martial artist are the witch spirit, witch fairy, witch god, witch saint, and the great witch. They correspond to epic, legend, myth, saint level respectively. As for whether the witch is a true god, or, as for above the true god, the middle-aged man has never heard of it. The combat power system of other dynasties is also different from that of the Great Xia dynasty. Although they are also called masters, teachers, spirits, saints, immortals, and gods. However, due to the difference in combat power system, the prefixes of the former are also different, such as the Great Shang dynasty. Their combat power system is named after sacrifice. The combat power system starts with sacrifice to masters and ends with sacrifice to gods. As for the fighting method, the witches of the Great Xia dynasty strengthen their bodies by swallowing a series of objects or creatures as the source of power, to improve their combat power. The sacrifice of the Great Shang dynasty was to offer various items to the king of the Great Shang dynasty in exchange for combat power. According to the middle-aged man, there are not only great witches in the Great Xia dynasty, but also beings above the great witches. At least the king of the Great Xia dynasty is a being above the great witch. After all, in the Great Xia dynasty, there is not only one great witch. As for other dynasties, in order not to reveal his identity, Hu did not ask too many questions, but simply asked about the combat power system of these 2 dynasties. The power structure of the Great Xia dynasty is also very interesting. It is similar to the Great Xia in the history of Blue Star. This place also has a feudal dynasty system. There is a Great Xia king in Great Xia who established a court, who has hundreds of civil and military officials under him, who manage various territories in the territory of Great Xia. The great witch that the middle-aged man mentioned is just a frontier official assigned by Great Xia to each star system. For example, the 200-year-old girl is the daughter of one of the frontier officials, and the corpse of the extraterritorial demon is a 2,000-year-old girl's birthday gift to her father. It is said that he can help her father improve his strength, and the middle-aged man is just an insignificant guard beside the girl. The 2 met some bandits roaming between the dynasty and the interstellar on the road. They would not be so destitute. Other powerful witches and witch gods went to lead away the bandits, only he, a weak martial artist, guarded the young lady. That is why, when the girl was controlling the ship, she found Hu approaching the spaceship, she was so excited. The young lady. That is to say, there is no game circulating here otherwise. When the girl uses the laser, she might even say something in her mouth. The young lady is here, get out of the way. With the identity of this 200-year-old girl, she is still qualified to say this. Of course, the corpse was not obtained by the girl herself, but from the red restricted area on the south side of the Milky Way. As for how it was obtained, Hu did not continue to ask. It is not easy to know these things, and he can use his own gossip as an excuse to get by. If he asks again, he will inevitably be suspected of something. 3 hours passed. Everyone came to the teleportation array. In order not to attract unnecessary attention, Hu had asked Xiao Hai to disguise his grade as legendary. According to the middle-aged man, this grade of spaceship is already very rare in the Great Xia dynasty, and the mythical grade on the internet are mounts that only people like witches can ride. There is the daughter of a frontier official on the ship, and when she arrives at the teleportation array, she naturally does not need to hide her identity. When they heard that she was the daughter of Chengtian Great Witch, those teleportation array personnel naturally did not dare to neglect her, and directly opened a VIP channel, allowing Hu Yu and others to pass through the teleportation channel first. Hu Yu did not forget to observe. This so-called transmission channel is like a stable wormhole with many wormholes connected in it. As long as it is linked with a specific frequency, it can be transmitted to a specific wormhole. It feels like an integrated version of the portal opened by the door handle of my hometown. It's just that this door will be bigger and more stable. Through the portal, the spacecraft arrived on a huge planet. The first thing Hu Yu did was to use the greedy authority to scan the buildings on the entire planet. All the architectural styles here are highly similar to the ancient daxia in China. The only difference is the pedestrians. Almost everyone here is a wizard like the girl. According to the middle-aged man, the lifespan of wizards is about 500 years old, which means the minimum lifespan of daxia is 500 years. If a dynasty like this is obsessed with developing technology, it shouldn't live in such brick and tile houses, right? Hu Yu frowned slightly, and after sensing the situation in the tile house, his pupils trembled. This is space. Each tile house is a small space passage, leading to a place suitable for living. The various facilities inside are far more advanced than Blue Star. In other words, although this place is full of daxia architectural style, it is only on the surface. The entire Great Xia dynasty is, in fact, an industrial Cthulhu in the guise of feudalism. We're finally here. The 200-year-old girl exhaled a breath of foul air. She glanced at Hu Yu, who was standing next to the spaceship and sensing the surroundings. And without thinking, she immediately screamed, "Father, help me! An alien demon is coming in disguise." Yeah! Hu Yu turned his head suddenly, looking at the middle-aged man who was running wildly with the 200-year-old girl, and his head tilted slightly. This so-called alien demon with a hidden identity, could it be me? Chapter 546 Uncle? Looking at the ants gradually surrounding him, Hu Yu really had no choice but to sigh deeply. I just want to get along with you as an ordinary person. Why do you force me to show my hand? Snap! With a light sound, Hu Yu raised his hand and snapped his fingers. With this planet as the center of the circle, all the space within a radius of 9 light years is within the space barrier set up by Hu Yu. As long as it is not a true god, no matter whether it is information, people or objects, they cannot escape this barrier. As for the so-called Great Wizard, Hu Yu sensed the existence of that guy the first time he came to this planet. True god? I'm afraid he is at most at the pseudogod level. If this is the level of a provincial governor, then the so-called king of the entire daxia civilization is probably at the level of a demigod or a true god. As for a higher level, maybe there is, but it's not around here at the moment. Hu Yu can walk sideways. Seeing more and more people gathering around, Hu Yu and Xiao Zissou were not very nervous, but those who surrounded them looked at them nervously. After all, the daughter of their great witch is still by Hu Yu's side. That's the demon from the outside world. Obviously it's not a good guy. No one treated it carelessly. Fortunately, the next moment after the 200-year-old girl roared, a space crack suddenly appeared above everyone's head. A figure stepped out of the crack. In an instant, the aura of the pseudogod filled the entire planet. It happened so fast. Hu Yu directly threw a large detection spell with a 0-frame start, and the opponent's panel immediately appeared in front of him. Name, 2-1 gender, male age, 3,000 skills, demigod level boxing, pseudogod level physique, pseudogod level immortal body, saint level strategic command, legendary level copywriting. Personality, protecting shortcomings, loyalty, decisive killing favorability, -20. Hu Yu looked at the panel in front of him without hesitation. He could clearly feel that this person was only at the pseudogod level. But in addition to several pseudogod level skills, he actually possessed a demigod level boxing ability? From the skill description, this so-called demigod level boxing should be just a conceptual skill, which means that his understanding of boxing has reached the demigod level. However, because of his other skills. The power he exerted in actual combat was only at the pseudogod level. In short, to Huyu, this was just a slightly stronger ant. Who dares to bully my daughter? After the words fell, the figure in the space crack flashed by. Before everyone could come to their senses, the figure had already come out of the space crack and punched Huyu in the face. Of course, the so-called not coming to their senses only refers to other people. For Huyu and Xiao Zissou, slow. Too slow. Huyu just raised his hand slightly, and it landed on the other person's shoulder. Boom! There was a muffled explosion. The figure of Tu Wancher flashed, and fell directly under the Earth's crust. The dust was instantly raised. Everyone around couldn't see what happened in the dust. But Tu Wancher knew clearly that he had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. Regardless of whether the guy in front of him was a so-called extraterritorial demon or not. With this strength alone, he could wipe out the territory of his subordinates with one hand. The only way was to ask for help. With a thought, Tu Wancher immediately activated a communication prop on his body. This was a prop that would only be activated when a great witch who was a frontier official fell, or encountered a life-threatening situation. Generally speaking, as long as a great witch who activated this prop would be considered dead, even if he was not dead, it would be difficult for him to serve as a frontier official again in the future. After all, a great witch who could not protect himself, how could he be qualified to be a frontier official? But the good thing was, when this prop was used, the environment within 1,000,000 square kilometers around it would solidify, and everything that happened around it would be transmitted to the imperial court of the Great Xia dynasty at the fastest speed. Save your life. At least it can save your life. What a pity. This thing is useless to Huyu. When he was about to use this prop, Huyu's great detection technique had already detected the effect of this thing. Huyu's eyes trembled slightly, and when the thing took effect, he put it into the space. Snap! Accompanied by a crisp sound. Tu Wancher, who was originally preparing to activate the prop, stayed where he was, and his legs, which were just standing, knelt directly on the ground. It's over. It's all over now. This person's strength, I'm afraid it's still beyond his estimation. Just now he attacked. Do you want to live? Huyu's voice floated into his ears faintly. Tu Wancher nodded without thinking. Then follow my script. Yes. Tu Wancher pondered for a few breaths, and finally responded. He also found that this person was not an alien demon, but a simple human. After all, we are all human. Huyu also adhered to the principle of peace and quiet, thinking of making a big deal out of a small matter. What happened before his eyes was also a misunderstanding. It's not like he would kill a great witch directly, right? If that happens, he will really have a deadly feud with Daxia. It's not necessary. It's totally unnecessary. When the dust cleared, Huyu looked at Tu Wancher. His hand was already on his shoulder. A smile appeared on his face. Wancher, I haven't seen you for so long. Have you forgotten me? You are? Tu Wancher's voice trembled. It was the first time he acted in his life, and he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. You forgot, I'm your uncle. My good nephew. When these words came out, all the people around, including Xiao Zissou, fell into a daze. Great nephew? Then isn't this the uncle of the Great Witch? Everyone took a breath of cold air, especially the 200-year-old girl next to him. Impossible. It must be impossible. How could this dog-like guy be his uncle? Uncle. Tu Wancher took a deep breath, and finally uttered two words, which was considered to be his uncle. Good nephew. Huyu took the opportunity to pat his shoulder. If he hadn't considered the face of his nephew, he might not have chosen to pat his shoulder, but to rub his head. By the way, Huyu took the opportunity to turn his head and look at the 200-year-old girl next to him. This is my nephew. You have had a daughter like this for a long time. Why didn't you tell me? Your uncle? Oh, this. Tu Wancher responded, and couldn't help but squeeze out a smile. Uncle, why don't we go back to the mansion and talk so that your nephew, can do my part as a host? Okay, Huyu said. But he didn't forget to look at the 200-year-old girl. That girl, why don't you come over to pay a visit to your uncle and your aunt? As soon as these words came out, the 200-year-old girl was stunned. But when she saw her father's murderous expression, she still walked over shyly. Before she could speak, Tu Wancher immediately held her head and made her kneel on the ground. Tu Wancher himself also knelt down at the same time. Nephew Tu Wancher, with my beloved daughter Tu Xiaoxiao. Meet uncle and aunt. Wish uncle and aunt long live. Being a frontier official, Tu Wansher is naturally not a fool. He didn't react before, purely because he was frightened by the strength shown by Hu Yu. But now, he finally realized that this sudden disaster was actually caused by his precious daughter. If it weren't for her, this would probably not have happened. Now that he has found the key to the problem, as long as he has a correct attitude, he will at least not annoy this mysterious strongman. He doesn't know how such a strongman could appear in Daxia. Logically speaking, if a being of this level crosses the border, the whole territory should be informed, in order to prevent other ignorant beings from offending this person. Why is there no movement in the whole of Daxia? I have to find an opportunity later to test it out. Hu Yu hummed with satisfaction, looking at the two people kneeling in front of him. He also had some new understanding of Tu Wansher. Apart from anything else, even with a negative 20 favorability, he was still able to bring his daughter to pay his respects. The person who could do this deserves the 4 words of being able to bend and stretch. Now it depends on whether he can give me the information I want. Good nephew. Hu Yu smiled and said, "Didn't you say you would show Uncle your mansion? Walking? Uncle. Aunt. Please come this way." Tu Wansher took a step forward and instantly tore the space apart. "My nephew is not very hospitable. Please forgive me." Hu Yu sensed it a little, and naturally could sense that behind the space crack, there was the place with the most concentrated energy fluctuations on this planet. From this point of view alone, Tu Wansher did not deceive himself. However, to be on the safe side, Hu Yu still put a space barrier on himself and Xiao Zissou as a protection. He even waited until Tu Wansher and Tu Xiaoxiao entered before following behind and walking in. After entering the barrier, what came into view was a palace complex. The architectural style of the entire palace complex was very similar to the heavenly realm on the 7th floor of the endless holy tower, both of which were ethereal and had white clouds under their feet. I don't know if these superiors like the feeling of being above all others. It seems that if they don't step on something, they will feel uncomfortable. Hu Yu immediately activated the greedy power and sensed the situation around him. Fortunately, there was no ambush. Since Tu Wansher was so understanding, he was happy to speak softly, and immediately said straight to the point, "My little nephew, let's talk alone." "That's what I meant." Tu Wansher punched open the space crack, and said as if showing off his skills, "Uncle, please come this way." "No need." Hu Yu made a stroke, and a space that was tens of millions of times more stable than the space crack created by Tu Wansher suddenly appeared. He said calmly, "Let's come with Uncle." At this moment, Tu Wansher's face turned pale instantly. Hu Yu had not used any space ability in public before, and he didn't know how big the gap between the two was. But when this space crack appeared, Tu Wansher realized, this person is not a mysterious master, but the emperor of a dynasty who came to visit incognito. Chapter 547 Emperor Xia is here in person. Respectful. More respectful. Tu Wansher took a deep breath, not even daring to let his breath touch any corner of Hu Yu's existence. He forced out a smile, and replied respectfully to Hu Yu, "As you wish." When Hu Yu heard this, he was stunned. Hey, this guy, although he was quite polite just now, he was not respectful. What's wrong with this? Didn't he just show off 1 or 2 skills? He is so respectful? If I had known that, I would not only use coercion at that time, but also show my true ability. Maybe if the title of uncle is changed to father, he would be happy to accept it. Don't say it. Based on the situation this guy is showing now, if I tell him that I actually had an affair with his mother, and ask him to change his words now, he might kneel down and kowtow without hesitation. But, forget it, after all. He is a provincial governor. This is not good. Tu Wandao entered the space crack first, as if he was completely defenseless against Hu Yu. In fact, Hu Yu also knew that. This was not because he trusted himself, but because he knew that even if he didn't trust him, he was not his opponent. Just the space crack he created just now. If it produces a little fluctuation, it can even swallow up the entire star. Hide? Where to hide? Even if Tu Wansher is a person who can abandon everything and escape alone, he can't escape. The two entered the space crack one after the other. Hu Yu closed the entire space, and then got straight to the point. Chuntian Great Wizard. Right? I dare not. Tu Wansher immediately lowered his head. In front of you, I dare not call myself a great wizard. You can call me Wansher, or you can still call me your nephew. It is an insult to be called a nephew by others, but it is a great honor to be called a nephew by this person. He was going to beat Tu Xiaoxiao's ass before, but now it seems This precious daughter did a really good job. Whatever you want. Hu waved his hand and said casually. This Tu Wancher is not like a young girl like Tu Xiaoxiao. He can't ask the questions he wants to ask directly. In order not to reveal his identity, he has to think of a way to get the other party to talk. It's best to disguise an identity. For example, looking at Tu Wancher's current appearance, he should have guessed his identity somewhere. No matter what disguise it is not as good as the other party's imagination. From your appearance? You should have guessed my identity. Right? Hu put his hands behind his back and said calmly, in fact, I don't really want to reveal my identity. After all, it's not easy for me to come out. If my identity is exposed, it will be troublesome. Yes. Yes. Hearing this description, Tu Wancher became more determined in his thoughts. Emperor. It must be the emperor of a certain dynasty, who came out to play, and didn't want others to know his identity. But, which emperor? First of all, the emperor of Daxia is ruled out. That person only reviews memorials every day. Although he is tired, he never gets tired of it. He is like a stubborn donkey. How can he give himself time to rest? Das Hang? I heard that the emperor there likes to have fun and also likes beauties. But isn't he obsessed with the Queen of Shang? I heard that the Queen of Shang is going to celebrate her 5,000th birthday soon. The emperor of Shang shouldn't come to Daxia at this time. Right? Or, Dayu dynasty? This Dayu dynasty is the most mysterious. The emperor of Yu once killed 3 emperors of the outer demons with his own strength, millions of outer demons. Although the price is that the entire Dayu dynasty was sealed for 10,000 years, it is not impossible for the emperor to come out. As for the Great Qin dynasty, impossible. Absolutely impossible. The Great Qin dynasty is still building the Great Wall of 10,000 stars. The emperor of Qin even went to the battlefield in person. He just killed an emperor of the outer demons. Now he is probably in a tough battle. If it weren't for the emperor of Qin's kindness, I guess he would have invited the other 3 dynasties to help. 4 emperors. Now it seems that the person in front of him can only be Emperor Yu. Let's test him first. It is my honor to have His Majesty Emperor Yu come in person. If His Majesty Emperor Yu needs me in any way, I will do my best. Emperor Yu? Hu was stunned for a moment. He didn't care who Emperor Yu was. Since he had determined this, let's put on this vest first. Yes. Hu Wanju responded calmly. The young man is quite sensible. In this case, I will test you first. It really is. Tu Wancher's heart trembled. Thinking of this person, who had once been his own. The emperor who destroyed 3 extraterritorial demons with his power, can't help but tremble with fear. He immediately said respectfully, Your Majesty, please tell me, what is the current situation of Daxia? In the battle with the extraterritorial demons, are there any shortcomings or advantages? Is this a test? Bullshit. This is clearly to find out the inside story of Daxia. If it were any other situation, or if someone else asked this kind of question, Tu Wancher would have to die with someone else behind him. The glory of Daxia cannot be desecrated. Even if you are an emperor. This is no exception. But the one in front of you is Emperor Yu. The hero in the hearts of many people. Hero. The idol in the hearts of many heroes. Tu Wancher is no exception. The time when Emperor Yu destroyed 3 extraterritorial demon emperors was 10,000 years ago. Not to mention that Tu Wancher was not born at that time. Even the emperors of several dynasties today might not have been born. At that time, even the Great Qin dynasty had not appeared yet. That is to say, when he was just a child, he grew up listening to Emperor Yu's deeds. Now that he has seen the real Emperor Yu, although he can suppress his joy in his heart, his eyes still can't hide his admiration. It's not okay for others to ask. But if it was Emperor Yu who asked, said, now the internal situation of Great Xia is relatively peaceful. The old Emperor Xia abdicated 1,000 years ago. After the new Emperor Xia ascended the throne, he was quite kind to the people. In terms of foreign wars, he had been on the battlefield 15 times, and 14 of them ended in a draw with the Emperor of the extraterritorial demons. The last time, he was seriously injured and killed an extraterritorial demon emperor. Of course, his record is not as good as yours. Emperor Yu, Tu Wancher said, and did not forget to flatter him. Emperor Yu, now that you are out, the Great Yu dynasty. You want to know? Hu asked back with a smile. Tu Wancher immediately shook his head like a rattle. No. I don't want to. Not at all. No. That's good. Hu replied calmly, and continued to inquire, what is the strength of your new Xia Emperor now? Well, he should have just entered the Emperor realm. Tu Wansha replied. But Hu Yu silently matched the true god level with the Emperor realm. The Great Witch is just a false god, and the Emperor is a true god. There should be another level between the Great Witch and the Emperor. Regardless of the grade, Hu Yu only wanted to know one thing now. Where is the old Emperor Xia? Hu Yu asked casually. Has he ever broken through to the level above the Emperor? This? Tu Wansha's pupils trembled. And after a few breaths of silence, he said to Hu Yu, Your Majesty Yu Huang, you should be asking about the Emperor Xia, you know. Right? Since you killed 3 emperors of the extraterritorial heavenly demons and fell into a 10,000-year ban, the Xia dynasty has experienced a total of 3 emperors. In addition to the 2 I just mentioned, it should be the former Emperor Xia you are familiar with. Xia Lin said. After you were banned, he cooperated with the Emperor of the Great Shang dynasty at that time, entered the lair of the extraterritorial heavenly demons together, took advantage of the emptiness inside, killed 2 emperors, and thousands of young kings, and killed 80% of the young generation of the extraterritorial heavenly demons. King? Hu Yu quickly captured this realm. If I guess correctly, this realm should correspond to a demigod-level existence. However, he did not interrupt Tu Wansha, but continued to listen to him. Unfortunately, the 2 emperors were still a little slow, and they failed to kill all the extraterritorial demons, and they could not escape the attack of the Emperor of the extraterritorial demons. The 2 kings of Dashang and Daxia fell, and both the human race and the extraterritorial demons suffered heavy losses. Then the Qin dynasty rose, and Qin Emperor Yingzheng established a new dynasty, and took up the banner of the human race to fight against the extraterritorial demons again. Now that thousands of years have passed, the human race and the extraterritorial demons have almost recovered, and the recent battle has also. The outbreaks are becoming more and more frequent. It is estimated that a new large-scale war will break out soon. As for the Emperor realm, the most recognized existence closest to the Emperor realm is the Emperor Qin, but he is still a long way from that realm. Hu Yu pondered, sorting out the news that Tu Wansha brought him. It must be said that the news is indeed useful. At least it allows him to clearly distinguish the current human forces, the human situation, and the realm above the true God. Emperor, I don't know what kind of scenery there is above that realm. Hu Yu responded, nodding. I may hide my identity recently and wander around the world for a while, nephew. If it's not too much trouble for you, can I stay with you for a while? Great. Tu Wansha responded immediately. Emperor Yu. No. It is my great honor that my uncle is willing to live with me. Please rest assured, my nephew will never reveal your identity. If the previous few words of my nephew Tu Wansha were forced to shout out, then the few words now are willing and sincere submission. That's good. Hu Yu responded calmly, turned around and took Tu Wansha away from the space crack. But not long after the 2 of them left, a middle-aged man rushed over from a distance, his face extremely panicked. Master, it's bad. Emperor Xia. Emperor Xia came to congratulate, but was stopped outside the galaxy. Who? Emperor Xia? Hu Yu's mouth twitched. It can't be such a coincidence. Chapter 548 Scoundrel? This? Tu Wansha paused. Obviously, he did not expect Emperor Xia to visit at this time. As for the person who was blocked outside the galaxy, no need to think. It must be the one in front of him who did it. Only an emperor can fight against an emperor. Except for the one in front of him, he could not think of any other existence in his galaxy that could block Emperor Xia from the galaxy. He immediately looked at Hu Yu and asked with concern, Uncle, or, you step aside? Okay. Hu Yu responded calmly. His heart was beating fast. Fortunately, his vest was well made. No, it should be said that fortunately Tu Wansha's character setting was good enough to deal with the current situation. If it was a different character setting, it might be directly exposed. But he still looked at Tu Wansha in front of him, frowning and admonishing. Remember, I don't want anyone to know my identity and current situation yet. You should know how to deal with it, right? Uncle. Don't worry. Tu Wansha called him uncle more and more fluently. Nephew will definitely get it done. I guarantee it will be foolproof. That's the best. Hu Yu said, and disappeared into the space crack with Xiao Zixu beside him. Leave? If Hu Yu wants, of course he can leave at any time. As long as he performs space shifting several times in a row, no matter if it is Emperor Xia or some other emperor, he will definitely not be found. But now is the best opportunity to contact the source civilization. You can observe Emperor Xia at a close distance. It is also the best time for you to understand the combat power of this source civilization. Leave. It is obviously impossible to leave. According to Tu Wancher's statement and the current situation, even if Emperor Xia's strength has reached the level of a true god, his perception of space is far inferior to his own. I only need to take Xiao Zixu with me, hide in the space, and quietly observe. The other party may not be able to find out. Even if they find out, it will be Tu Wancher who will help me explain my identity. As a frontier official of the great Xia dynasty, the Emperor Xia will believe at least 60% of what he says. The next moment, the space barrier disappeared. The Emperor Xia also moved directly in front of Tu Wancher, and his figure was also exposed to the observation of Hu Yu and the others. Hu Yu was stunned when he saw this. A woman? The new Emperor Xia of the great Xia dynasty was actually a woman. It's not that a woman can't become an emperor, nor that a woman can't succeed to the throne. But, isn't the great Xia dynasty a feudal system? If a woman wants to become an emperor and succeed to the throne, I'm afraid she needs some means. The great detection technique. Start. As a panel appeared, Hu Yu also confirmed his idea. Name, Xia Yilian. Gender, female. Age, 1267. Skills, true god level Wu Dao, true god level physique, true god level immortal body, true god level void eye, demigod level power, pseudo-god level copywriting. Personality, insight, good at planning, cruel favorability, 0 purity, 100. Based on this personality and skill combination, this woman is indeed not simple. However, what Hu Yu is more interested in is Xia Yilian's skills. Not to mention the physique and immortal body, which are just the standard configuration of the true god level, but the other two skills, one Wu Dao, one Void Eye, Hu Yu is very interested. As the detailed information of the two skills popped up, Hu Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. Name, Wu Dao effect. You can gain combat power according to the number of creatures entering the Wu Dao and their levels, and you can kill any creatures of the same Wu Dao who are lower than your own level at any time, regardless of distance. Note, one of the great ways of the human race, you can comprehend the magic from it, climb to the peak, you can aspire to the throne. Name, Eye of the Void effect. One of the magic ways of the witch, you can see through the future, the past, the present, and everything hidden in the void, and it will improve with the improvement of the witch. Note, I see you. To put it simply, this witch is like the godhood in Hu Yu's body. However, this godhood is not directly a true god-level existence. But through cultivation, it is upgraded from the ordinary level to the true god level in front of it step by step. In the process, it will also unlock various powers like the godhood. And for the witch, this power is a magic method. Many magic methods correspond to many powers. Unlike the godhood, the witch who practices the witch should only be able to comprehend one innate magic method, and use the innate magic method as the main skill, and continue to improve with the improvement of the godhood level. After all, even Xia Yilian only has one innate magic method, and I think other witches should also have only one innate magic method. But then again, this Tu Wancher doesn't seem to be following the path of witchcraft. There might be something he hasn't discovered yet. Hu Yu lowered his eyelids slightly. Because of the existence of the Eye of Void, he didn't dare to observe Xia Yilian too recklessly. After a quick glance at the other party's panel, he didn't observe with his eyes again. Instead, he completely concealed himself and Xiao Zixu's figures, and only used the fluctuations of space to observe the other party's every move. Emperor Xia came in person, and I failed to greet him. This is my fault. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Tu Wancher fell to his knees the moment he saw Xia Yilian. Xia Yilian did not help him up immediately, but first looked around with the Eye of Void, and then smiled at him slowly. My dear, what are you talking about? I did not inform you in advance when I came this time, and it is not your fault that you did not come to greet me. But, my dear, the barrier outside the galaxy is quite interesting to me. How was it made? Your Majesty can't hide anything from his eyes. Tu Wancher still knelt on the ground, and hurriedly explained, it was a treasure I picked up on the battlefield with the extraterritorial demons. I wanted to take it out for research today, but for some reason, the treasure exploded during the research and formed a barrier outside the galaxy. I never thought that. By mistake, I actually blocked Your Majesty outside. I am really, alas, incompetent. Baby? Xia Yilian's eyes drooped slightly, and she didn't know whether she believed it or not. From Hu Yu's perspective, she must have known that there were similar things, which is why she raised such doubts. This Tu Wancher is really getting more and more interesting. Forget it. Xia Yilian smiled and waved her sleeves lightly, then raised her hand to help Tu Wancher up. My dear, this is an unprovoked disaster. I won't take it to heart. I traveled in Dashia and just passed by here. I heard that you are celebrating your 3000th birthday today, so I came to congratulate you. Just consider it as a reward from me. As a space wave came, a dark purple gem flew out of the space and came to Tu Wancher's eyes. Hu Yu glanced through the space crack again. The information of the gem suddenly appeared in front of him. Name, Wu Dao Gem. Description: it comes from the cultivation crystal of a demigod level Wu Dao strongman. After refining it at the pseudogod level, it can transform itself into Wu Dao and break through to the demigod level. After refining, a demigod level which expert can obtain a significant improvement and obtain a wonderful method. Note, Who took out my kidney stone? TSK. Hu Yu couldn't help but smack his lips when he saw this. This Xia Yilian is definitely not just passing by to take a look. The gifts she gave casually are all demigod level things. I think even in the Great Xia dynasty, they are rare items. It really cost a lot of money. This is too precious. Tu Wancher once again prostrated on the ground, his voice trembling slightly. Your Majesty, I am unworthy of it. I said you deserve it. Then you deserve it. Xia Yilian spoke domineeringly. Looking at Tu Wancher, her eyes drooped slightly. Unless you are unwilling to contribute to the witch. This is coercion and inducement. Hu Yu finally knew that although Tu Wancher was called a great witch, his strength had only reached the level of a great witch, and he was not a real witch practitioner. Now that Xia Yilian has come to visit, it is estimated that in addition to forcing and luring Tu Wancher to become a demigod of witchcraft, it is also to give him an important position. Otherwise, why would she come in person? If he wants him to become a demigod of witchcraft, he only needs to send a demigod with a gem, and he doesn't have to come in person. It is estimated that there may be changes in the territory of Dashia. Hu Yu looked at the scene in front of him, and naturally did not act rashly, but just observed Tu Wancher's every move, wanting to see how he would react. Tu Wancher pondered for a few breaths, and finally gritted his teeth and said, Minister, obey your command. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately took the orb into his body and began to refine it. At the same time, he did not forget to plead with Xia Yilian, Your Majesty, please protect me. Of course. Xia Yilian kept smiling in the corners of her eyes, watching Tu Wancher refine the witch orb. From the perspective of level, Tu Wancher himself was only one step away from becoming a demigod. Now that the demigod level witch orb was taken into his body, he would naturally break through the barrier. But this power is still a little uncontrollable. Boom! With a muffled sound, the demigod level pressure in Tu Wancher's body suddenly swept across, and began to indiscriminately kill all nearby creatures and buildings. Fortunately, Xia Yilian seemed to be well prepared, and she just flashed a purple light in her eyes. The purple light dissipated, and the pressure of the demigod also dissipated, as if it had never appeared. Tu Wancher became a demigod. Your Majesty, Tu Wancher, the demigod, immediately knelt down towards Xia Yilian. But this time he only knelt on one knee. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the gift of the treasure. As long as Your Majesty gives an order, I will definitely die for it. My dear, please stand up. Xia Yilian smiled and said, Your Majesty is called Chuntian Great Wizard, and now you are promoted to the throne. You will be called Chuntian King. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the title, Chuntian King. Your Majesty, I am here. Now that the demons from outside the domain are rampant, they have repeatedly invaded our Great Xia territory. Are you willing to lead the army to fight and suppress one side? Your Majesty. Tu Wancher's eyes flashed with determination, as if he knew that this would happen next. But he still took a deep breath, and said to Xia Yilian, I will not refuse even if I die. That's good. But before that, Xia Yilian replied, and pointed to the direction where Hu Yu was hiding. King Chuntian, how about trying your hand on the scoundrel over there first? Chapter 549, If I don't save him. Am I still a human being? A scoundrel? It seemed that this was the first time that Hu Yu heard someone call him that, since he had been discovered. He didn't plan to escape. After all, he was just a true god. He had killed countless people in the 100 Saints domain before. Tu Wancher frowned slightly, and made a decision almost instantly. Kill. In the past, he could still think of any reason or method to fool around. But once he became a practitioner of the Wu Dao, all his thoughts must be under the leadership of Xia Yilian. Unless, before Xia Yilian wanted to kill him, there was a being with a higher status than Xia Yilian in the Wu Dao who saved Tu Wanshi. Otherwise, as long as Xia Yilian had a thought, he would die on the spot in an instant. One punch. Tu Wanshi directly blasted open the space crack where Hu Yu and the others were hiding. Of course, this was Hu Yu deliberately letting him go. No, it should be letting him go, otherwise with his strength, let alone blasting the entire space, he couldn't even make a ripple in the space. As Hu Yu and Xiao Zissou appeared, Tu Wanshi didn't dare to hesitate at all, and didn't even apologize or explain. He only looked at Hu Yu with an apologetic look. That meant, "Uncle, please don't kill your nephew. I was forced to do this." Of course. This is just because Hu Yu is stronger than him. If it was someone else, Tu Wanshi would obviously not hold back. Hu Yu waved his hand casually. The newly promoted demigod Tu Wanshi was immediately blocked in a space barrier. Emperor. Xia Yilian frowned slightly. Obviously she didn't expect that the existence hidden in the space was on the same level as herself. But he is just an emperor, who isn't? A purple light rose, covering Xia Yilian's eyes, and just when the other party was about to attack, the purple pupils trembled. The reason is very simple. There is not just one emperor in front of her, but two. In addition to the man who just attacked, there is also a woman who is also an emperor. How to play this? Even if she is confident that she can leave an emperor in Daxia, she is not confident that she can leave two at the same time. Xia Yilian immediately made a decision. Coward. After all, before she pointed out the existence of the two people, they didn't seem to plan to attack her. If you are a little bit more timid, you should be fine, right? Stop. Xia Yilian immediately spat out two words, and her figure flashed, and she came in front of Hu Yu and Xiao Zissou. She shouted two words angrily, but the target was not Hu Yu and Xiao Zissou, but Tu Wanshi, who had been sealed in the space barrier. The young Emperor Xia immediately pretended to be disappointed with his subordinates, and said angrily to Tu Wanshi in front of him, my dear, why do you only listen to half of what I say? The villains I am talking about are the extraterritorial demons outside Daxia. How can you regard these two as villains? Sorry. Xia Yilian explained with a very poor excuse, and then looked at Hu Yu and the others, my two emperors. I am not good at managing my subordinates, and I have ruined your mood. If you are willing, you can go back to the space crack and continue watching. I will pretend that I have never seen you. He used to call himself I, but now it has changed to I and we. This young Emperor Xia is really flexible. What's wrong? The officialdom of the great Xia dynasty is all based on these four words. Hu Yu was speechless for a while, and glanced at Tu Wanshi, who was sealed in the space barrier. Obviously, his face was even more speechless. Facing an existence that could control his life and death at will, even if he wanted to say something, he could only choke on it and complain in his heart. Who told him to face two emperors? But then again, isn't this little Xia emperor unyielding to anyone? Not to mention ordinary emperors, even the emperor of the Great Qin, who shoulders the banner of the human race, she doesn't take it seriously. Why, cowardly so quickly today? It doesn't matter. Hu Yu responded calmly. He untied Tu Wanshi's space barrier. Emperor Xia, there is no need to be so polite. I just happened to come here to take a look. I have no ill will towards Daxia. Oh, Emperor Xia explained. And then his eyes fell on Tu Wanshi again. But I see that your relationship with my ministers is not ordinary. Existences like this that offend the majesty of the emperor should be killed on the spot. How about I do it? Your Majesty. Tu Wanshi immediately knelt on the ground. He has to be cowardly. The longer this person lives, the more he covets the prosperity of his life. Especially for a being like Tu Wanshi. With strength and status, especially since he has just been promoted to a demigod, he would like to stay in this position or another position for another 3,000 years. Or even 30,000 years. Who would want to quit the circle at this time? Not to mention that the one he is quitting is the biosphere. That's enough. Hu Yu said calmly. Now the extraterritorial demons are the biggest concern. Emperor Xia has just used a gem. There is no need to waste it. Then I will listen to you. Emperor Xia responded calmly, and then immediately got to the point. May I ask where you are from? You? Hu Yu spat out a word. Since Tu Wanshi could mistake him for the emperor of the Great Yu dynasty, he must have his reasons. He only needs to agree, and give a clue to Emperor Xia. The rest is up to her to guess. Even if Xia Ilian can't guess, there is Tu Wancher next to her who can remind her. Let's take a step back. If Xia Ilian has any evidence and methods to prove that she is not Emperor Yu, it won't be difficult for Hu Yu and his team to escape from here. You? Xia Ilian repeated, and her eyes suddenly became complicated. First, she was happy, and then she turned into fear. But after the fear flashed away, there was only joy in her eyes. You are Emperor Yu. Then this, isn't it Empress Yu? Xia Ilian exclaimed, her eyes full of surprise. It's great that you two are still alive. I didn't expect that after so many years. Empress Yu, you have also been promoted to the Emperor. After these words came out, Hu Yu and Xiao Zisu didn't react much. But Tu Wancher next to them was stunned. Queen Yu is also an emperor. Fortunately, I just gave in quickly. If they really started fighting, two emperors, then they would tear their own galaxy apart. Tu Wancher looked at the three big guys in front of him with lingering fear. His eyes fell on Xia Ilian. He seemed to understand why this person gave in so quickly before. You two? Xia Ilian immediately invited them warmly. Since you two have come to Daxia, please be sure to follow me back to the palace. Let me do my best to be a good host. You two are legends in the legends of our human race. If it is convenient, it would be better if I, the Daxia Jr., could see your grace. Not very convenient, Hu Yu said coldly. He frowned and sighed. To be honest with Emperor Xia, my husband and I have actually been out for a long time, and have never appeared in front of the world, and have hidden our identities, in addition to preventing the extraterritorial demons from knowing our existence. There is actually another important reason. What is the reason? Xia Ilian seemed to have guessed something, but still asked Hu Yu. Emperor. Hu Yu also uttered a word. Xia Ilian immediately understood. The fear in her eyes before reappeared. Senior. You mean? You are about to reach that realm? It's just a lucky touch. It's not really reached yet. When you go out, your identity is given by yourself. Since you have pretended to be so awesome, you might as well be a little more impressive. Anyway, your strength is stronger than Xia Ilian's, and it is very easy to pretend to be a half-step emperor. Great. The fear in Xia Ilian's eyes was concealed again. This is the human race. Fortunately, it is a blessing for the human race. Since the senior is unwilling to reveal his identity, the junior will not force it, but... Bang! Xia Ilian suddenly knelt on one knee. Not to mention that Tu Wancher next to him was shocked. Even Hu Yu and the other's pupils shrank. What does this mean? The emperor knelt down personally. No matter what she said next, it would probably be a big trouble. Senior, I know that you are in the critical period of breakthrough. I shouldn't tell you these things, but I still want to ask you a favor. As expected, there is trouble. Even the emperor has to kneel down and beg in person. It won't be easy if you think about it, but this is so pretentious. If Hu Yu doesn't respond to this, I'm afraid it won't end well. Tell me, my ancestor, your friend, Xia Lin said. Xia Ilian immediately explained. It is said in the outside world that my ancestor led a large army to attack the foreign demons and was killed by the emperor of the foreign demons. In fact, his life card is still lit. In order to avoid the emperor of the foreign demons from killing us all, the great Xia royal family had to conceal this news and regard the ancestor as dead. Now my ancestor's life card is unstable, but his life is not in danger. Please help Queen Yu to save my ancestor, no matter what the cost. Xia is willing to bear it. Hu Yu fell silent immediately. This amount of information is too much. This Xia Ilian wants me, the fake Emperor Yu, to risk being killed by the foreign demons. The Emperor discovered the danger and went to save someone who knew the real Emperor Yu. You are crazy. Whoever agrees to this condition is a fool. But if you refuse, you still have to think of a tactful reason. Got it. This. Hu Yu frowned and spat out a word. It's not that I don't want to save my old friend, but now I am in the critical period of breaking through the throne. If I enter the territory under the jurisdiction of the outer demon, I am afraid that I will be discovered by the Emperor. Give me some more time, and after I break through the throne, I will go to rescue my old friend, and the probability of success will be higher. Xia Ilian didn't say anything, but took out something from the space she carried with her. If Emperor Yu is willing to rescue this thing, I am willing to represent the great Xia royal family and give it to Emperor Yu, no matter what it is. If we don't save it, then, no. Hu Yu glanced at the thing in Xia Ilian's hand, and his heartbeat seemed to pause. Ahem. We are all human. If I don't save him, am I still a human? Chapter 550 Emperor Crystal. No way. Who told me that the things Xia Ilian gave me were too valuable? From the outside, it was just a dark green gem. But from the panel, it was completely different. Name, Emperor Crystal. Description, unable to view effect, unable to view remarks, unable to view. 3 consecutive unviewable. Except for the grade and name, there was no more information. Hu Yu couldn't even remember how long it had been since he was promoted to a true god. This hadn't happened for. Judging from the name of this thing, it should be related to the existence of the Emperor realm. And the Tao level should correspond to the existence above the true god level. As long as the Emperor Yu agrees. Xia Ilian replied, and casually put the Emperor Crystal into her arms, just in case. I will go with you too. At that time, even if the Emperor of the extraterritorial demon takes action, we still have a chance of survival. Okay. What a hammer. Hu Yu's idea is actually very simple. Taking money but not doing anything. When the time comes, just run away. At worst, you can go to Emperor Yu to return your Emperor Crystal. I didn't expect. It is said that the son of a rich man should not sit in the hall. This Emperor Xia looks young. Why does he have to do things that only people who are about to die do? But since it has been said to this point, Hu Yu will not agree. But it will cause problems. I just nodded. Then when will we? Your Majesty. Tu Wanshur immediately frowned and interrupted. Now the foreign demons are turbulent at the border. If you go there in person, I'm afraid it will not be good for Daxia. No problem. Xia Ilian waved her hand. Since Emperor Yu and Empress Yu were able to enter Daxia under the barrier without being discovered by me, it means that they naturally have a way to hide their bodies. As long as I go with them, I think the foreign demons will not be able to find us. Oh no! This is going to break the situation. What method of not being discovered? He was already in the Milky Way when he came out of the solar system. Why would he need to cross any barrier? Why would he need to hide his body? Now he doesn't have to wait to rescue the old Emperor Xia. When he enters the place where the 2 tribes are fighting, he will probably be discovered to be wrong. Otherwise, Hu Yu's eyes flash with murderous intent. Emperor Xia is only a true god after all. If he and Xiao Zisa join forces, they should be able to kill her. If the 4 true gods sealed in the space barrier are released to fight together, they should be able to capture her alive. If the 6 emperors attack at the same time, they can use threats and inducements at that time. I don't believe she can't hand over the Emperor Crystal. However, this thought only flashed through his mind. Anyway, Emperor Xia was also thinking about the human race. If he did this, he would really not be a human being. Forget it. Let's go to the so-called battle site between the 2 races first. Maybe he can really hide and go there. Since Emperor Xia has decided, let's find a time to set off. There is no time to lose. Emperor Xia responded calmly. After Mr. Tu's 3000th birthday, we will blend into his personal guards and set off together. Even if there are some spies of the foreign demons in the country, they will not be able to find our traces. That's fine. Tu Wandao was listening nearby, and beads of cold sweat were falling one after another. If he was the only king going to the front, he would be sure that nothing would happen. But if there were 3 emperors escorting him, God knows that they would do something on a whim. If they did anything, the noise they made would not be something that a small king like him could resist. But what could he say? What could he resist? He could only grit his teeth and accept. No. He didn't even have the qualifications to accept. He could only let these 3 arrange it. The matter of infiltrating the royal guard was arranged directly. On the first day that Tu Wanshur became the king, he was awarded 3 emperor-level guards. This scene can be called the highlight of his life. It's just that his face is not very good now. Otherwise he would have a photo taken now. And he would have something to brag about in the next 10,000 years. Although it was forced, Tu Wanshur's 3,000-year-old birthday was still held normally. According to the process, his birthday banquet will be the day after tomorrow. As soon as the galaxy was unsealed, the great wizards of several surrounding galaxies knew about the promotion of this king. This was an honor bestowed by Emperor Xia himself. It was impossible for the great wizards around not to seize the opportunity to curry favor with him. The next day, the great wizards from the 8 galaxies around all came over as soon as possible. Those who deserved gifts gave gifts. And those who deserved to build relationships built relationships. After all, Tu Wanshur was also a great wizard before. and he was on the same level as those great wizards. He had many interactions in the past, and everyone had a pretty good relationship. Now that Tu Wanshur has been promoted to the king, those great wizards should naturally lower their postures and reminisce about the past. Several great wizards were ready to drag Tu Wanshur to party all night, but he declined one by one. There is no way. He seems to be the protagonist of this 3,000-year-old birthday party, but in fact, he is just a puppet. The real protagonists are the three big guys behind him. They are now the personal guards. If he goes out to meet with the Great Witch, the personal guards will naturally follow. He knows the inside story, and knows what to say, and what not to say. But if other great witches have fun, they accidentally say something offensive to Emperor Xia, then his birthday party, I am afraid it will become the funeral of a great witch. After all, everyone is working. This kind of private gathering is naturally a good time to complain about the boss, and it is the best way to get closer. When he was a great witch before, he also participated in such activities. But now? Participate? If I mention it a little, my life will be like an ant climbing on a hot pot, and it may burn at any time. The next day, I will survive safely. Wait until the birthday banquet. Dozens of great witches came to congratulate. As the newly promoted king, Tu Wanshur lit his birthday fire with his own hands, and the ceremony was completed. After bidding farewell to his 36 concubines and 72 children, Tu Wanshur also set out from the star system, headed to the border of Daxia, prepared to fight against the extraterritorial demons. As for the management rights of this star system, Tu Xiaoxiao became the trustee. In fact, she was not Tu Wanshur's favorite child before. She and her mother were not favored otherwise. There would be only those powerful people around as guards. The reason why she could become the caretaker was simply because of Hu Yu. Because Hu Yu liked to hear her call him uncle. She naturally became the best successor of the galaxy. Strength? No matter how strong she was, it was not as strong as calling Emperor Yu uncle. What's more, when Emperor Xia knew what happened before, he attributed the credit of finding Emperor Yu to Tu Xiaoxiao. With a thought, this little girl, who was originally just a wizard, directly jumped to the realm of wizard fairy. This has surpassed many of her peers. Tu Wanshur no longer had to worry about the galaxy. With Tu Xiaoxiao around, his family's position in the galaxy would not be shaken. What he needed to worry about now was how to lead his three guards into the territory of the extraterritorial demons. As everyone entered the portal, a purple light flashed. Tu Wanshur and his guards had already arrived at the border where they were fighting the extraterritorial demons. If this could be considered a border. With just one glance, Hu Yu was stunned by the scene before him. They were on a desolate planet. Looking far away, in front of them, behind them. All were planets like this. No atmosphere, no sunlight, only extremely cold temperatures, and soil that had lost all nutrients. There were hundreds of such planets. It didn't seem like they were originally here, but rather, they seemed to have been piled up here artificially. On each planet, there sat a king, and many great witches, and witch gods under his command. Outside the planet was a space barrier. Judging from the traces, it should be the work of the human race, allowing people to leave but not enter. The strength of the space barrier is probably at the level of a true god, who you can create it at will, and can also pass through it at will. Further away is an endless void. This void means that there are no planets, and even some meteorite belts have never existed. There are only living humans, or dead corpses. A steady stream of humans rushed out of the space barrier, entered the void, and began to fight with the extraterritorial demons rushing over from the opposite side. If they are alive, they will continue to rush forward. If they die, they will stay where they are and cover their compatriots. If you are injured, if you are lucky, you can evacuate back. The healers will treat you outside the barrier. Once you are healed, keep going. If you are unlucky, if you can exchange for another extraterritorial demon, you will make a fortune. This is the void, spanning hundreds of light years. Even if Hu Yu activates the power of greed, he will have to move at least dozens of times to move to the other side of the void. On the other side of the void, there is a more obvious space barrier. Even if Hu Yu is here, he can feel the strength of that space barrier. Like the space barrier of the human race, the space barrier there also allows exit but not entry. But the strength is above that of a true god. With Hu Yu's control over space, he can lead people through it with some effort. But to do it without anyone noticing is impossible. Even if the real Emperor Yu comes in person, it is impossible. As long as he remains at the level of a true god, It is impossible to pass through that barrier silently. Why would Xia Yilian make such an outrageous request? Unless... Hu Yu couldn't help but look at Xia Yilian, frowning slightly, as if he had noticed something. This guy's void eyes. It seems to have some tricks. Chapter 551, Land of Nothingness. Senior Yu Huang. When Hu Yu turned to look at her, Xia Yilian also looked at Hu Yu, with a sweet smile on her lips. Do you think we should set off directly, or... Let's set off directly. Hu Yu responded calmly. He sensed the space on this planetary belt a little bit, and found that there were at least 1,000 so-called kings, that is, demigod-level strongmen. Although for a true god of his level, demigods are just ants after all, but there are so many ants, even if you step on them, some variables will occasionally appear. It would be better to enter the void area first. Then we can test the Xia Emperor to see if she has really found something, or if it is just a coincidence. Okay, Xia Yilian replied, and casually opened a space crack, which led directly to the space barrier in front of her. She entered first, and Hu Yu and the other two followed closely. The three of them passed through the space crack, and arrived directly in front of the space barrier. Come on, Xia Yilian said the two words calmly, and the expression on her face was completely different from before. Let me see what exactly you are capable of. The previous expression was extremely respectful, even Hu Yu couldn't find any reason to it, but the expression in front of him, indifferent, just pure indifference. It's like an unscrupulous boss who threw a plan at you in the middle of the night, and asked you to give up your rest time, me time, and even sleep time to do it. Sure enough, did you recognize it? I didn't expect that the vest would be exposed so quickly. It's true, there is no simple emperor. Hu Yu looked at Xia Yilian in front of him, and his eyes couldn't help but become more serious. He still underestimated the heroes of the world. Xia Yilian had previously identified himself as the Emperor Yu. But it was just a delaying tactic, trying to buy time. First of all, that place is in the center of the Milky Way. If three emperors fight, no matter what the result is, the loser is the great Xia dynasty. But the situation is different. There is a space barrier in front, and outside the barrier is a void area of hundreds of light years. There are thousands of kings behind. If you say that these kings don't have the means to kill the emperor, Hu Yu will never believe it. It is estimated that Great Xia should have some way to let these kings combine the strength of the emperor. Otherwise it is impossible to let them guard outside the space barrier. Secondly, maybe Xia Yilian really wants to find someone to save her grandfather. The price is indeed that Emperor Crystal. As for whether it is Emperor Yu or someone else who saves people, she should not care. Of course, these are all guesses made by Hu Yu based on the current clues, and they still need to be confirmed. Since the other party has already revealed his cards, there is no need to hide it. What? You don't call me senior anymore? You are a shitty senior. Xia Yilian did not give Hu Yu any face. She immediately retorted, you are less than 1,000 years old, you are not even older than me. You still want me to call you senior? You are dreaming. Oh, you figured it out? Hu Yu was not in a hurry to show his strength. Judging from Xia Yilian's situation, she was much more anxious than herself. Don't talk nonsense. Don't think that I won't attack you just because you are a human. As an emperor, you sneak into the territory of another dynasty without authorization. No matter which force you are trained by, you can't explain this matter clearly. Xia Yilian retorted again, looking at Hu Yu. She asked, I will give you two ways now. Either, leave my great Xia dynasty from here, I can pretend that I have never seen you too. Or, open this barrier quietly now, and I will consider you qualified to cooperate with me. Oh, only two ways? Hu Yu deliberately provoked, what if I say, I choose the third option? After saying that, he immediately released the aura of jealousy, lust, gluttony, and rage from the space barrier he carried with him. At the same time, his aura was instantly revealed. The auras of 5. No. 6 emperors spread out instantly, but they were also isolated from the kings outside, and those in the void zone. Xia Yilian was the only one who sensed the auras of the 6 emperors coming at the same time. Swish. Xia Yilian's pretty face turned pale. She looked at Hu Yu in front of her, and her eyes gradually became empty. This guy is an emperor. And he has an emperor partner. But how did he manage to have 4 emperors around him? Even if he is the emperor of the outer demon, he probably can't do this. Wait. Could it be that this guy is really the emperor of the outer demon in disguise? Her eyes of the void can see through all emperors, but not necessarily the emperor. If this guy is really the emperor of the outer demon in disguise, Xia Yilian took a breath. Her body trembled slightly, and she was ready to self-destruct. Don't worry. Yu also noticed that something was wrong with the other party through the panel, and immediately smiled and said, although I am not a good person, I am indeed a human being. As he said that, he casually closed the space barrier. His own and Xiao Zisu's auras gradually subsided, and it didn't look like they were going to fight. Xia Ilian was relieved, but she still looked at the scene vigilantly. How is it? 6 emperors? Should it be enough to complete the task you want to issue? It's possible. Xia Ilian pondered for a few breaths, and replied, but I still want an answer. You say. Yu. Where are you from? Xia Ilian stared at Yu's eyes, and her eyes of emptiness bloomed without concealment. Just to know the answer to his question. Yu couldn't help but smile bitterly. If I say, I'm from Daxia, do you believe it? The truth? Xia Ilian uttered 2 words with a doubtful tone. This sentence is indeed true, but how can it be true? In their Daxia territory, how could there be 6 emperors like this, and she, as the Xia emperor, didn't know anything about it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Or is there something wrong with the Eye of Void? Xia Ilian couldn't help but feel fear. After so many years, this is the first time she doubted her own eyes after obtaining the Eye of Void. In such a short period of time. It actually appeared twice. It's not important. Yu saw her entanglement and said calmly, well, I'll give you 2 options. Either pretend nothing happened, and we continue our previous cooperation. If you don't want to call me senior, you don't have to. Let's go to the outer demon territory and rescue your ancestor. Or, you can also pretend nothing happened. Pretend you haven't seen us, and don't know we've been here, and everyone will be in peace. I choose the first one. After Xia Ilian thought carefully, she still looked up at Yu. As long as you can rescue my ancestor, the Emperor Crystal can be given to you. Happy cooperation. Yu smiled and stretched out his right hand to Xia Ilian. The other party also stretched out his right hand and shook it with him. Done! Then, I don't know how to address you. Sir? Xia Ilian still refused to give up trying to find out Yu's identity. A real man should not change his name or surname. Yu said calmly, my name is Yu Xian. Nonsense. If this were in Blue Star, or somewhere else, I would have given my real name. But now, besides the Emperor Xia in front of me, there are countless emperors in this universe. If my real name is exposed, and falls into the hands of some beings who can use the name to explore or speculate, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? As the saying goes, when you are in the world, you naturally have to use a trumpet to save your life. Yu Xian. Xia Ilian repeated. Well, a fake name. But it is normal to be cautious, now that they are about to cooperate to enter the extraterritorial demon territory. As teammates, the more careful the better. Then shall we set off? Xia Ilian's tone changed again, but she still did not start to unlock the barrier. To enter the extraterritorial demon territory, the most critical step is how to sneak into the opponent's space barrier without anyone noticing. If you can't even do this, it's not called sneaking. It's called attacking. So, how much control this guy named Yu Xian has over space is crucial. Yu naturally knows this. It is still necessary to show your strength appropriately. Well, Yu responded, and with a wave of his hand, a small hole appeared in the space barrier in front of him that was big enough for one person to pass through. Didn't find it. Xia Ilian's pupils trembled. As the controller of this space barrier, she really didn't find a hole anywhere. If she hadn't stood here and watched, she really wouldn't have found this loophole. Is it okay now? Yu asked with a smile, and didn't forget to point at the hole. Emperor Xia, why don't you try to see if you can get through? Let's try. The hole was not small, but it was definitely not big. The whole hole, it was good enough for one person to crawl through. It is also commonly known as a dog hole. It is just a space dog hole. Xia Ilian did not care about her own image, and directly lay down at the hole and crawled in. When she sensed the interweaving void power of the outside world, and the remaining energy of the 2 clans' strong men, she could clearly distinguish that this was the void land. Although the hole was a little smaller, this person did have some tricks. When Xia Ilian turned her head, looked behind her, ready to see how the 2 guys drilled the hole, she frowned. The hole that was narrow and difficult to pass just now was directly expanded several times. It was more than enough for Yu and Xiao Zisu to walk out side by side. And she still didn't find it. You? Ah, Emperor Xia is still too anxious. Hu Yu sighed and said, "My ability can make the cave entrance expand slowly. You are so anxious. Do you like this way of passing?" Heh. Xia Yilian thought for a few breaths, and finally sneered. "No way. I'm still counting on this guy to help me save people. I hope you can pass through the next space barrier so easily." Hu Yu did not answer, but just watched Xia Yilian fly towards the bottom of the void area. The speed was not slow, but it was not fast either, although they didn't know where she was going. Hu Yu and the others had to follow. 10 minutes later, Xia Yilian led the two to a human corpse. Judging from the appearance, the corpse should have been dead for more than 1,000 years. She bowed respectfully to the corpse and waved to Hu Yu and the others, saying, "You too, please pay your respects as well." Although the two were puzzled, they still followed Xia Yilian's movements and bowed. China emphasizes that the dead are the greatest. After all, the person is dead, and it is not a loss to bow. But after the two bowed 3 times, the corpse suddenly opened its eyes, and suddenly burst out with the aura of an emperor. A punch directly hit Hu Yu. Chapter 552, Entry. Hu Yu grabbed the opponent's punch with his backhand, his eyelids drooped slightly, and while looking at Xia Yilian, the other party immediately explained. "It has nothing to do with me." Xia Yilian hurriedly said, I don't know why he is like this." If someone else said this, Hu Yu would have slapped him in the face. "You brought him here. You said it has nothing to do with you?" Who would believe it? But Xia Yilian said this, Hu Yu could still believe it a little. Letting an emperor disguise as a corpse to attack? This is not something that someone like Xia Yilian can think of. Even if an emperor attacked by surprise, what damage could he cause to Hu Yu? If they fell out, and 6 emperors invaded Xia at the same time, she would be in big trouble. Hu Yu did not answer, but just put the emperor's corpse into the space. He turned to look at Xia Yilian. "Tell me, when this happened, you have to give me a reason. You can't just say it's not true. Right? This is a path left by our ancestors." Xia Yilian was silent for a few breaths, and then explained, "This emperor was just a top king who was proficient in space. He once crossed the void zone and killed under the space barrier of the extraterritorial demon. When he was killed by an emperor of the extraterritorial demon, he comprehended the emperor's avenue and fought with his last breath, came here, but unfortunately his injuries were too severe. After reaching the barrier of the great Xia dynasty, the 9th level fell here. The Xia emperor of that generation immediately blocked the information of his fall, and fixed it here. After years of nurturing, the channel connecting the 2 barriers that he opened at the beginning still exists. As long as you borrow his breath, open a space channel here, you can directly reach the space barrier set up by the extraterritorial demons. God knows nothing, and ghosts don't know." Hu Yu understood now. Simply put, this corpse is an enhanced version of the door handle of the hometown. If it is used well, it can be a surprise weapon. Think about it. One day when the great Xia dynasty launched an attack on the extraterritorial demons, everyone fought back and forth. Nothing special. But the next moment, a group of human beings came from the hometown of the extraterritorial demons. Who can withstand this? However, since it is a surprise weapon, it cannot be used casually. If the existence of the extraterritorial demons is discovered by the existence of this passage, the other party will definitely be on guard. So, almost no one uses this passage? Hu Yu wondered. Is it broken? It shouldn't be. Xia Yilian responded helplessly. I have come to maintain this passage several times, and I have confirmed that it can lead directly to the bottom of the barrier. During this period, I have also brought people from other dynasties, and there has never been such a problem. That's strange. Judging from the reaction of the corpse just now, the other party does not seem to attack indiscriminately. He did not attack Xia Yilian, nor did he attack Xiao Zixu. He had just finished bowing, and the other party came straight to his face. The whole process was so smooth. Unless Xia Yilian suddenly spoke, and there was a hint of suspicion in her eyes when she looked at Hu Yu. You are a demon from outside the domain. After saying this, Hu Yu was stunned, and then laughed. If I were a demon from outside the domain, do you think you would come here alive? You are kidding. That's 6 Emperor-level combat forces. If Hu Yu is really a demon from outside the domain, when Xia Yilian enters the territory of Tu Wanshi, Hu Yu and his men will naturally go all out. As long as Xia Yilian, the Emperor of Xia, is killed, the entire great Xia dynasty will be in the hands of the demon from outside the domain. Of course I know. It's just my guess. Xia Yilian explained with a wry smile. This senior died because of the extraterritorial demon. And he broke through to the Emperor before he died. Even though he has been dead for so many years, he may still feel resentment towards the extraterritorial demon. And it is not strange for him to attack. I believe you are certainly not an extraterritorial demon. Forget it. Let's not talk about this, since it has been controlled. Let's hurry up. After that, Xiao Yilian activated the space crack. A crack suddenly appeared in front of everyone. As Xiao Yilian stepped into the crack, Hu Yu also gave Xiao Zixu a look, signaling her to follow. After both of them entered the space crack, Hu Yu flashed into the space crack and casually released the Emperor's corpse. In an instant, the space crack healed as before. The Emperor's corpse floated in the void. Looking at the place where the space crack healed, his lips moved up and down, as if saying something. Unfortunately, in the void, there are no other creatures nearby. So naturally, they can't detect what he said. Outside the extraterritorial demon realm, the three of them passed through the space crack. And when they opened their eyes, they came to the space barrier built by the extraterritorial demon. It was just as Hu Yu guessed. Laymen watched the excitement, and experts watched the doorway. Others may not be able to see the difference, but Hu Yu can see the difference between the two space barriers at a glance. This space barrier is indeed different from the one in the Great Xia dynasty. The difference between the two is like a $5 plastic glass dial and a $5 million sapphire glass dial. They all look like transparent glass, but their hardness and material are completely different. The former, he could easily cut a passage without being discovered by the builder. But this one, not to mention not being discovered, even cutting a passage is impossible. The feeling of this space barrier is just like the barrier outside the solar system. But if you compare these two, they are all sapphire glass. One is the glass on a 5 million watch, and the other is sapphire glass excavated tens of millions of years ago. Hu Yu could understand the former and figure out how the other party made it. But the barrier outside the solar system, even if Hu Yu has become a true god, it is difficult to understand the manufacturing principle of the barrier. That thing is like a barrier that does not exist in the world. How is it? Seeing Hu Yu standing outside the space barrier thinking for so long, Xiao Yilian immediately asked, "Are you sure?" Hu Yu also came back to his senses and shook his head. If you want to open that kind of hole, let alone whether it will be discovered by the Emperor of the extraterritorial demon, I can't even open a passage. Xiao Yilian's face suddenly changed. She didn't expect that after so much preparation, this would be the result in the end. But it's okay. As an emperor, she has her own way of adjusting her emotions. She took a deep breath, frowned and looked at Hu Yu. If that's the case, then forget it. Sorry to bother you. You don't need to worry too much about what happens next. If you are willing, you can continue to follow me to visit Xia. Wait. Seeing Xiao Yilian turning around to leave, Hu Yu spoke calmly. He looked at Xiao Yilian and asked, although there is no way to get in without being noticed, but I do have another way. I can go in directly, but it will be a little risky. The light in Xiao Yilian's eyes was reawakened. You say? Hu Yu slowly approached the space barrier, raised his hand and knocked twice, making a few soft sounds. I can't open the barrier without anyone noticing, but I have a way to make the entire barrier disappear. For Hu Yu, this matter is too simple. This is not the barrier outside the solar system. It is an existence that has already transcended all of Hu Yu's current cognition. Even the system can't pop up a panel for it. But this, when Hu Yu saw it, the panel information about this barrier had already popped up in his eyes. Name, Space Barrier Level, Tao Level. Effect 1, Just Leave, Do Not Enter. Effect 2, Prevent all space and time fluctuations that are not higher than the Tao level, and counter them. Note, hey! What do you see this turtle shell doing? Tao level, that is. The Emperor level often mentioned by Xiao Yilian and others. Now that such a detailed description has appeared, it is naturally simple for Hu Yu to put it into the space. But, helping others? Naturally. It has to be more complicated. As for the side effects of doing this, alas! Accompanied by a sigh, Xiao Zixu next to him turned his head and looked at him, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. This guy is trying to fool people again. Hu Yu looked at Xiao Yilian with a bitter face. You should know once this barrier disappears, the other party will send something here. So for me, destroying such a space barrier will also cost a lot. I know. Of course I know. If this entire barrier disappears, let alone the Emperor of the extraterritorial demons, every extraterritorial demon will know what happened. But who would not agree to this? That is the space barrier created by the Emperor of the extraterritorial demons. If the barrier disappears, those extraterritorial demons will naturally lose a bit of support. At this time, if we can unite the human forces of other dynasties and counterattack the extraterritorial demons from here, then it will be a piece of cake. Brother Yu. Xia Yilian no longer called Hu Yu by his name, and immediately addressed him as brother. Let's not talk about whether you can save my ancestor, as long as you can destroy this space barrier. The piece of Emperor crystal in my hand will be yours in the future. It's a deal. Hu Yu naturally knew what the extraterritorial demon space barrier meant. Originally, he was planning to wait for a good price, to see what conditions the other party could offer. Unexpectedly, this guy took out the Emperor crystal directly. What kind of conditions are there? Just do it. Put the Emperor crystal in your pocket first. Hu Yu raised his hand and placed it on the barrier. With a thought, he uttered a word. Collect. As soon as the word fell, the entire barrier disappeared. Xia Yilian's expected expression froze. So simple. It doesn't seem like there will be any price to pay. Chapter 553, The Three Emperors from the Outer Realm. No time to think. When the barrier disappeared, the surrounding outer demons, whether they were in the territory or fighting against humans in the void, all focused their attention on the barrier. It was the same as the barrier set up by the human race. This barrier was a barrier for the outer demons in the territory. With the barrier, even if the two sides fought each other in the war outside, the outer demons behind the barrier could still be safe. For the extraterritorial demons outside the barrier, this barrier is a life or death situation. With the barrier, everyone knows that no matter how badly they are injured, as long as they get close to the barrier, they can leave the battlefield at any time. More importantly, this barrier symbolizes an emperor. As long as the barrier is there, the emperor is there. In this war, the human race can never win, unless an emperor also appears in the human race, or the emperor disappears. Now that the barrier has disappeared, both of these situations are possible. Big event. This is absolutely a big event. Those demigods, that is, the king-level figures on the human side, rush to the barrier at their fastest speed, fearing that something might go wrong. However, some pseudo-god-level figures can only move forward. Identity and status determine their completely different paths in the future. One is to return to their homeland, find the reason, and perhaps find a way to protect themselves in the first place. The other is to charge forward. They can only keep their heads down and move forward, even if they have to give up their own strength and status that they have spent hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years to gain, in exchange for a glimmer of hope for the survival of their race. This kind of sadness is the same as the countless geniuses of the human race who have ascended to the Tao for tens of millions of years, but can only become one of the heavenly soldiers who encircle and suppress Sun Wukong. As for the emperors of the extraterritorial demons, before the emperors of the Great Xia dynasty took action, they were naturally active in the territory, and would not rashly join the war. Now that the barrier set by the emperor has disappeared, those emperors are more cautious about their lives. Before the emperors of the Great Xia dynasty took action, they obviously would not take action. Hu Yu and others sneaked into the territory of the extraterritorial demons as soon as possible, in order not to cause some unnecessary trouble. They did not even choose to use the space tunnel, but simply used the speed of their physical bodies to travel, flying all the way to the war camp set up by the extraterritorial demons in the territory. Wait. Hu Yu followed Xia Yilian all the way to the war camp, but still couldn't help asking, are we just going to rush in like this? At least make a disguise. Disguise? Xia Yilian asked in confusion, turning to look at Hu Yu. What kind of disguise? Hu Yu was about to answer, but he had seen the foreign demons and demigods rushing towards the territory, who were different from him. You wouldn't know until you saw them, and you would be shocked. These so-called foreign demons were not angels, but humans, people who looked exactly like them. This was not the first time he had seen foreign demons. Previously, he had seen the corpse of a foreign demon in the gift that Tu Xiaoxiao was preparing to give to Tu Wanshi. The corpse also looked like a human, but it was just a birthday gift. You know what I mean. Hu Yu thought it was a special case among the foreign demons, such as a hybrid of human and foreign demon, or a foreign demon spy disguised as a human. But now, it seems that these demigods of the outer demons are also in human form, and this form seems to be their original form. You think, the barrier created by the emperor level disappears, and these demigods naturally have only one possibility left, which is to escape. In such a critical situation, who would care about their own image? Even if they are disguised, they should withdraw and dive towards the barrier with all their strength. It is no wonder that Xia Yilian did not disguise herself. Everyone is the same. Why disguise as a mantis shrimp? But why are they the same? Hu Yu frowned, his eyes full of confusion. Those who entered the Blue Star before, weren't they all big moths with big eyes and wings? Forget it. Let's observe it again. Hu Yu turned his head and exchanged glances with Xiao Zissou, and then continued to follow Xia Yilian to fly towards the outer demon territory. As he gradually went deeper into the outer demon territory, the number of outer demons that could be seen with the naked eye increased. Hu Yu's doubts gradually deepened. People, all of them, in the battle camp of the extraterritorial demons, from the Emperor to the pseudo-saints, all of them were humanoid. Xia Yilian seemed to have been prepared, and directly released the saint-level aura, and then immediately took Hu Yu and the others to blend in. Don't talk. Follow me. Seeing this, Hu Yu and the others also learned from Xia Yilian, disguised as saint-level aura, and blended in with those saint-level extraterritorial demons. According to the realm of the three of them, unless there is an emperor with the same level of detection skills, or an extraterritorial demon like Hu Yu, who has a panel of all things, or the emperor himself. Otherwise the disguise of the three will be perfect. After the three of them mixed into the saint-level group, they kept following the saint-level activities, and soon they were like cannon fodder, and were arranged by some pseudo-gods to the position where the barrier was originally located. Once the human race launches a large-scale attack, or the emperor takes action, they will be the first batch of ants to be destroyed. Is this your plan? Hu Yu lowered his voice and asked Xia Yilian next to him. At this time, using mental power to communicate will easily expose him to the emperor realm or other emperors who are good at mental power. It is better to ask in a low voice. Of course not. Xia Yilian also lowered her voice and responded, just wait and see. At most no more than an hour, we will be transferred back to the country. Hu Yu's head was full of question marks, and he obviously didn't believe what Xia Yilian said. Although the saints are cannon fodder in this kind of battlefield, there is no reason to let the cannon fodder leave. If they leave, will those pseudo-gods and demigods be the cannon fodder? Buzz, accompanied by a buzzing sound. Two emperors' auras descended at the same time. Hu Yu and Xiao Zissou subconsciously turned their heads to look behind them, and saw two emperors of the outer demons, a man and a woman, coming to the battlefield, overlooking everything happening in front of them, especially looking at the place where the barrier was originally located. What should we do? The male outer demon turned his head and looked at the woman. His eyes were full of panic, and his tone was like asking, more like asking for opinions. From this point of view alone, the strength and status of the female emperor should be higher than that of the male emperor. The female emperor glanced at the empty area in front of her, and after a few breaths of silence, she issued the first order. All those below the king, listen to my order. I don't care what you do, no matter what price you pay. You must ensure that there are no human beings within 100 light years of the barrier. Yes. With a chorus of responses, all the tribesmen below the demigod level in the extraterritorial demon tribe responded, like hungry locusts, and all rushed out. At the same time, including Hu Yu and the other two who were trapped in the holy extraterritorial demon. Hu Yu's face was stiff, and he turned to look at Xia Yilian. Is this your plan? Xia Yilian's pretty face flushed slightly, and she obviously didn't expect this situation to happen. However, she still said with a stiff upper lip, ahem. This is just part of my plan. Watch my eyes later, and follow me in whatever I do. Hu Yu and Xiao Zissou had no choice. Things have come to this point. What else can we do? Just keep following. As the holy army of the extraterritorial demons rushed into the void zone, before long, a group of great witches came to kill them. The great witches are all at the level of pseudo-gods. Let alone a group, even one, is not something these holy level extraterritorial demons can contend with. But Xia Yilian pretended to be a hero, and rushed forward, while still muttering something in her mouth. Kill! Hu Yu and the other man looked at each other, and had no choice but to follow, repeating the slogan of the extraterritorial demons weakly. Kill! Anyway, these great witches couldn't hurt them. At worst, my identity would be exposed. I would end my stealth and return directly to the great Xia dynasty. This trip would be worthwhile. Anyway, I have already got the Emperor Crystal. Boom! A golden light bloomed in front of my eyes. Hu Yu subconsciously narrowed his eyes slightly, looking forward with some confusion. I saw that Xia Ilian's aura instantly broke through from the saint level to the pseudogod level, which is the corresponding Great Witch level. She fought a few moves with the two Great Witches closest to her, then pretended to be defeated, and fell backwards while cutting off one of her arms. The next moment, a space crack suddenly appeared, and directly teleported the injured Xia Ilian back. Is this a move by the extraterritorial demon? I understand. Now Hu Yu understands what Xia Ilian is up to. First, she disguised herself as an ordinary saint level, and then broke through after being injured in the battle with the human race. What does this mean? It means that this is a talent. As long as the high-level officials of the extraterritorial demon find out, they will definitely keep this combat power. A saint level is cannon fodder, but a false god, even if it is a stronger cannon fodder, will not be wasted in vain in the sprint of such saint-level cannon fodder. At that time, they can enter the extraterritorial demon territory with glory as wounded. Anyway, as long as those who rescue people are not emperors who are proficient in exploration, their identities will not be exposed. This method can barely work. The two looked at each other, and immediately went in two different directions to find their own partners. In less than 30 seconds, two golden lights exploded in the group of extraterritorial demons. Two pseudogods were born. The saints of the extraterritorial demons looked at them, and they were almost numb. This pseudo-saint, is it so easy to break through? As Hu Yu fell into the space crack, the surrounding environment suddenly became quiet. In addition to some sporadic wailing, there was also a calm voice that slowly sounded from his ears. Don't worry, you are safe. Hu Yu subconsciously looked in the direction where the voice came from. Just one glance, he was stunned on the spot. Emperor. In addition to the two emperors just now, the third emperor. And on the panel that popped up above the other party's head, there was a skill marked. True God level soul control. Chapter 554. Don't use moral kidnapping. We have no morals. Soul? No need to think. This thing must be related to the soul. It's fine that the body of this extraterritorial demon is similar to that of humans, but this soul can't be related to humans. Right? If this person comes into close contact with her, she might find some clues, and then something might happen. Hu frowned slightly, and immediately turned to look at Xiao Zissou. With a tacit understanding between the two, she saw what Hu Yu had found out after just a glance. One of the problems that the two were worried about before has appeared. Their identities are at risk of being exposed. Slipping away, Xiao Zissou immediately planned to move closer to where Hu Yu was. But before she could move, Hu Yu gave her another look. Danger. Act according to the situation. If you can escape, it's better to run. Don't worry about him. Xiao Zissou frowned slightly, and saw a woman in a dark purple gown slowly walking towards Hu Yu. If I guess correctly, the danger Hu Yu sensed should be related to this woman. Emperor. Another emperor. At this time, 3 emperors of the outer demons have gathered in this place. If you force a breakout, you can only fight 50 to 50. Others don't know. But she knows. The 4 emperors sealed in Hu Yu's space barrier are only good-looking but useless. He can't release these 4 to fight no matter what. If the 4 are released in the territory of the outer demon, it is unclear whether they are enemies or friends. We have to think of a way. Xiao Zissou turned her head, and after searching for a while, she looked at Xia Ilian, who was looking here at the same time. A flash of inspiration suddenly exploded in her mind. I got away. Cough, cough, cough. Hu Yu kept coughing, as if he was going to cough out his lungs. Even though it was like this, he still forced himself to get off the bed, as if he wanted to salute the emperor in front of him. There is no way. Hu Yu has only a limited understanding of the civilization of the extraterritorial demons. All his knowledge comes from the civilization of the Great Xia dynasty. He has no idea how the pseudogod will react when he sees the emperor of the extraterritorial demons. And he has no idea who the purple-clothed emperor in front of him is. Although the panel says that the other party's title is the Heavenly Soul Emperor, he cannot rashly call him that without knowing the specific situation. No need to be polite. The purple-clothed emperor said calmly, and she raised her hand casually. And a force supported Hu Yu and put him back on the bed. Her figure flashed, and her palm had already landed on Hu Yu's forehead. Don't. As soon as the word came out, Hu Yu was ready to take action. As long as the opponent made any unusual movements, he would take action at the first time and forcibly kill him on the spot. Killing 1 emperor. There would only be 2 emperors left of the extraterritorial demons. Even if his identity was exposed, he would have a way out. Whether it was going deep into the territory of the extraterritorial demons, or retreating back to the Great Xia dynasty. They would be under his control. Xiao Zissou in the distance was also prepared for the same thing. As long as Hu Yu took action, she would immediately send a signal to Xia Yilian not far away. One was responsible for strangling the extraterritorial demons in the injured area, and the other was responsible for blocking the nearby space to ensure that in a short period of time, the news of the Emperor's death would not spread. At a critical moment, just as Hu Yu was about to take action, a trembling voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Emperor, Emperor, why are you here? The Purple Emperor's mind was trembling. The fear that came from the depths of her soul could not be faked no matter what. She looked at Hu Yu, and her body softened, as if she would kneel down on the ground in the next moment. Luckily, Hu Yu reacted in time, and immediately urged his mind to respond to the Purple Emperor. Don't reveal my identity. Yes, the Purple Emperor replied, and immediately stood up, but his hand trembled and withdrew from Hu Yu's forehead, like a humble servant who dared not offend the majesty of his master. What on earth is going on? Hu Yu frowned slightly, and couldn't help but think of the names those big moths called him at that time. They seemed to call him Emperor. But isn't Emperor just a name for the true God? Why would this purple-robed Emperor call himself Emperor? Could it be that the title of Emperor has other meanings? In any case, let's leave this place of trouble first. The purple-robed Emperor might make a mistake. What if other emperors reveal his identity? Last time, the vest fell off so quickly, Hu Yu was also frightened, and didn't dare to mess around. He immediately said to the purple-robed Emperor, "Don't reveal my identity, let us leave after the treatment." Yes, the purple-robed Emperor responded, but also caught the key words in Hu Yu's words. We means. Seeing the confusion in the eyes of the purple-clothed Emperor, Hu Yu did not want to explain, but just urged him. Hurry up. Yes, sir. The purple-clothed patient heard these two words, and did not dare to delay any longer. He immediately stood up and lowered his voice to look at the other wounded. Okay. These people will be sent back to the hinterland. No need for treatment. As you wish. Respected Tianhun Emperor. A king spoke, waved his hand, and urged the power of space to take Hu Yu and others away from the battlefield and to a nearby planet. When Hu Yu came to this planet, he finally understood what those big fluttering moths were about. A dazzling array of big fluttering moths were piled up near the planet, like a planetary belt around the planet. More like a living spaceship. Almost every demon from outside the domain had a big fluttering moth, either a saint or a pseudo-god. There were almost no big fluttering moths above the level of demigod in the sky. Those demons from outside the domain came to stand on the big fluttering moths, and used them as spaceships to operate them to go somewhere else. The wounded just now were naturally not among them. Some slightly weaker extraterritorial demons entered the scene, and began to classify the wounded into different categories, and receive different treatment methods. Because the injuries pretended by Hu Yu and others were similar, they were naturally divided into a treatment area. As the three of them gathered together, Xiao Zissou immediately asked Hu Yu, "Just now, what happened?" "It's just a little episode, it's not important." Hu Yu responded calmly, but Xiao Zissou knew that this little episode was probably not very simple. The reason why he said this was purely because Xia Yilian was still beside him. It was not easy to say more, and he would ask when the two were alone. The important thing now is, Hu Yu turned to look at Xia Yilian. "We have entered the heartland of the extraterritorial demons. What are you going to do? Do you even need to ask?" Xia Yilian didn't seem to notice the strangeness of Hu Yu and the others, and was only focused on sneaking into the territory of the extraterritorial demons. It's not easy to get deep into the local base camp. Of course we will just start killing. Aren't you afraid of exposing your identity? Hu Yu asked doubtfully. Exposure. It must be exposed. But as long as we don't expose our identity as emperors, isn't it okay? Xia Yilian responded calmly, raised her hand and pointed at the three people 3 times. What if the three of us are just great witches? Or kings? What if we are exposed at that time? The worst that can happen is that we will be chased by a group of kings. Hu Yu was speechless. I have to say, this woman is really cruel. She can even think of such a method. I am afraid that when a group of kings chase them, when there is no one around, the group of kings will be swallowed alive by the 3 great white sharks. Let alone the kings, even if there are 2 or 3 emperors, their lineup can handle it. It's feasible. Hu Yu said 2 words calmly. But for the sake of caution, he would not put himself and Xiao Zissou in danger. After he replied, he added, but according to the combat power here, One king should be enough to kill them all. Right? What do you mean? Xia Yilian turned to look at Hu Yu. You won't take action? To be precise, neither of us will take action. Hu Yu's expression was indifferent. And he said, as a matter of course, according to the deal, we are just here to help you find someone. Which does not mean we have to kill people with you. The risk factor is too high. We won't take the risk. You. Xia Yilian raised her hand and pointed at Hu Yu and the other two. But in the end, she could only frown and say, are you still human? Facing these extraterritorial demons, you are unwilling to take action? You don't need to morally blackmail us. Hu Yu glanced at Xia Yilian. We don't have any morals. There are two ways now. Either you take action yourself, and we watch the battle from the sidelines. At most, we will accompany you to be chased for a while. Or, we go home now. Anyway, the extraterritorial demons have not set up any barriers at present. It is better to return to the human race than to enter the heartland of the foreign demons. You are so cruel. Xia Yilian naturally knew that, except for this time, she would probably find it difficult to find such a good opportunity as the one in front of her. Leave, you must not leave. Now there is such a good opportunity to cut off the retreat of the foreign demons, you must try it no matter what. Kill. Kill by yourself. Even if these two people don't take action, they should not stand by and watch. Try it. With a thought, Xia Yilian's aura suddenly rose. From the originally shaky pseudo-god realm, she transformed directly and turned into a peaked demigod. She did not use the pupil technique, but drew a thin sword from the space, raised her hand, and slashed it. One sword. The leader of the team fell immediately. Another sword. The entire planet turned into debris. Those extraterritorial demons, who were healing on the planet, were naturally shattered by the sword energy. As for Hu Yu and Xiao Zissou, they were naturally hidden in the space barrier under the cover of the sword energy. Just right. Xiao Zissou also took this opportunity to turn around and look at Hu Yu. Just now. What happened? I don't know. Hu Yu forced a bitter smile. That emperor mistook me for their emperor. Xiao Zissou? Chapter 555. I finally caught you. Xiao Zissou was silent for a while. After confirming that Hu Yu was not joking, her eyes were full of curiosity. She approached him and asked, tell me the truth, did you fool the emperor? Please. Hu Yu had no choice but to force a bitter smile. I just said a few words to the emperor, how could I fool him? That's the word spirit. Xiao Zissou frowned and analyzed. Your word spirit level has reached the level of a true god. There should be a chance to affect the other party. That's right. Hu Yu shrugged helplessly. But I really didn't. That's strange. Xiao Zissou came up, raised his hand, and poked Hu Yu's head. You look like a human, how could they? Wait. Xiao Zissou seemed to have thought of something. Is it that one emperor who thinks so? Or, do all the other emperors think so? I don't know. I can't ask other emperors. Hu Yu looked at Xiao Zissou's expression and asked, have you thought of something? Have you ever thought of a question? Xiao Zissou's expression gradually became serious. If the purple-clothed emperor just now can recognize you as the emperor of the outer demon, then what about other outer demons? Or other outer demon emperors? Suppose more than half of the outer demon emperors think you are their emperor. Then wouldn't that be? Xiao Zissou didn't finish her words. But Hu Yu knew what she meant. If there was only one emperor, it might be a misjudgment. Hu Yu didn't have many advantages to take advantage of. It was nothing more than hiding his identity, or impersonating the emperor's identity, to assign that emperor to do something. But if several emperors of the outer demons recognized him as the so-called emperor, then why should he hide his identity? Just show your cards. No more pretending. All come and pay homage to me. The problem now is, I was recognized as the so-called emperor. What was the reason? How many emperors of the outer demons would recognize him as the emperor? And the emperor of the outer demons. Is he the emperor, or does he admit that he is the emperor? All these need to be tested slowly. No hurry. Buzz. Accompanied by a wave of space fluctuations. Hu Yu knew that Xia Yilian was sending a signal. The extraterritorial demons outside had been dealt with almost completely, and she was about to escape. So she asked Hu Yu and others to follow her. If Hu Yu could confirm or clarify the reason why the emperor recognized him as the emperor, then he would not care, and would just ignore Xia Yilian and stay here to clean up the mess. But now he didn't know. We are all human, so it's better to act in unison. Hu Yu flashed and directly pulled Xia Yilian into the space barrier he had built, and at the same time pulled her and Xiao Zissou, and appeared 9 light years away in one move. Just kidding. If Xiaolian really ran away by herself, who knows when she would be able to run away? But the distance of 9 light years is still not safe. A void zone is hundreds of light years away. To be on the safe side, it is better to move a little further. Hu took the two of them and hid in the space barrier, constantly moving in space. It was just a matter of thought, and it didn't take much effort. He looked at Xiaolian and asked in confusion, "Tell me, where might your ancestors be? Don't tell me you have prepared so much. You don't even know this. And you want us to find it ourselves in this vast galaxy?" "Of course not," Xiaolian replied, and casually took out a dark purple jade ring. "This ring is my ancestor's personal belongings. As long as we are within 100 light years of the ancestor, it will emit a faint light to remind us that we are almost there. The closer the ring is to the ancestor, the stronger the light will be." "Tell me again, how many light years?" Hu pondered for a few breaths and asked Xiaolian in confusion. 100 light years. "Do you know how big 100 light years is? Just let me find someone there. Why don't you let me find a grain of gold sand in the desert?" Xiaolian seemed to know how small this possibility was. After being yelled at by Hu, she had no temper and had to lower her head and said, "To be precise, it should be 900 light years." 900 is also 100. "I'll give you 100. Hu was about to burst out, but fortunately Xiao Zisa next to him stopped him. She looked at Xiaolian and asked in confusion, "Even if it is 900 light years, it doesn't seem to be very big in the galaxy ruled by the extraterritorial demons. Apart from this ring, do you have any clues or methods?" "No method. But there is a clue." Xiaolian frowned and said, "The place where the ancestor was suspected to have fallen was near the main star of the extraterritorial demons. If the extraterritorial demons imprisoned him, it is likely that he was also near the main star. After all, he is a top emperor of his generation, and necessary defensive measures must be taken." Main star. Hu read out the two words, and there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. "If we were to ask where there are the most extraterritorial demons and emperor extraterritorial demons, it would naturally be on this main star. If we can enter the main star, the experiment of testing the suitability of the vest can be put on the agenda. However, there is still one thing: the emperor of the extraterritorial demons. If he is also on the main star, wouldn't everyone be walking into a trap?" Xiaolian saw Hu's doubts, and immediately explained with a smile, "Don't worry, at present, the combat power of our 6 emperors can wander around the extraterritorial demons. Since Emperor Yu joined the game, killed the 3 emperors, and severely damaged the emperor of the demons, the extraterritorial demons, like the Great Yu dynasty, have fallen into a long period of recuperation. In addition, there are some emperors who will attack later. The emperor is not prominent, and the extraterritorial demons are also in a state of being leaderless. The current situation of the extraterritorial demons is not much different from that of the human race. They are also divided into 3 dynasties, namely the Tianhan dynasty that fights against the Great Xia dynasty, the Qianyu dynasty that fights against the Great Qin dynasty, and the Tianyuan dynasty that fights against the Great Shang dynasty. The 3 dynasties guard 3 territories respectively, and constantly send soldiers invaded the human race. And each dynasty also had 3 emperor-level combat forces. The purple-clothed emperor just now is the strongest in the Tianhan dynasty. Tianhan emperor is best at soul-related attack, defense, and detection." Xiaolian looked at Hu, her eyes full of surprise. "Speaking of which, I still can't tell. Brother Yu, your concealment technique can actually escape her detection. You are really good. If possible." "No." Hu looked at Xiaolian's appearance and knew what she wanted to do. "It's nothing more than exchanging the concealment technique. This is simple. He can actually tell her the conditions of the concealment technique without any conditions. As long as someone can make Tianhan emperor, one of the rulers of the 3 dynasties, call him emperor, then this concealment technique will be considered completed. However, he is still too kind and is unwilling to tell others about such a thing that pokes people's lungs. You can't learn this method," Hu said calmly. He continued to jump in space, and did not forget to ask Xiaolian, "So, the main star you mentioned is now in which dynasty?" "Qianyu dynasty." Xiaolian uttered 4 words, and then took out a star map from the small space he carried with him. "If you don't use the teleportation array, the Qianyu dynasty is about 3,000 light years away from the Tianhan dynasty." "Buzz!" Hu braked and stopped the space transfer directly. "More than 3,000 light years. It's still about. Although this space transfer doesn't take much time. It actually consumes Hu Yu's mental power. A space transfer of 9 light years will probably consume 1% of his mental power. After continuously moving for 900 light years, the mental power is exhausted. If you want to move again, you have to replenish it before continuing. Don't say that this is the lair of the extraterritorial demons. They have Xiaolian who just slaughtered the wounded next to them. If this is discovered by other extraterritorial demons, Hu Yu, who has exhausted his mental power, is almost the same as a pig that will resist. Go to the teleportation array. Hu Yu said calmly, find the nearest teleportation array. But Xiaolian frowned and responded, my disguise skills are far inferior to yours. If the Emperor approaches, the infiltration will fail. Don't worry. Hu Yu immediately patted his chest, I'll protect you. It's okay. At least in the Tianhun dynasty. It will be fine. Now that the strongest fighting force of the Tianhun dynasty has recognized his identity as the Emperor, at least they can walk sideways in the Tianhun dynasty. As for what to do in the Tianyu dynasty, we'll talk about it when the time comes. It's much better than the method of exhausting one's mental power for 3 rounds to reach the destination. Hearing Hu Yu say this, Xiaolian had to agree. Hu Yu found the nearest planet, and appeared in a corner of the street with the two of them. It was not known whether it was an illusion or something else. The architectural style of this extraterritorial demon, and the living habits of the people on the planet, were more like the human race that Hu Yu was familiar with. High-rise buildings, and the extraterritorial demons of different levels were engaged in different careers, working hard for their livelihoods. The only difference was that the extraterritorial demons here worked overtime more intensely. The human race was 996, and they were directly 007. Even the weakest extraterritorial demons were at the epic level or above. An epic extraterritorial demon was like a machine, and it did not need to rest at all. It only needed to replenish some energy, and it could work all year round until retirement. If there was retirement here, Hu Yu could not help but feel pity in his eyes. Just as everyone went out of the street and planned to find the portal, a heavy voice suddenly sounded. Still running. Finally I caught you. Chapter 556 Your brother should be here soon. Hu Yu suddenly turned around, looking at the man behind him, his brows immediately frowned. A strong man with a beard stood behind him, with a look of joy between his eyebrows, and many people who were familiar with him gathered around him. The bearded man raised his hand and placed it on his shoulder, and pointed at the tip of Hu Yu's nose with his other hand. Boy, don't you like to hide? Come on! Come with us! As he said that, the man was about to pull Hu Yu away. As for Xiao Zissou and Xiaolian, they didn't seem to be in their target. The two of them were also confused when they saw this. The reason is simple. Weak. Too weak. The grade of this group of extraterritorial demons led by the bearded man is only around epic, and there are some perfect grades among them. If the extraterritorial demons really found something, they shouldn't send these cannon fodders out to die. There may be some hidden secrets in this. Hu Yu turned his head and glanced at the two women, and the mental fluctuations were immediately transmitted to their brains. Waiting for an opportunity, the two girls looked at each other, and pretended not to know Hu Yu, and left the crowd, hiding in the surroundings. As for Hu Yu, naturally, he followed them all the way to a perfect double-winged angel, and was pushed into the car. If it were any other situation, Hu Yu would not mess around with this group of cannon fodder, and a casual mental control would be enough to make them leave obediently. But the problem is, they seem to have really mistaken themselves for someone. Whether it's mind reading, or the panel, nothing was found to be wrong. You know, what he is using now is his own face. Is there anyone else here who looks like him? If you encounter such a thing, you have to take a look. It won't take much time anyway. And you can also look for the transmission device on this planet. I say. Just as Hu Yu was observing the city landscape below him, the bearded man beside him came over directly, said with a slightly puzzled tone, Where have you been these days? Brothers have been looking for you so hard. This. Hu Yu looked at the name on the bearded man's panel, and said calmly, Brother Wang Sheng, I am also forced to do this, but I am not deliberately making things difficult for the brothers. Bang! The bearded man raised his hand and punched, directly hitting Hu Yu's abdomen. Fortunately, Hu Yu reacted quickly. He immediately removed all his own defenses, and also reduced his physical strength to only the elite level. Otherwise, if this punch hits hard, the entire planet will be directly destroyed by more than 25% due to the backlash effect caused by the greedy series of equipment. Puff! Hu Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, curled up, like a shrimp, and didn't dare to say another word. Brother Wang Sheng? You can't call me by my name, Wang Shen said, stepping on the back of Hu Yu's hand, grabbing his hair, and whispering in his ear, boy, you'd better be honest. Pay your debts and pay your lives. This is only natural. If you still don't behave, don't forget. Your sister is in our hands. Sister? Hu Yu felt an ant jumping on his body, and he just found it interesting. He was more and more curious about what the guy who looked like him had done. As the double-winged angel drove, everyone soon arrived at a corner of the city. Judging from the architectural style of the extraterritorial demon, this should be a factory. It's true. No matter what civilization, they all like to do this kind of thing in such a fanatical and tough place. Hu Yu was pushed all the way into the factory. As soon as he entered the factory, a bald legendary extraterritorial demon was already crossing his legs, holding something like a cigarette in his hand and putting it in his mouth. After taking a puff, he inhaled all the smoke into his body. Hu Yu was curious, and took a look at it with the panel. That thing was similar to cigarettes, but it was not addictive, and it would have a certain effect on the spiritual level. It should be considered a petty bourgeoisie consumable. The surrounding environment was similar to what he imagined. This should be a place where some mechanical products were manufactured. There were rough men like the bearded men all around. It was that these extraterritorial demons did not care about tattoos. Otherwise, Hu Yu should have seen the tattoo culture of the extraterritorial demons at this time. In addition, there is another existence that is extremely inconsistent with the environment here. A little girl. From the panel, the little girl is only 9 years old. Whether it is the outer demon or the human race, she is considered to be a very young existence. But such a little girl is now locked in a metal cage, hanging high in the air. Under the metal cage, there is a huge brazier, and the flames in the brazier are boiling, constantly burning the metal cage, making it heat up. The little girl did not jump up and down, but she was wearing ragged clothes, curled up in a corner of the cage. Her eyes were lifeless like a doll, and she buried her head deep in her arms, as if she was unwilling to face the desperate scene in front of her. Yo! The bald legend snorted when he saw Hu Yu being pushed in. I thought you would hide forever. I didn't expect. You still have some backbone. Hearing this voice, the little girl curled up in the cage suddenly looked up. She saw Hu Yu in front of her at a glance, and spoke with a trembling voice. Brother, brother. As soon as the words fell, before Hu Yu even opened his mouth, the flame in the brazier turned into a fire snake, and suddenly rushed into the metal cage, and began to lick the little girl with its tongue of fire. It could have killed the little girl directly, but it still had to use a nearly torturous method to burn every inch of her skin. This method is no different from Ling Qi. The moment Hu Yu saw this scene, he clenched his fist. In this situation, any intelligent life with a little conscience will feel angry. At this moment, he didn't care about infiltrating or hiding. There was only one thought in his mind. Kill. Is it painful? Bald Legend was still provoking Hu Yu with words. He took a puff of cigarette and was about to speak. But the next moment, click, accompanied by a crisp sound. Except for him, all the men's heads around exploded. Blood mist exploded, and countless wails echoed in the factory. What? Why not explode the big head? Isn't this simple? Exploding the big head is just a moment of pain. After a moment, the pain will disappear. Right? But exploding the small head is different. Hu Yu gave each of them the ability to regenerate flesh and blood limited to the 3 inches below the lower abdomen, and set up a small space crack in the same place. As long as this space crack senses the presence of flesh and blood nearby, it will directly crush it. So, no matter what method these guys find later, whether it is reshaping, reinstalling, or changing their sexual orientation to become people who need a small head, as long as flesh and blood approach, this space crack will crush it, unless there is a being of the same level as Hu Yu, and who has a higher control over space than him, and finds this space crack. Otherwise, they will enjoy the pain just now every 3 days. The bald legend was stunned for a moment, and immediately controlled the fire snake to attack Hu Yu. However, Hu Yu kept him, not because of kindness, nor because of lack of ability, but he wanted to let this kind of person experience the pain suffered by the little girl. He just had a thought. The power of the fire snake suddenly rose to a higher level. From a legend, it became a pseudo-myth. However, the fire snake also turned around suddenly, and rushed directly to the bald man. At the moment it touched the bald man, Hu Yu gave him immortality and a space ban. which all fell on the bald man. The effect of this immortality was similar to the effect he had just given to the other rough men. It was also reborn after being damaged. But it also added a little different effect. For example, the rebirth speed, other people's rebirth speed is 3 days, but he only has 3 seconds. There is also the rebirth range. Other people only have a small head 3 inches below the lower abdomen, but he can cover the whole body. The space confinement turned into a cage, trapping the bald man and the fire snake in a cubic meter of space. The fire snake will constantly bite the other's skin, blood and flesh, regarding it as nutrients to continuously grow itself. And the bald man's immortal ability will continue to grow with the passage of time. According to this logic, the bald man will continue to grow in that space. From legend to the highest holy level, let him constantly fill with hope of escaping. And in this process, the fire snake will also upgrade its level by devouring his flesh and blood. The highest is also the holy level. This is like fishing a carrot in front of a stupid donkey, letting him always full of hope, but he can never bite the carrot. Punishment can be considered handled. Huyu waved his hand casually, and the little girl who was tied in the cage was also released by him. Just as he was about to step forward to rescue the little girl, the hope and joy in her eyes before all disappeared at this moment, and she curled up in a corner of the cage again, looking at Huyu in horror. You are not my brother. Who are you? Why are you pretending to be my brother? Huyu's mouth twitched. What you said? I don't think I've ever said, I am your brother. Right? The little girl was stunned for a moment, and nodded slowly. It seems so. But Huyu turned his head and looked behind him, and sensed that a creature was approaching. Your brother should be here soon. Chapter 557 Dow Level Destiny. Bang! As soon as the voice fell, the factory door opened. A young man in a gray sports suit, carrying a baseball bat in his hand, ran in Dusty. He looked around, and immediately raised the baseball bat in his hand, pointing at the men around him whose heads had just been blown off. Where's my sister? He roared. Those rough men had no time to pay attention to this little guy. Looking at the open door of salvation, they rushed out without thinking. Run! Even their boss is no match for that dead star. Even if they all go up now, it's just a delivery. Running away is their best and only choice. Huyu has already made a backup plan, and naturally he is not going to kill them all. Instead, he was more interested in the guy who just rushed in. Judging from the spatial fluctuations, he had been waiting in the distance before, and he should have been sure that the little girl was here. But after seeing Huyu coming in, he stopped at the door, observed for a while, and after hearing the wailing inside, he chose to rush in. Obviously, the scene inside was far beyond his imagination. Especially when Huyu turned his head and looked at him. The young man was obviously stunned. Originally, he just looked at him from a distance, vaguely saw some outlines, and thought Huyu was just someone who looked similar to him. Unexpectedly, they looked exactly the same. They were almost as if they were carved from the same mold. No wonder the little girl made the mistake. Even Huyu, who had been mentally prepared, was stunned for a moment. However, he was not attracted by the man's appearance, but by the boy's face. Name, Qin Shao. Gender, male. Age, 19. Skills, Dow Level Destiny. Proficient in physical fitness. Proficient in cold weapons. Ordinary mathematics. Ordinary physics. Ordinary chemistry. Personality, protective, cautious, and sentimental. Favorability, 10. Dow level. Under what circumstances, an ordinary foreign demon would have a Dow level skill? That corresponds to the Emperor level. Huyu rubbed his eyes, read it several times, confirmed that he was not mistaken, but could not help but fall into deep thought. There must be something wrong with this foreign demon. It's a big problem. Brother, the little girl explained, seeing two brothers appear at the same time, with a slightly surprised expression. Little sister. Qin Shao heard his sister's cry, and suddenly woke up from his meditation. He didn't think about it, and rushed over without hesitation, all the way to the little girl, looking her up and down. Are you okay? I'm fine. The little girl, that is. Qin Yi squeezed out a smile. She tugged at Qin Zhao's sleeve, pointed at Huyu. Brother, look. Hi. Huyu smiled and greeted the two siblings. Have you eaten? How about, eat something together? As soon as these words came out, both Qin Yi and Qin Zhao's stomachs made a slight sound. Even if there was no prompt on the panel, it was easy to imagine that, after such a big incident, both Qin Zhao and Qin Yi should not have eaten much. Or, they might not even have money to eat. No! Faced with temptation, Qin Zhao still refused. He immediately bowed to Hu Yu and said, "Thank you for saving my sister. If there is a chance, I will definitely repay you." As he said that, this guy wanted to escape. That's right. Suddenly seeing someone who looks exactly like you and can easily do things that you can't do, you will definitely have some emotions in your heart. Whether it is nervousness or fear, it is normal. Leaving first is naturally the best way. Hu Yu did not stop them, but smiled and said, "Okay. I hope there is this opportunity." Then he stepped aside to let the two siblings walk out. They had just walked out of the factory, and Xiao Zhisu and Xia Yilian came out through the space crack. "That person really looks like you." Xia Yilian spoke immediately, and did not forget to look at the backs of Qin Xiao and his sister. "Speaking of which, you are so curious about these two siblings. This face of yours, could it be your real appearance?" Indeed, Hu Yu had no intention of hiding his appearance, even if he started to quibble at this time. With Xia Yilian's mind, she could easily tell whether he was lying or not. He turned to look at Xia Yilian. "If you are not in a hurry, how about you accompany us?" Xia Yilian asked doubtfully. "What else do you want to do? Although this planet is not an important territory of the extraterritorial demons, we have been here for a long time. There is always a risk of being exposed. Are you still going to attack those two people?" "I won't do it. I just want to verify some things." Hu Yu didn't care what Xia Yilian thought. He took Xiao Zisu's hand and prepared to step into the space crack. "Come or not, it's up to you. I really find a partner like you. It's my bad luck." Xia Yilian cursed, but still didn't dare to leave Hu Yu and act alone, so she followed. As the three of them stepped into the space crack, a space crack suddenly appeared in front of them. Through the crack, they could clearly see the backs of Qin Xiao and the other person, and hear their conversation. "Brother, the older brother just said he wanted to treat us to a meal. Why didn't you agree?" Qin pouted, thinking about food, her mouth secreting saliva, her stomach empty, and feeling sour and astringent. "It's not that I don't agree, but that person," Qin Xiao said, frowning, "I think it's too dangerous." "Dangerous?" Qin still didn't understand, but he saved me. "Qin Xiao suddenly stopped, squatted in front of Qin, raised his hand and rubbed her head. "You have to remember one thing. In this world, not everyone who saves you is a good person, and will always treat you well. The person who saves you may hurt you more in the future. If you want to eat, brother will find a way for you. We don't have to rely on others. Okay?" "Yes." Qin nodded heavily. She looked up at Qin Xiao, her eyes full of trust and admiration. "I will listen to my brother. Be good." Qin Xiao rubbed Qin Yi's head and saw that no one was chasing him. He was not in a hurry to run away. He just held Qin Yi's hand and walked away. The two came to the most prosperous pedestrian street in the city and began to pick up garbage along the trash cans. They picked up bottles for more than an hour. During this time, he found some cardboard very skillfully, made it into a cart, and rushed to the waste collection station with these bottles. 15 copper coins. According to the currency value of the extraterritorial demons, this money is only enough for a medium bowl of noodles at most. Not even enough for a large bowl of noodles. The two little ones still took the money with them, rushed all the way to the noodle shop they were familiar with, handed the 15 copper coins to a fat man with a slightly broad body, and began to sit at the table and wait. Soon, the fat man with a broad body brought 2 bowls of rice, a pot of various vegetables, and a dozen meatballs piled up soup. The two little ones started to eat like crazy. A pot of meatball vegetable soup, 2 bowls of rice per person. It only took less than 15 minutes, and they finished it all. Hu Yu paid special attention to it, and the meatball vegetable soup was not on the menu of that small shop. I guess it should be the private dish that the boss left for the two little ones. After eating and drinking, the two little ones did not forget to clean the table for the boss, wash the dishes, and saw the boss busy, saying hello and leaving. I said. Xia Yilian really couldn't wait any longer. When they were following the two little ones just now, they had missed the portal 3 times. How long are you going to follow them? These two don't seem to have any problems. If you feel sorry for them, you can just adopt them. Adopt? Hu Yu asked in confusion. He thought that the human race and the outer demons were mortal enemies. So how could they be adopted? Yes. Xia Yilian said in confusion. Many people in the human race have adopted outer demons. As long as they are taught well, they will not degenerate in the future. Degenerate? This word was the first time that Hu Yu heard it. He was slightly stunned. In Xia Yilian's eyes, this stunned moment could represent many things. This time, plus the previous few times. A guess emerged in her mind, and she blurted out subconsciously, "You should be the first time to contact the outer demons." Right? That's right. Having said this, Hu no longer concealed it. Sure enough, when Xia Yilian heard this, her eyes immediately showed a hint of joy. She looked at the two and asked, "Which hidden organization are you from? Besides you two? No, 6. Does your organization have any emperors? Is it possible for us to cooperate?" Wait a minute. Hu stopped Xia Yilian, who was full of questions, and looked at Xia Yilian and asked, "Tell me what this alienation is all about." Alienation. Xia Yilian was about to speak, but as if she remembered something, she sighed and said, "Forget it, let's start from the beginning. Let me tell you. If this is your first time to encounter the extraterritorial demon, I think you won't understand even if I tell you directly. You have also discovered that the appearance of this extraterritorial demon is exactly the same as our human race. It's not because the creator of this universe is lazy, but this so-called extraterritorial demon is not originally an extraterritorial demon, but because of something from the human race, it has become an extraterritorial demon. It has become an extraterritorial demon." Hu Yu and Xiao Zissou were stunned. This reaction was also within Xia Yilian's expectations. She explained calmly, "This is actually a secret. Only after reaching the level above the king and undergoing the test can we know the cruel truth. The reason why the extraterritorial demons are called extraterritorial demons is just because we want to beautify the war between us." "So how did they become extraterritorial demons?" Hu Yu frowned and asked. "Because of one thing." Xia Yilian had a bitter smile in her eyes. "The reason why they became extraterritorial demons is because of one thing." "One thing. We cannot mention it, cannot imagine it, and cannot remember it until now. Even as an emperor, I cannot know what that thing is. Otherwise, I may be infected and become an extraterritorial demon." Chapter 558. Be good, call me daddy. Listening to Xia Yilian's description, Hu Yu and Xiao Zissou were full of questions. Just hearing that it can infect an emperor? That thing? How can it be so scary? But, listening to this description, it seemed similar to the first time Hu Yu and others encountered the strange egg. When they came into contact with the egg that had not yet hatched into gluttony, didn't they also have a similar experience of being infected by the group? It's just that the scope of influence of this group interference reached the emperor, and the way of influence was far beyond the two people's imagination. Although the two had some guesses in their minds, they couldn't speak at this moment. They just looked at each other, kept their doubts in their hearts, and continued to listen to Xia Yilian's description. "I have heard from my ancestors that it was unknown how many years ago that the first dynasty of the human race, the Xianyuan dynasty, entered the vast universe and began to expand and multiply crazily. In the first era, the Xianyuan dynasty spread across the entire Milky Way. In the second era, the 3 surrounding galaxies were all under the control of the Xianyuan dynasty. In the third era, the expansion speed of the Xianyuan dynasty reached an extremely terrifying level. Almost every 100 years, it would occupy a new galaxy, develop it, and control it throughout the process. At its peak, the Xianyuan dynasty controlled 49 galaxies. But even though it ruled 49 galaxies, the Xianyuan dynasty had never discovered an intelligent creature until, in today's Tianmo galaxy, someone discovered an egg. Egg? Hu Yu couldn't help but wonder. Eggs again! The 7 deadly sins were hatched with eggs, and the ones that broke into the solar system were also eggs, and even when the system distributed rewards, they were in the form of eggs. What does this egg mean? Well, eggs. Xia Yilian smiled bitterly. I only know the initial form of that thing, and then the egg was hatched by that person, and eventually became the source of the extraterritorial demons. As long as you touch, see, or even just hear, you will be affected by that source, and turn from an ordinary human into an extraterritorial demon. And the person who discovered and hatched that egg took 10 years, from an ordinary person, crossed several levels, and became an existence beyond the Emperor, which is now the only Emperor in the 49 galaxies. His name, like that source, is also classified as a taboo. Xia Yilian's eyes revealed a trace of fear. Wait! Hu Yu couldn't help but interrupt. He looked at Xia Yilian, his eyes full of confusion. According to what you said, this so-called extraterritorial demon is actually a human being. But for some reason, it is distinguished by the human race? Yes. Xia Yilian nodded, because of degeneration. So what is degeneration? I was just about to say. Xia Yilian raised her hand slightly, and a godhead belonging to her appeared in her palm. This godhead is different from the 7 deadly sins godhead controlled by Hu Yu. There is no trace of the nurturing of the divine fire in it. Instead, it is extremely pure, with only the breath that belongs to the witch. This is the crystal that can only be condensed by practicing witchcraft and reaching the level of an emperor. And this, Xia Yilian said, as she took out another godhead from the space, it is the crystal condensed by the outer demon emperor. Look! What's the difference? That is, the fallen version of the greedy godhead. There are still hundreds of fragments of the greedy godhead in Hu Yu's space. So naturally, he can tell the difference at the first time. Xiao Zixu also recognized it. Even if it was her. At this moment, she had to suppress the throbbing in her heart, and dared not show any expression, for fear that Xia Yilian would find something wrong. Xia Yilian saw that Hu Yu and the other man were silent, and just pretended that they didn't notice, and spoke calmly. This extraterritorial demon emperor cultivates by condensing the evil thoughts of other extraterritorial demons or humans. As their levels continue to rise, the evil thoughts will gradually settle in their bodies, and even in their souls. Once their bodies or souls can't bear such evil thoughts, they will degenerate. When the body degenerates, it will turn into a walking corpse, with only 2 instincts left, attacking and eating, and will not sleep or rest until death. When the soul degenerates, it will go to extremes and begin to devour evil thoughts without limit. At least it will cross 1 or 2 realms at a very fast speed, eventually causing the body to degenerate and pollute more. Humanity. Unfortunately, the Xianyuan dynasty's territory was too wide, and the predecessors did not realize the importance of the matter for a while, and only sent some kings to suppress it, thinking of rescuing it. But the result was that the extraterritorial demons began to expand wildly during the research. When things got out of control, the Xianyuan dynasty realized one thing: why these 49 galaxies could not even find a civilization of intelligent life. If we don't make a drastic move, the human race cannot bear such a loss. The emperor of the Xianyuan dynasty at that time immediately built a knot with his life. The world divided 9 galaxies from the 49 galaxies at that time, eliminated all the existences infected by evil thoughts, and put them in those 40 galaxies, and used great magical powers to seal all the objects and ideas that might transmit evil thoughts. These 40 galaxies have become the territory of the alien demons today, and the remaining 9 galaxies began to nurture our dynasties today. If you want to eradicate the alien demons, the only way is to wait. Wait until all the alien demons die of degeneration. We will no longer fight wars, and continue the glory of human civilization. This is also why, for countless epochs, we have chosen kings or quasi-kings with a stable Tao heart, and integrated into their own Tao to fight against the extraterritorial demons. In addition to accelerating the extinction of the extraterritorial demons, it also protects us from being polluted as much as possible, even if they are polluted by those extraterritorial demons. As emperors, we can use our status as the master of the Tao to kill them at the first time to avoid future troubles. As for why they are called extraterritorial demons, it is actually to protect the people from knowing the truth of the matter, to avoid being polluted by accident. After hearing this, Hu Yu fell into complete silence. If this is the case, then from a certain perspective, I am indeed an extraterritorial demon. Not only him, but also Lin Xiaoxiao, Octopus sister, and the 4 emperors locked up in my space are all extraterritorial demons. Only Xiao Zixu, she took another path to become a true god, so she is not an extraterritorial demon. But then again, isn't it said that extraterritorial demons are contagious? If I am an extraterritorial demon, then after being in contact with Xiao Zixu for so long, how come I didn't infect her and turn her into an extraterritorial demon? And which civilization is the source civilization mentioned by the Endless Holy Tower? Is it Xia Yilian and the others? Or extraterritorial demons? Who you can't tell. Really can't tell. After all, he came out directly from the Endless Holy Tower, and was not taken away by someone like the previous greedy. The current situation is really hard to explain. So that's it. Xiao Zixu's voice suddenly sounded. Let alone Hu Yu, she also fell into doubt and thought. But the current environment is not a good place to think about these things. Since we have already reached the territory of the extraterritorial demons, as long as we explore carefully, we should be able to find the answer. But the premise is, before finding the answer, Xia Yilian must not find any clues. Otherwise, it will be really difficult. Finding a chance to change the subject is the best way at present. She looked at Xia Yilian and frowned, Then how can we distinguish the difference between normal humans and alien demons? You can't just ask someone who looks like an alien demon to take out the crystal. Right? That's definitely not possible. Xia Alien replied with a smile on her face. In fact, if you observe carefully, you can still distinguish them. Even if those alien demons have not fallen, they have some evil thoughts on them. Some weaker alien demons are not easy to distinguish, but those as strong as emperors and kings, even if you look at them from a distance, you can detect a foul smell on them. Foul smell? Huyu smiled bitterly. It seems that you can't really detect it. Anyway, find a legitimate reason first. Take Chen Xiao and Chen Yi with you first. Let alone whether I am a human or an alien demon. Taking two little alien demons, who have not yet embarked on the path of cultivation, is not a big deal at all. Ahem, since that's the case, Huyu said calmly, I have a connection with these two little guys, so I just adopted them. But it may trouble Emperor Xia a little on the way, so I have to hide my identity in front of these two little guys now. That's easy. Xia Alien responded quickly, as if she couldn't wait to go to the teleportation array, but looking at the appearance of these two little guys, it doesn't look like they will be adopted. Adoption, what matters is that both parties are willing. Huyu smiled and said, if they are unwilling, I can only. Before Huyu finished speaking, Xia Alien nodded slightly, as if she agreed with him. It seems that the emperor of this hidden organization is quite reasonable. Xia Alien took a breath and was about to praise Huyu. But the next moment, I can only find a way to make them willing. Xia Alien? Force them. Do you still need to package it with such high-sounding words? Before Xia Alien could complain, Huyu had already taken a step forward and came directly to the outside of the space crack. He looked at the two people who were looking for shelter from the wind and rain in the evening, and appeared in front of them with a chuckle. Young man, young lady, we meet again. As soon as the words fell, Chen Xiao immediately stepped forward, pulled Chen Yi back a step, and firmly protected her in front of him. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? It's obvious. Huyu raised his hand slightly, and appeared in front of Chen Xiao and Chen Yi in a flash, and his left and right hands fell at the same time, and fell on their heads respectively, and gently rubbed them. Be good, called Daddy. Chapter 559 Revenge. Are you kidding me? This is a top-level chosen son with Dao-level skills. No matter if this guy is an extraterritorial demon, or a human who has not practiced, even if he is a big moth, Huyu will definitely be related to him. Even if it is forced. Isn't there an old saying? Feelings are all cultivated. Huyu believes that as long as he is sincere, sooner or later, Chen Xiao will willingly call him Dad. The arrival of this day is just a matter of time. What's more, there's also a little sister. Huyu used to be an only child. As the family members left one by one, the house became even more empty. He always wanted to have a sister. But after seeing Bubu, the idea of having a sister gradually turned into wanting a daughter. This, Chen Yi perfectly fills this gap. In terms of cuteness alone, Chen Yi is indeed not as good as Bubu, but who can blame Chen Yi for being pitiful? That feeling of pity is the feeling of Bubu living in a honey pot and unable to get out. When he felt a hand on his head, Chen Xiao immediately raised his hand to knock Huyu's hand down, and pulled Chen Yi back. We don't need a father. Yes, I know you saved us, and you are grateful to us. But we will never do something like being a son to a stranger. Brother is right. Chen Yi spoke aside. Huyu pondered for a few breaths, and actually knew that the two of them might be like this. But he still smiled and said, by the way, do you two have any wishes? You? What else do you want to do? Chen Xiao gritted his teeth and frowned and spat out a sentence. However, the dialogue box on his head still revealed his true thoughts. Chen Xiao, wish. Can this guy avenge our parents? Parents? Revenge? That's easy. As long as the one who killed the parents of these two little ones is not an emperor-level existence, it's easy to kill them in seconds. He didn't answer Chen Xiao immediately, but looked at Chen Yi's head. Compared to that precocious kid, this girl's wish is much simpler. Chen Yi, I heard donuts are delicious. If I can have them. No. You have to listen to my brother. You can't just claim a father. Donuts. That's easy. Huyu casually took out the donuts that Zhang Suri had made earlier from the space, and handed them to Chen Yi. Here, donuts. You. Chen Yi's eyes suddenly became flustered, as if she saw a monster. How do you know? Speaking of which, actually, I'm not your father. Huyu's eyes turned, and he started to deceive people. There was no way. Chen Xiao was too defensive. If they were strangers, there was no way they would follow him. Let's change to a more convenient and quicker angle. Actually, I am your ancestor. You have my blood flowing in your veins, so I can sense your thoughts. That's why this kid is so similar to me. Blood? Ancestor? The two kids uttered the two words at the same time, with puzzled eyes. Of course, Chen Yi's eyes only flashed with puzzlement, and the rest was all desire for the donuts in front of her. The donuts were still steaming, just like they were fresh out of the oven. Who could resist such temptation? Qin Xiao was still as vigilant as always. You said you are our ancestor, but is there any proof? Does telepathy not count? Hu Yu asked with a smile. There are many capable people in this world. It's not difficult for you to understand what I'm thinking. You're quite alert, little brat. Hu Yu lowered his eyelids slightly. Then tell me, what proof do you want? Simple. Chen Xiao said calmly. Since you said you can understand what I'm thinking, you should also know what I just wanted. As long as you help me do it, I'll treat you as our ancestor. This kid. He obviously doesn't believe it. But he still makes such a request. It's obvious that he wants to kill someone with a borrowed knife. This kind of insidiousness. I like it. Okay. Hu Yu smiled and said, Who killed my descendants? You lead the way. It's the chief officer of this planet, Xiao Yilin. Qin Xiao stared at Hu Yu's eyes, and added, A great saint. Wow. The chief officers of a planet are all saints. It seems that the overall strength of the extraterritorial demons is much stronger than that of the human race. Seemingly seeing the surprise in Hu Yu's eyes, Qin Xiao sneered and said, Are you scared? My benefactor, I advise you to leave early, so as not to get into trouble. Not scared, but I want to ask. Hu Yu snapped his fingers casually, directly locked onto the only saint on this planet except them, and drew a space crack under his feet, leading directly to the eyes of several people. Bang! With a muffled sound. Xiao Yilin, wearing a high-end pajamas, landed directly in front of the two little ones. Hu Yu still grinned and said, How do you want him to die? Instantly. The two little ones were stunned in place, with unbelievable eyes. You know, the bald guy before was a legendary, which was already a top existence that they couldn't afford to offend in their eyes. Xiao Yilin, as a great saint, and the chief officer of the entire planet, was like a god to them. The gap between the two was like that between a true god and an ant. This was one of the reasons why Xiao Yilin didn't take these two little brats seriously. But now, the true god is crawling at the feet of an ant. His eyes were full of confusion and puzzlement. Before he could figure out what happened, his life had already fallen under the feet of an ant. This feeling was really psychedelic. Woo! Woo! Xiao Yilin whimpered. It was not that he did not want to talk, but in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. Hu Yu cast a big silent spell on his mouth when he took it over. Come on, Hu Yu said, as he casually pulled out a holy dagger from the endless holy tower and handed it to Chen Xiao. I know. You still want to do it yourself. Don't worry. Even if you kill him, it won't be a problem. I will protect you. Chen Xiao did not take the dagger, but just stood there and watched for a while. And then looked up at Hu Yu. You said that any wish can be realized. Right? Tell me. Hu Yu looked at Chen Xiao with smiling eyes, wanting to see what this little brat could do. If you want me to go back in time and resurrect your parents, that is definitely impossible. I also know it's unrealistic. I think. Chen Xiao raised his hand and pointed at Xiao Yilin. Make him lose all his abilities. Strip him naked. And throw him on the most prosperous street. Just like that? Hu Yu asked, puzzled. That was the revenge for the murder of his father and mother, and it was so easy to avenge it? Chen Xiao did not answer, but a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Is it okay? Sure. For Hu Yu, this was just a small matter, and he naturally would not care how Chen Xiao dealt with his enemy. He waved his hand casually, and directly completed Chen Xiao's request, and at the same time, he did not forget to bring the two little ones to the space crack, and watch Xiao Yilin being thrown in the middle of the street. Of course, some scenes that were not suitable for children, Hu Yu also considerately mosaicked them to avoid dirtying the eyes. Xiao Yilin fell on the street. In just a moment, people around him found him. Screams, and some surprised voices filled the street. Xiao Yilin panicked and began to run around in the crowd, trying to find a place to get out. If it was before, with his ability, he could just break through the air and leave. But now, he is just an ordinary person, and he can't even beat the elite guy who set up a stall on the street. He has to use his head to break through the air and leave. Now all he can do is to move around. But the more he acted like this, the more he attracted the attention of the people around him. Everyone focused their attention on him. So many eyes soon discovered that something was wrong with Xiao Yilin. This former planetary commander seemed to have become an ordinary person. Bang! With a muffled sound, an extraterritorial demon drove a large moth and directly knocked Xiao Yilin over. It was just a perfect large moth. Everyone had already made up their minds. Since they had made up their minds, the anger that was suppressed in their hearts naturally had a place to vent. Some took action. Some used knives. And some set up stalls directly took the water from the hot pot and poured it on him. The overwhelming public resentment turned into anger and poured all over Xiao Yilin. 3 minutes passed. Xiao Yilin was half dead. And the official organizations on the planet also rushed over. But when they saw the leader in such a miserable state, the people in the official organizations just stood by and watched. No matter how Xiao Yilin wailed, they didn't make any movement. It seemed that for them, not joining in the fight was a way of giving Xiao Yilin face. 5 minutes later, Xiao Yilin died under the beating of the crowd. Qin Xiao turned his head and looked at Hu Yu, and offered his knees without hesitation. Bang! He pulled Chun Yi along and knelt in front of Hu Yu, my benefactor. Qin Xiao and Chun Yi bowed to Yu. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them bowed down in front of Hu Yu. But Hu Yu frowned with some dissatisfaction. The reason is very simple. Benefactor. This guy, he really took all the food and didn't admit it. He has proved the proof and given the donuts, but now? Well, he just put on his pants and didn't recognize me. Right. Hu Yu didn't support the two little ones and asked directly, you still call me benefactor? Benefactor. Chun Xiao looked up and looked at Hu Yu with a very sincere expression. I know you want to adopt us, but no matter whether it's dad, or father, I will only use these titles for my father. You can always be my benefactor, but not my father. Hu Yu's eyes turned, and he said again, how about changing to someone else? Change. What? Qin Xiao tilted his head. Grandpa. Chapter 560. You are humans. Right? In the end, Hu Yu still couldn't persuade Qin Xiao and his sister. They obviously couldn't call him Grandpa. So Hu Yu had to think of a compromise. Master. The two siblings knelt down on the spot to worship him. Hu Yu smiled and gave each of them a gift. The things were very simple. Mythical items pulled out from the endless holy tower. The one for Qin Xiao was a dagger, and the one for Qin Yi was a bracelet with defensive effects. As for why they didn't give them higher level items, for the two little guys who don't have any abilities yet, this mythical item is already the highest level item they can get. Once it goes beyond myth, those pseudo-holy or holy items may backfire on the two little guys. But for them, the care from the master is far more precious than these so-called props. The two little guys put the items away properly. Seeing the apprenticeship ceremony completed, Xia Yilian couldn't wait to walk out of the space crack. Although she didn't urge him, Hu Yu knew that she couldn't wait any longer. Just in time. Xia Yilian was anxious. But Hu Yu was not. He took the two little ones and walked to Xiao Zixu with a smile. Come, meet your master's wife. When they heard that such a beautiful woman was their master's wife, the two little ones were immediately excited. It was the same process as before. Qin Xiao took Qin Yi to kneel in front of Xiao Zixu. Qin Xiao, meet the master's wife. Good boy. Xiao Zixu smiled and helped the two little ones up. And a ball of green light appeared in the palm of each hand. Here, this is the gift from master's wife. Before she finished speaking, Xia Yilian flashed in front of the two little ones, and her beautiful eyes were fixed on the two green balls in Xiao Zixu's hand. This is life essence. No, to be precise, this should be the purest life essence. With this quality of life essence, even if an emperor was dying, one ball would be enough to give him another life. Xia Yilian was stunned when she saw this. She only knew that Xiao Zixu was an emperor before, but she didn't know what type of emperor she was. Now she saw life system, let alone the great Xia dynasty. Even in the Xianyuan dynasty, there has only been one emperor with life system ability. Hanba, according to legend, the daughter of the first generation of Xianyuan dynasty emperor. If the Xianyuan emperor is the sword of the Xianyuan dynasty's conquest of 49 star systems, then Hanba is the backing of the entire Xianyuan dynasty. With her, the Xianyuan dynasty can continuously produce emperors and prolong the lives of these emperors. If Hanba had not been killed by the emperor who fought against the extraterritorial demons, the human race today might not be so weak. Even the Xianyuan dynasty, may not be destroyed because of this. Xia Yilian never thought that she would see another life emperor under such circumstances today. Go back. Xia Yilian pondered for a few breaths, and immediately grabbed Xiao Zisu's wrist. Let's go back to Daxia. Wait a minute. Hu Yu frowned slightly, with a puzzled look in his eyes. What's wrong? Why do we have to go back? Nonsense. Xia Yilian's eyes turned red, and she uttered two words, as if she realized something. She immediately raised her hand and waved, shielding the surrounding space. At the same time, she looked at Hu Yu and said, "She is the emperor of the life system. Don't you know what this means? The possibility of our entire human race rising is all in her hands. I know you are anxious. But don't be anxious yet." Hu Yu didn't expect that Xiao Zisu's existence would have such a great impact on Xia Yilian. He interrupted and said, "You have to confirm one thing first. We finally passed through the barrier, and came to the heartland of the extraterritorial demons. We have done so many things. Are you sure? You are going to turn around and leave?" Xia Yilian fell into silence. After a few breaths, she resolutely raised her head. "Yes. In terms of importance, my ancestor is far inferior to her." Hu Yu and Xiao Zisu looked at each other, and saw confusion, doubt and surprise in each other's eyes. Xia Yilian ventured into the heartland of the extraterritorial demons for her ancestors, which was enough to prove many things. But now, she is willing to give up the search for her ancestors for Xiao Zisu's safety. This is too outrageous. However, we have reached the heartland of the extraterritorial demons. Even if Xia Yilian doesn't want to find her ancestors, it is not up to her to decide whether to leave or not. Hu Yu has not yet understood what the extraterritorial demons are all about. How could he leave now? Don't stand there. Xia Yilian frowned and said, "Let's hurry up and leave. The barrier leading to Daxia has been destroyed. The Heavenly Soul Emperor should be stationed there. We can't pass through in a short time. If we want to go back safely, I'm afraid we can only borrow the passage from the Great Qin Dynasty. Without further delay, let's go to the portal now." "Wait," Hu Yu said calmly, interrupting Xia Yilian's actions. "Are you sure you don't want to look for your ancestors? Didn't I say it already?" Sure. Xia Yilian answered slightly irritably. "Okay then." Hu Yu made an inviting gesture. "Then you can leave by yourself. We too still have to go to the Tianyu Dynasty to do some things." "Business?" Xia Yilian frowned and asked, "What else do you have to do?" "No. Something more important than her safety." Facing Xia Yilian's almost roaring question, neither Hu Yu nor Hu Yu chose to answer, but just looked at each other silently, obviously unwilling to speak. "Okay." Xia Yilian uttered a word helplessly. "I'll go with you. Anyway, to go to the Great Qin Dynasty, you have to pass through the Tianyu Dynasty. I will accompany you to do the business. After the business is done, leave here as soon as possible and go to the Great Qin Dynasty." "Okay," Hu Yu responded with a smile. "But there is one more thing." Xia Yilian turned her head and looked behind her, glanced at the two little creatures standing outside the space crack, looked at Xiao Zisu and said, "You'd better not give the life source in your hand to these two extraterritorial demons, although they haven't revealed any evil thoughts yet. But no one can tell when they will be infected." "Hey!" Hu Yu exclaimed, frowned at Xia Yilian and said, "Didn't you say that it's okay to adopt them before? Why now?" "I just said adoption," Xia Yilian added helplessly. "The premise of adoption is that they can't have any chance to contact the cultivation method, so that even if evil thoughts grow in their hearts, it won't cause too much impact. But your two life sources are enough for them to use to the Great Witch level." Xiao Zisu frowned, obviously a little unhappy. Just now, the two kids bowed down before her. According to the old etiquette, as a master's wife, there is no difference between her and the mother of these two kids, not to mention that these two kids are orphans. As a mother, I want to give the children some good things, but I have to be criticized by others? Isn't this just meddling in other people's business? But just as Xiao Zisu was about to say something, Hu Yu stopped her first, turned his head and gave her a look. As soulmates, Xiao Zisu immediately understood. She said helplessly, "That's true, but as a master's wife, I have to give something." "Right. This guy gave. I have two witch god level things. Apart from these two things, I really can't find anything else to give him to suppress him. This is easy," Xia Yilian said as she took out things from her body, picking left and right, and finally took out two jade pendants from her sleeves. "The quality has reached the holy level. These two jade pendants have two effects. One is that they can resist a fatal attack that does not exceed the level of a great witch. After resisting, the jade pendant will immediately send an alarm to the other jade pendant. The other effect. As long as both jade pendant holders agree, the two can teleport to each other. After the introduction, Xiao Yilian directly stuffed the jade pendant in front of Xiao Zissou. Is it enough to suppress it? Enough. When Xiao Zissou heard this, her eyebrows and eyes immediately smiled. Isn't this a set of welcome gifts for nothing? As for the source of life, when Xiao Yilian leaves, or when she is not paying attention, wouldn't it be better to give the 2 balls of life essence to the 2 little ones? The space crack disappeared. The 2 balls of lush green in Xiao Zissou's hands disappeared, and there were 2 more jade pendants in his hands. She placed the 2 jade pendants on Chen Xiao and Chen Yi's hands. One on the left and one on the right. Be good. Be obedient in the future. And master's wife will love you well. Yes. Although the 2 little ones were curious about why the gifts were changed, they didn't care about these details. For them, having 2 people who care about them is far more important than those so-called gifts. Put away the jade pendants. Chen Xiao also looked up at Hu Yu and the others. Master, where are we going next? The heavenly prison dynasty. Hu Yu did not hide his destination, and raised his hand to rub Chen Xiao's head beside him. Haven't you 2 been to a big city yet? It's just right. I'll take you to have a look first. And after that, it's probably time to go on a long journey. A long journey? Chen Xiao asked in confusion, as if he had guessed something, and immediately looked up at Hu Yu. Master, you are human beings, right? As soon as these words came out, Xiao Yilian frowned slightly, and the murderous intent in her heart had already locked onto Chen Xiao and the other 2. She could not defeat Hu Yu and the other 2. But that did not mean she could not deal with Chen Xiao and the other 2. I still said that Xiao Zissou was too important. In order for her to leave safely, Xiao Yilian could even not save her own ancestors. If these 2 little ones really discovered something, for Xiao Yilian, they would only have one end. Kill. Chapter 561. Right. Yes. Just when Xiao Yilian was thinking about how Hu Yu should answer the 2 little ones, Hu Yu had already responded quickly. Xiao Yilian was stunned on the spot, and just answered so sweetly. Please. This is the lair of the extraterritorial demons. You are exposing your identity like this. Aren't you afraid that the 2 little ones will be exposed? Forget it. It's better to kill them. This guy has probably been in the hidden organization for too long, and doesn't know these personal relationships. I still have to teach him well later. After all, in addition to his identity as the Emperor, he has an additional identity. The family of the Emperor of Life. If the Emperor of Life is led astray by him, and some irreparable losses occur, it will be something that the entire human race cannot accept. Xiao Yilian's eyes turned cold, and she was ready to take action immediately. Hu Yu also noticed it, and was ready to activate the space barrier at any time. But the next moment... Great! Chen Xiao was not aware of the secret confrontation between the 2 emperors, but just pulled Chen Yi and exclaimed, Xiao Yi, we can go to the human race. Brother, be reserved. Chen Yi said so, but her face was still full of excitement. Obviously, like Chen Xiao, she was also looking forward to living in the human race. Xiao Yilian looked at the 2 siblings in front of her, frowning slightly, and couldn't help asking, You don't dislike the human race? You are? When Hu Yu introduced the 2 little ones earlier, he didn't introduce Xiao Yilian. Chen Xiao looked at Xiao Yilian and spoke. Naturally he was confused. He then looked at her for a while, and asked subconsciously, Second Master's wife? Damn Second Master's wife. With just this one sentence, you are afraid that you will directly offend the 3 emperors. Hu Yu quickly dodged and covered Chen Zhao's mouth. Children are ignorant. Please forgive me. To be honest, Hu Yu didn't expect that. One day he would use such words. Xiao Yilian rolled her eyes. She naturally wouldn't take such a child's words to heart. She just frowned and repeated her previous question, Answer me. Why don't you hate the human race? Why should you hate it? Chen Xiao asked in confusion. Didn't the emperor say that? You are just fellows who have gone astray. We need to influence and tolerate you. When you recognize yourself, you will naturally return to the right path. Pure bullshit. Xiao Yilian frowned and spat out. What do you mean you are annoyed when you are lost? You just want to pollute us. You said it so high-soundingly. Hu Yu didn't say anything, but turned his head and looked at Xiao Zissou. They saw something wrong in each other's eyes. Xiao Yilian's reaction seems a little too excited. Right? No matter what kind of person the emperor of the extraterritorial demon is, he will naturally choose a way that is beneficial to himself when he promotes it internally. As for what this way is, Xia Yilian should not react like this. Unless Chen Xiao is right. Okay, it's just an excuse, no need to get angry. Hu Yu saw that Xia Yilian's murderous aura was getting stronger. He immediately stepped forward to explain. Hurry up, we have stayed here long enough, who knows? We might be discovered later? Xia Yilian pondered for a few breaths. As if she was persuaded by Hu Yu's words, she did not bother with Chen Xiao, and immediately turned around and left. Hu Yu also walked to Chen Xiao's side, poked him, and sent a voice message to him. Say less of this kind of thing in the future. Or just talk less. That woman has a bad temper. Yeah. Chen Xiao couldn't send a voice message, so he could only nod continuously, his eyes full of recognition of Hu Yu. It seemed that he was saying, Master is right. This woman has a bad temper. Xia Yilian seemed to have noticed something was wrong, turned around and glanced at Hu Yu and the others, but didn't say anything, just snorted coldly, and continued to walk forward. There was no other way, whether returning from the Qin dynasty or looking for her ancestors. The first step was to reach the Tianyu dynasty, and now there were pursuers, so it was not a good idea to stay here. She was not Hu Yu, a rookie who had come out of a hidden organization and had no life experience. She had to be more cautious. Everyone came to the teleportation array, but while waiting in line, Hu Yu and the other two found a crucial problem. Money! To use the teleportation array, it was obviously necessary to pay a certain amount of currency, especially since 5 people had to use this interstar transmission. The currency required was even more expensive, and at this moment, no matter who it was, they obviously did not have the currency of the extraterritorial demons. What should I do? Xia Yilian turned her head and looked at Hu Yu, as if she knew he had a solution. What else can we do? Hu Yu turned around and left the team, his tone full of helplessness. Make money. He did not forget to complain. Yes. Someone like you who is in a high position. I don't think you know how to make money. Hey! Let me do it! Xia Yilian? She was despised. And she was despised by such a guy who practiced in a hidden organization. Good. Good. You want to make money. Right. I want to see. How do you? Who don't even have a little common sense. Make money. Hu Yu showed a sly smile at the corner of his mouth. Obviously, with his god-level mind-reading ability, he could see what was going on in Xia Yilian's mind. Since meeting Xia Yilian, she despised him. Hu Yu could see all her thoughts clearly, especially those words of contempt. Otherwise, Hu Yu would not have said those words to anger her just now. Now it seems, the effect is not bad. Not only can someone like me who has the ability to read minds know her thoughts, but even Chen Yi can see from Xia Yilian's face that she wants to kill someone. You really don't want to suffer any loss. Xiao Zisu sent a voice to Hu Yu's ear. You have made people so angry. Where are you going to get money? Don't fail to get money. You will lose face. Don't worry. Hu Yu pulled the corner of his mouth. Guess where the first sum of money I hoarded in the end times came from? Come to think of it, I don't seem to have heard you mention it. Xiao Zisu's eyes showed a hint of doubt. How did it come from? Hee hee, Hu Yu chuckled. You will know later. 2 hours later, Hu Yu and his group came out of the largest casino on the planet. Although this level of casino is different from the one on Blue Star, they are equipped with various strong men to prevent cheating. But such strong men can't defend against an emperor like Hu Yu. Even if he doesn't use greedy power, Hu Yu still has the ability to read minds, when the strongest person on the entire planet is only at the Great Saint level for him. These little Karami in these casinos, aren't they just being slaughtered in vain? However, since the two little ones have never experienced a casino, Hu Yu also gave them a special lesson. For example, give them all the money you win, and let them lose it again. This is to prevent the two children from developing the wrong idea that money is easy to make in the casino. After all, anyone who sees Hu Yu gambling will have this illusion. When the two children lost the 1,000,000 gold coins they won and only had 1 gold coin left, Hu Yu also made another move. It took less than 10 minutes, and this gold coin began to double. It only doubled 21 times. And after 21 times, Hu Yu and others once again had 1,000,000 gold coins in their hands. The eyes of the two children looking at Hu Yu were full of admiration. If it weren't for Xia Yilian's murderous eyes next to him, Hu Yu might have given the two children another chance to experience it. The money was also in hand. Naturally, I have to do business. Fortunately, The casino owner is also sensible. Seeing Hu Yu taking off every time, although he knew there might be something fishy, he did not dare to expose it. The reason is very simple. There are mythical people in the place, they can't find out Hu Yu's bottom, which is enough to prove many things. Do it? Dare. Hu Yu just took 1,000,000 gold coins, and under the respect of the casino people, left the casino, and walked towards the teleportation array. I don't know if the news from the casino has come here. When Hu Yu and others arrived at the teleportation array again, the people who were originally queuing here had all dispersed, leaving only one person. No, according to Xia Yilian, there should be only one extraterritorial demon left. Obviously, this extraterritorial demon must have heard the news about the casino, and came here to block people. I have to say, this extraterritorial demon is quite vigilant. When he found that there was a person who was more than a myth and suspected to be a saint in the casino, he directly chose to report to the relevant department and let the relevant department handle it. But, good news, very vigilant. Bad news, limited vigilance. The demon from outside the domain has come, but it is just a false god. It is estimated that he should be the person in charge of this asteroid. Obviously, such a guy is not enough to fill the gap between the teeth of Hu Yu and the other three. Humph. Seeing this, Xia Yilian snorted coldly. Sure enough, people from the Hidden World organization have too little life experience. She had been patient before, and did not confront Hu Yu head-on, so she naturally did not use such words to stab him. But Hu Yu had just started the fight, so she naturally didn't have to endure anything anymore. And she just spoke up, just as she was waiting for Hu Yu to refute, and thinking about how to refute his rebuttal. Hu Yu just nodded repeatedly. Ah. Yes. 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 You are all right. You? It was clearly a continuous affirmation. But for some reason, Xia Yilian always felt ridiculed when she heard this. Uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. Hey! The false god saw that everyone was talking and laughing, and it seemed that they didn't take him seriously, and immediately frowned. But the next moment, the false god had just uttered a word, and a purple light flashed in Xia Yilian's pupils. Boom! Accompanied by a buzzing sound, the false god fell immediately. Seeing this, Hu Yu immediately raised his hand and applauded. Wow! So amazing! I just don't know, did you? The emperor with rich life experience. Forget one thing? What? Hu Yu didn't say anything, but just raised his hand and pointed to the top of his head. Xia Yilian looked up. I saw that the Heavenly Soul Emperor in a purple robe was already hanging above everyone's head, and there were 2 emperors following behind him. Xia Yilian's face turned pale instantly. Hu Yu's weird tone then slowly drifted into her ears. Do I need to repeat this matter? Chapter 562 Price. Now is not the time to talk about this. When Xia Yilian saw the 3 emperors in the air, her mind was completely empty. How could she think of any sarcasm or ridicule? Now there was only one thing left in her mind. Escape. What kind of method can ensure that she and Xiao Zisi can escape? As for the rest, it doesn't matter. Although she is a younger generation emperor, she still knows how to take emergency measures in the face of such a situation. To sum it up simply, it can be summed up in 4 words. Collapse, retreat, and sell. The situation has obviously collapsed. The next step is to retreat. As for selling, Yu Xian. Xia Yilian looked at Hu Yu, frowning and saying, You stop the 3 of them. I am sure I can take your partner away with me. You don't want her to die here, do you? Hu Yu's throat was blocked by a mouthful of blood, and he almost couldn't help but spray it directly on Xia Yilian's face. You have to say that this guy is bad. The method she said is indeed the best solution at present. It can pay the least price, and preserve the 2 people with the highest preservation value. But she is not bad. If she is not a bad person, who would come up with such a stupid idea? If you want to sell one person to save the remaining 2, you should sacrifice yourself. Proposing a seemingly reasonable method, but giving up the interests of others. How can you do things this way? If he didn't rely on this guy to continue to understand the dynasties, he might have dissected this guy long ago. In addition to studying the differences between the body structure of other true gods and his own, he can also see how this guy's heart can be so dark. But then again, since this guy's heart is so dark, then I can feel free to trick her. Let's do this. Hu Yu smiled, and smiled at Xia Yilian. To be honest, I still have a secret technique that I haven't used yet. Once used, it can save all of us and leave smoothly. And even, it can Take away an emperor of the outer demon. What secret technique? Xia Yilian's pupils trembled, and she asked subconsciously, without doubting the truth of Hu Yu's words, and even a voice appeared in her heart. No wonder. No wonder this guy can be so unscrupulous, daring to act so childishly in the territory of the outer demon. It turns out, he has something to rely on. It's already this time. Don't just stand there. Use it quickly. Hu Yu looked at the words that appeared above Xia Yilian's head, and rolled his eyes again and again. He suppressed his urge to beat this guy up, and said slowly, Use. There is a price. What price is more important than life? Xia Yilian frowned and said, Yu Xian. It's time. Can you be more clear? Alas. Hu Yu sighed. This price is not paid by me. It's... You? Me? Xia Yilian asked in confusion. What secret technique is it? Don't keep me in suspense. He was about to speak. And the Sky Soul Emperor in the air also discovered the situation here. Originally, the three of them were looking for the murderer who destroyed the wounded soldier's position. When they heard that something happened on this planet, they immediately rushed over. Unexpectedly, they saw this person when they arrived. Tianhan Emperor immediately remembered what Hu Yu had told him at that time, and turned around to take the remaining two emperors away. How could this be possible? Hu Yu noticed that Tianhan Emperor wanted to leave, and immediately set a thought to him. Don't leave yet. Wait for my order. The atmosphere has been exaggerated to this extent. If Tianhan Emperor just leaves like this, then wouldn't all the things I exaggerated before be exaggerated in vain? As the thought came to him, Tianhan Emperor's figure, which was about to leave, stopped again. The two emperors behind him were stunned, looked at each other, and could see the doubts in each other's eyes. But they didn't dare to ask Tianhan Emperor, and could only stand there silently. Two spiritual powers slowly overflowed. And just when they were about to spy on Hu Yu and the others below, the spiritual power was instantly cut off by the Heavenly Soul Emperor. Don't move. The Heavenly Soul Emperor frowned and spoke. The Emperor's affairs are no small matter. Although she didn't know why this person did this, she understood one thing. Don't listen. Don't hear. Don't ask. As long as she executes every order issued by the Emperor, even if she didn't do it right, she wouldn't do it wrong. Yes, Master. The two emperors, one man and one woman, hurriedly lowered their heads, stood behind the Heavenly Soul Emperor, and didn't dare to move rashly, floating in the air, acting as a background board. As for the teleportation array before, the conditions of this secret technique are very simple. Hu Yu immediately raised his hand, and casually took out the blood of three perfect-level creatures from the space, condensing them into bursting crystals. When the crystal appeared, Xia Yilian could naturally sense that the breath of the bursting crystal suddenly rose. The quality reached epic. If it is detonated by a special method, the explosive power can even be comparable to the legend. This is just 3 drops of blood from perfect-level creatures. If the blood is replaced with the blood of emperors like them. Blood, that's all. Xia Yilian made a decision immediately. She casually cut open her palm and squeezed out a few drops of her own blood. Take it. Not enough. Hu Yu explained with a smile. The higher the life level of this creature, the more materials are consumed to perform this secret technique. My wife and I have been hoarding blood for thousands of years, and we have only hoarded the blood for this secret technique once. If this secret technique did not require a large amount of blood from 3 emperors of the same level, we would have been invincible in the world long ago. Is it necessary to be so sneaky? That's right. Xia Yilian pondered for a few breaths, spit out 2 words, as if she agreed with Hu Yu's statement. She looked up at the 3 Heavenly Soul Emperors, who were extremely oppressive, and frowned slightly. So, how much do you need? All. What? What? Xia Yilian seemed to have not heard clearly, and asked in confusion, how much do you say you need? All. Hu Yu repeated it, and did not forget to explain, for 1,000 years. We will draw our own blood essence every day as a backup, and accumulate it for 1,000 years, to accumulate all the blood essence of an emperor. How much blood essence do you think it takes for 2 emperors to accumulate it for 1,000 years? But, Hu Yu looked Xia Yilian up and down, with a hint of mockery in his tone. Look at you. You are not reluctant to give it up. Right? It's already this time. Can you be more clear? It's just a price to pay. What price is more important than life? All the words that Xia Yilian said to him before were returned to Xia Yilian without missing a word. He was still not satisfied after returning everything. Hu Yu glanced at her, stepped forward and said with a smile, Isn't it just a body of blood and essence? Without blood and essence, won't your realm drop a little? As the Emperor Xia, don't you have the determination to cut off your own arm? Okay. Xia Yilian looked at the increasingly strange Emperor Tianhun in the air, who was waiting for something, and did not dare to hesitate, and hurriedly responded. Your secret technique? It's better to be really useful. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Yilian had already begun to force her own blood and essence out of her body. But in the next moment, Hu Yu took a step back, looking at the more and more condensed in front of him. Jingxue said, but, in addition to Jingxue, there is another method, which may also activate the secret technique. Why did he need Xia Yilian's Jingxue for nothing? To cook blood soup? Jingxue. It is obviously for other things. Xia Yilian was immediately full of questions when she heard it. Her face turned pale, and she took back her Jingxue without hesitation. Emperor Crystal. Hu Yu didn't wait for her to speak, and immediately spat out 2 words. With Emperor Crystal, you may be able to perform secret techniques. Why didn't you say it earlier? Xia Yilian didn't hesitate, and directly took out the Emperor Crystal from the space, and threw it in front of Hu Yu. Hu Yu put the Emperor Crystal into the space without hesitation, and did not forget to look at Xia Yilian and said, let me make it clear first. This Emperor Crystal is mine, but now it has replaced your blood and essence. When we return to Daxia, you must compensate me with something of equivalent value. Okay. Xia Yilian gritted her teeth and spat out a word. She did not care whether the conditions were a trap. And at this moment, she had only one thought in her mind. Escape. The faster and farther the better. The 3 emperors of the outer demons are still waiting in the air. Although I don't know what they are waiting for. Perhaps they are afraid of the 3 emperors. Maybe. Waiting for the emperor in the legend of the extraterritorial demon to come. No matter what the reason is, while they haven't made a move yet, leaving this place of trouble as soon as possible is obviously their best choice. Cover me. Perform the whole act. Hu Yu said, and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. He condensed a piece of explosive crystal into space, the ordinary version, smeared some of the true god's blood on it. After ensuring that there was the true god's breath above, he threw it directly up. Run! As soon as the voice fell, Hu Yu took the 2 little ones and rushed directly to the teleportation array. Xiao Zisu. Xia Yilian followed closely behind. She had no time to observe if there was anything wrong with the exploding crystal. She just sensed the aura of a true god on it, and thought it was something condensed from the essence and blood of a true god. That was a true god-level explosion. If they didn't run faster, let alone the 3 people of Tianhun Emperor, even they, I'm afraid they couldn't withstand the power of this level of explosion. Fortunately, she was mentally prepared, and the signal given by Hu Yu was timely enough. Before the crystal exploded, the 5 of them got into the teleportation array together. As the light of the teleportation array flashed, the exploding crystal covered with the Emperor's essence and blood also fell into the hands of Tianhun Emperor. She played with the crystal, and a hint of doubt flashed in her eyes. This thing. She seemed to have seen it somewhere. Chapter 563 Heavenly Tomb. Not bad. Fortunately, the teleportation array used by the extraterritorial demons is similar in principle to the teleportation array used by the human race. Hu Yu had ridden the teleportation array of the human race before, so he naturally knew the specific usage of this teleportation array. Even if he didn't know the exact location of the Heavenly Prison Dynasty, he could determine the teleportation location through the coordinates that the teleportation array had previously teleported. After a quick search, Hu Yu directly activated the farthest teleportation coordinates that this teleportation array had previously used. As for whether the other end of the teleportation array was the Heavenly Prison Dynasty, he didn't know. Half an hour later, a group of people came out of the space teleportation array. Just one glance, and everyone was stunned. All they saw was a wasteland in front of them. Not to mention human habitation, there was no trace of living creatures at all. Where on earth did the teleportation array take them to? Here. Hu Yu turned his head and looked at Xia Yilian. It shouldn't be the Tianyu dynasty you mentioned. Right? Although I have never been to the Tianyu dynasty, but I can be sure that this is definitely not the Tianyu dynasty. Xia Yilian said, but there was no blame in her eyes. Instead, she was only grateful. She walked slowly to Hu Yu. No matter what, thank you for saving me this time. I will prepare the things to replace the Emperor Crystal. As long as I can return to Daxia, I will definitely fulfill my promise. Well, you said it. Hu Yu didn't intend to be polite with her. He said casually, and walked slowly to the teleportation array. It doesn't matter if it's not the Chanyu dynasty this time. Just look for it again. I'll see where the nearest teleportation point is. Before he finished speaking, just as Hu Yu was about to approach the teleportation array, the teleportation array exploded right in front of him. Although the power was not great, the consequences were significant. They had no way to leave. Of course, it was not completely impossible. If Hu Yu wanted, he could still use the power of greed to lead everyone to move away 9 light years at a time. But the efficiency was obviously not high. Let's look for it again. Hu Yu frowned and said, this place. There may be more than one teleportation array. That's the only way. Xia Yilian responded, as if she remembered something, and turned to look at Chen Xiao and his sister. You are natives of the domain. Do you know where this place is? It might be to give face to Hu Yu and Xiao Zissou. Xia Yilian was about to blurt out the word outsider demon, but she swallowed it back and changed it to native. Chen Xiao shook his head. We have never left Soul Star. If it weren't for Master and you, my sister, and I might never leave that place in our lifetime. You ask them. It's better for us to find it ourselves. Hu Yu said on the side. I sensed it. There is no sign of life within the nearby 9 light years. Can your pupil technique detect a farther distance? You can try. Xia Yilian responded. And the detection range of her pupil technique was obviously above Hu Yu's perception range. As a purple light flashed by, before she could come to her senses, in the distance, a similar purple light exploded. Puff! Xia Yilian spat out a mouthful of dark golden blood. She immediately fell to the ground. Her face was pale, and she was even more frightened than when she saw Emperor Tianhun and his group just now. She raised her hand, pointed to the place where the purple light exploded in the distance. Void, Eye of the Void. After she finished speaking, Xia Yilian fainted. Hu Yu sensed the breath of the true god, and did not dare to be careless, and immediately activated the space barrier to protect the surroundings. Just in case, he also took out the endless holy tower. He took everyone directly to the 9th floor. The scene that just happened was really too abrupt. It was so abrupt that if the weak Xia Yilian had not been lying in front of him, he would not have dared to believe what was happening in front of him. Is it the Eye of the Void? Xiao Zissou frowned aside. It should be. Hu Yu responded in a deep voice. It is the same type of skill. But the power should be about 1.5 times that of this woman. According to the calculation unit of the Emperor, Xia Yilian counted 0.5 Lin Xiao Xiao. And the power of the Eye of the Void, just now, is at least equal to 0.75 Lin Xiao Xiao. That's not strong. Xiao Zissou uttered a sentence after a few breaths of silence. For you and me, it is indeed not strong. Hu Yu smiled bitterly and responded, but I didn't lie just now. I really didn't sense any living creature around. 9 light years? No. The entire galaxy. Hu Yu said seriously, although my perception range is only 9 light years. The things within these 9 light years are enough to explain a lot of things. For example, all the planets here are dead stars. They don't revolve. They don't rotate. They are just like a leaf of duckweed floating in a fish tank, quietly staying in their original position. The premise for the formation of such an environment is, all the planets in the galaxy, including the stars, are in this state. In such an environment, it is impossible for living creatures to live on it for a long time. Even if they can survive, they can't live. Xiao Zissou naturally understood the difference between the two words. She frowned slightly. So now, wake this guy up? No hurry. Hu Yu glanced at Xia Yilian. She is a negative gain in this state. Just save her life first. As for the rest, let's wait until we understand the situation here. Okay. Xiao Zissou responded, and injected a trace of life essence into Xia Yilian's body. Just while this guy was dormant, she didn't forget to replenish the life essence that she hadn't given to the two little ones before. Master's wife this. Chen Xiao was a smart kid, and naturally knew what these 2 life essences meant. With their 2 life essences, 1/10 of one of them was enough to keep an emperor alive. And they actually absorbed 1 each. The magnitude of this gift is self-evident. Be good. Xiao Zissou smiled and rubbed Chen Xiao and Chen Yi's heads. Master's wife said she would give you something. Just accept it obediently. Don't be polite to your master's wife. Just listen to her more in the future. Hu Yu also smiled at the side. Yes. Chen Xiao grinned, and said to Hu Yu and Chen Yi with a smile, thank you, master and madam. After saying that, Xiao Zissou also looked at Hu Yu and asked, what are you going to do next? Rely on the 2 of us to explore? Of course not. Hu Yu immediately uttered 4 words. Have you forgotten? We still have 4 workers. Xiao Zissou blinked. And when he heard him say that, the figures of the 4 workers appeared in his mind. Lust, jealousy, gluttony, rage. Since the 4 of them devoured the godhood of the true god-level Big Moth, they have become Hu Yu's fans. Even if they were all locked up in the space barrier, they would not complain at all. Hu Yu left the endless holy tower alone and released them casually. Just as he was about to give the order, the 4 guys seemed to have triggered some key instructions and knelt down on one knee towards Hu Yu at the same time. Congratulations to my emperor for returning to his homeland. Homeland? Hu Yu frowned slightly. The Big Moth and these guys called themselves emperors, which was obviously a mistake. And the Heavenly Soul Emperor called himself the Emperor, which was also a mistake. Both are related to the extraterritorial demon. The Emperor and the Emperor they are talking about are very likely the same person. If this statement is true, then this place is not the former residence of the Emperor of the extraterritorial demon. Hu Yu's pupils trembled. He dared not let these 4 guys search here under such circumstances. The residence of the Emperor. If any mechanism or trap is triggered, the end will be similar to Xia Ilian. For the sake of caution, in this kind of place, you still have to explore it yourself. Those 4 confused guys are obviously unreliable. Hu Yu waved his hand casually and put the 4 guys back into the space and called Xiao Zissou and the 2 little ones out. He asked Xiao Zissou to put a resurrection card on everyone, and he put up another true god-level space barrier as a protection. The protective measures have been perfected. The rest is to explore. Hu Yu looked at the 2 little ones with a smile on his face. The casino before was the first lesson that Master taught you. Now, we are starting the second lesson. Be serious. If you make jokes in this lesson, you will easily leave this world. 40 minutes ago, Your Majesty. Seeing Hu Yu and the other 2 leave, the male emperor frowned. The 3 of them. Just let them go. Don't ask if you shouldn't ask. Tianhan Emperor responded calmly and put the crystal stone into the space. She glanced at the teleportation array. Let's go and see where they went using the teleportation array. Yes, the female emperor responded, and immediately flashed to the front of the teleportation array. She sensed it slightly, and her pupils dilated slightly. The Heavenly Soul Emperor, who had been observing her situation, frowned. What did you find? Your Majesty. The female emperor looked up. With a bitter smile on her face, the 3 people went to the Heavenly Tomb. Heavenly Tomb? The Heavenly Soul Emperor frowned. Aren't the coordinates of the teleportation array leading their band? Yes, the female emperor responded, and her eyes were full of confusion. The coordinates I found were also banned. But the coordinates were indeed activated just now. It seems to be affected by some unknown force. Unknown force? The Heavenly Soul Emperor frowned slightly, and a trace of deep thought appeared in his eyes. When she found Hu Yu, she was 99% sure that Hu Yu was their emperor. But after what happened at the wounded position and here, her 90% certainty turned into 70% uncertainty. But now, when she heard the news, the 70% uncertainty instantly turned into 100%. That is the Heavenly Tomb, the place where emperors of all dynasties were buried. And it is also the emperor's bedroom. When the emperor was still there, all teleportation arrays could lead directly to the Heavenly Tomb. But with the disappearance of the emperor, the coordinates of the Heavenly Tomb were also sealed in all teleportation arrays, except for the emperor. She couldn't think of anyone who would have the ability and qualifications to activate this coordinate and then seal it again. Okay. Tianhan Emperor waved his hand. This matter must be kept confidential. Don't tell others. In the future, there will be benefits for you. Yes, Your Majesty. Chapter 564 Weird Galaxy. Master, what is this? Master, what about this? Master, look, what is that? Hu Yu listened to the questions one after another, and felt that his head was almost 3 times bigger. Originally, he was going to see if the 2 children knew more about this place, and ask them questions under the pretext of class, in exchange for some information. Although the Everything panel can view most of the information of most items, it still has some disadvantages. For example, the symbolic meaning of some objects in a certain civilization, or the usage or meaning given to the objects by people other than the objects themselves. The panel cannot detect it. After all, the 2 little ones are in the same civilization as here, and there should be some similarities and connections. In addition to the information detected by the panel, with their supplements, it will obviously be more comprehensive and detailed. But who knows? Before he could ask questions, the two little ones' questions came one after another. If there were one or two things he didn't know, that would be fine. These two guys kept talking from the beginning to the end. They even asked about the stones they passed by to see what they were. There was nothing they could do. It was their own fault. They could only spoil them. He looked at the things one by one and explained and introduced them to them using the panel of everything. It really turned into an outdoor classroom. Huyu took the two little ones with him and introduced them along the way. He also understood the entire galaxy. The structure here is very similar to the solar system. It is also a star, with 8 planets. The planet they are on is right at the edge, which is the 8th planet. In this planet alone, there are 9 emperors' corpses buried. According to the identification method Xia Yilian said, these 9 emperors all belong to the extraterritorial demon clan. When exploring the planet with the 2 children, Huyu also dug out the corpses of the 9 emperors and examined them carefully. You won't know until you see it. You'll be shocked when you see it. Greed. The auras of the 9 emperors are very similar to greed. But it's just a resemblance. If greed is a gem, then they are artificial gems. No matter the physical structure or the chemical structure, they are exactly the same. But anyone who knows the business can naturally find the difference between the two. Natural and unnatural. The specific manifestation is, even when Huyu just became a true god, he could knock over any 3 of them with one hand. But as for the specific difference between the two, Huyu didn't know. Godhead? They have it. Divine flame? They have it too. Even from the fallen version of the Godhead extracted from their bodies, Huyu could accurately judge how compatible they were in their lifetime. Everything is very similar to greed. But it is only at a similar level. Huyu was puzzled, but he put the Godhead and the 9 corpses back to their original positions, to avoid any unnecessary trouble. After confirming that there were only these things on this planet, he led everyone, and flashed to the 7th planet. He scanned the entire planet in detail immediately. It was just as he thought. On this planet, there were also corpses of emperors. Likewise, there were 9. But this time, the corpses were changed from being similar to greed, to being similar to arrogance. The remaining 6th, 5th, 4th, all the way to the 2nd planet, there were also 9 corpses buried on them. They were lust, jealousy, gluttony, wrath, laziness. On each planet, there was an emperor similar to the 7 deadly sins. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit. The so-called evil thoughts of this extraterritorial demon were most likely the 7 deadly sins they understood. The evidence was right in front of him. Huyu still had a question in his mind. Heavenly Soul Emperor. Why didn't the 3 emperors in the group of Heavenly Soul Emperor have the aura similar to the 7 deadly sins? Are they the exceptions among the extraterritorial demons? Or, the emperor corpses buried in these planets are the exceptions? Huyu frowned in confusion. But we have only explored 7 planets. Perhaps the answer is on the last planet. Or on the star that has stopped burning. Continue. Huyu led everyone. And with a move, they came directly to the last planet. Similar to the previous planets. It was still dead silent. And there was no life. According to the distance where Xia Yilian was injured before, it was very likely that the void I was projected from here. Be careful. Huyu turned his head and said to everyone, Zisu. Understood. Xiao Zisu quickly replied. Seeing Huyu so nervous, she was also on edge, fearing any accidents. As usual, Huyu scanned the entire planet carefully first. You don't know until you scan it. And you'll be shocked. He originally thought that he had made enough psychological preparations to deal with all possible situations. But when the picture of the interior of the planet appeared in front of him, he realized that he was not prepared enough. Corpses, densely packed with emperor corpses, except for the shallow crust on the surface. From the mantle to the core, everything on the entire planet is made up of emperor corpses. Conservatively estimated, at least tens of thousands. Of course, if it were just ordinary emperor corpses, let alone tens of thousands, even billions might not be able to fill the entire planet. Every corpse on this planet is not in normal human form, but a monster, like a big moth. A monster like the 7 deadly sins. Tens of thousands of such monster corpses make up the entire asteroid. And every true god corpse here is not like the corpses similar to the 7 deadly sins before, but is very similar to the Heavenly Soul Emperor. Xia Yilian, one of the monsters has the characteristics of having had the void eye. And judging from the marks on his body, it is the kind that has just been activated. If I guess correctly, this should be the Emperor who attacked Xia Yilian earlier. But whether from the panel or the energy fluctuations on the body. This monster should have been a corpse. How could this happen? Hu Yu frowned in confusion. If you want to know the specific reason, the best way is to wake Xia Yilian up and let her use the Eye of Void again. They will observe from the side. However, if she uses it on this planet, it is still too dangerous. So, Hu Yu turned to look at Xiao Zissou and took Xia Yilian out of the endless holy tower and gave her a space barrier. After all, she was half an ally. If he played her badly, he would be the one who suffered. Take the two little ones back to the 8th planet, or to a slightly closer planet, and let Xia Yilian use the Eye of Void again. Okay, Xiao Zissou replied, and took Xia Yilian. Hu Yu activated the power of greed and sent her back to the 8th planet. Half a minute later, Xia Yilian's breath returned to normal, but she did not use the Eye of Void immediately. Obviously, that guy should be afraid. Fortunately, Xiao Zissou has been with him for so long, and he must have inherited 30% of his great swindle, which is enough to fool Xia Yilian. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, on the 8th planet, a burst of dark purple light really burst out. The Eye of Void burst out. The planet under Hu Yu's feet suddenly moved. I saw that on the originally dead star not far away, a rhythm suddenly broke out, like sunlight, reflecting on the first planet. Almost at the same time, the corpse of the Emperor, with the Void Eye, received this energy, and immediately projected the Void Eye in the direction of Xia Yilian. The power is exactly 1.5 times that of Xia Yilian. The source is found. Hu Yu was well prepared, and naturally it is impossible to let this beam fall on the 8th planet. He waved his hand casually, and directly cut off the Void Eye. I thought this offensive was over, but the next moment, above the star, there was another rhythm. The power, and it is 1.5 times the previous one. Hu Yu frowned. Before he could notify Xiao Zissou and others to evacuate, a beam of light from the Eye of Void burst out from the first planet. This beam of light is also 1.5 times the previous one. If this beam of light hits hard, Xia Yilian might not be seriously injured, she might die on the spot, the kind that cannot be saved. Fortunately, she still has a space barrier that she has set up herself, so she should be able to hold on. But Hu Yu didn't dare to gamble. She wasn't the only one around her. There were two little ones too. If anything went wrong, he would regret it. Cut off. Another space crack. Cut off the second beam. Hu Yu stared at the star not far away, frowning slightly. Could there be another one? The intensity of this second beam had already reached the full force of Lin Shishia's peak period. If it were to increase again, I'm afraid it would be difficult for him to deal with it. No matter what the situation, save people first. Hu Yu dodged, without time to explain to everyone, and directly took them all into the endless holy tower. Almost the next moment, the third beam of the Void Eye arrived. It really happened. Hu Yu didn't dare to gamble if there would be a fourth time. He could only choose to resist. He got into the endless holy tower, and before he could stand firm, a burst of trembling. Fortunately, with the defensibility of the endless holy tower, it can still withstand this kind of attack. Now I have to bite the bullet and take one shot. Would there be a fourth one? Just as Hu Yu was thinking, the entire endless holy tower suddenly shook violently. Another attack fell. Puff! The little spirit suddenly appeared, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. He looked at Hu Yu in front of him. His brows were furrowed, but he didn't have time to spit out a half sentence of ridicule. He just squeezed out a sentence from his teeth. That woman, die. Chapter 565 10,000 Emperors. As soon as the little spirit finished speaking, the whole person tilted his head and fainted directly. Hu Yu frowned slightly. Based on what the little spirit said, it is not difficult to judge what he wanted to express. Xia Yilian must die. That is to say, this wave of Void Eyes did not hit Xia Yilian. There will be a more terrifying wave of Void Eyes later. Besides this, Hu Yu could not think of any other possibility which could make the little spirit give up mocking him, and he had to say such words. Just as he was thinking, the endless holy tower suddenly dissipated and retracted into Hu Yu's body again. Obviously, the attack just now caused considerable damage to the endless holy tower. Hu Yu looked up and saw the fifth beam of the Void Eye condensing in the air. The power exceeded any attack he had ever seen. Is this also something that can be done within the scope of the Emperor? He didn't have time to think about it, and immediately prepared to move with Xiao Zissou and others. As for sacrificing Xia Yilian, he had no psychological burden at all, regardless of the positions of the two people, or the things that happened after contacting Xia Yilian. He had no good feelings for this woman. In the face of a matter of life and death, he naturally would not hesitate at all. At most, after returning to Daxia, he would return an emperor to them. But just when he was about to lead everyone into the space channel, Xia Yilian seemed to have noticed something, and she did not know what method she used, but directly bound her own godhood to Hu Yu. When Hu Yu moved to the third planet, Xia Yilian also appeared on the third planet at the same time. Boom! The fifth eye of the void hit the eighth planet, stirring up a pile of dust. I don't know if it was because there were the corpses of the 9 emperors on the 8th planet, but this eye of the void fell. But it failed to directly destroy the planet, but only made it tremble a little. But this void eye still missed the power of the next one. This time, the distant star emitted a dark golden light visible to the naked eye. The light precisely fell on the first planet. Hu Yu frowned, thinking if he killed Xia Yilian himself, whether he could eliminate this attack. Xia Yilian's face turned pale instantly. She immediately said to Hu Yu, "Save me. I bound your Dao with the witch Dao. If my Dao collapses, you will also be injured." Hu Yu frowned, and his mind moved, and he sensed that what Xia Yilian said was indeed true. I don't know what method she used, but she actually bound her godhood to my godhood. This binding relationship is like a contract. Her godhood is like a power bank, which continuously provides power to my godhood, which is also a benefit for me. But the disadvantage is, once the power bank explodes, his godhood will also be affected, and he has no way to actively cancel this relationship. Hu Yu directly released the void eye that was just stored in the greed armor, and it bloomed with 200% power. He also switched to the wrathful godhood in an instant, and the gains generated by various wrathful powers were all added to the beam. This one shot was at least equivalent to the full force of 4 Lin Zioxiaos at the same time. If this couldn't kill the monster, Hu Yu would have to cut off his arm, give up some benefits, and watch Xia Yilian die. The dark purple beam directly hit the monster. Buzz! A buzzing sound rang in my ears. This was not the sound of the beam hitting the monster, but the sound of the air explosion, causing tinnitus. Hu Yu had never imagined that this level of attack would burst out from his hands, and he had never imagined. Fortunately, when the attack fell, the monster, in the dark purple beam, turned into a stream of steam and dissipated directly. "It's over." Hu Yu breathed a sigh of relief. He waved his hand casually, giving each of the 4 guys who were fighting with the monster and were injured a ball of life essence as compensation. At the same time, they were also put back into the space barrier. Everything was done. Hu Yu also looked at Xia Yilian, who was trembling slightly. Before he could speak, Xia Yilian roared first. "It's you! You made me use the Eye of Void again. I bound your avenue only to protect myself." Well, the words are rough, but the truth is true. It's normal for creatures to do anything out of their survival instinct. Hu Yu chuckled and agreed with what she said, and then raised his voice. "But I'm very angry. The consequences are very..." The words haven't been finished yet. A dark golden light suddenly enveloped the 2 of them. Hu Yu didn't have time to think, and swallowed what he wanted to say. He turned his head and looked behind him subconsciously. He saw that the star released a dark golden light curtain again, and this time the brightness was more than 10,000 times that of the previous one. It's not over yet. The monster has already died. What does it mean that it's not over yet? Could it be? A terrifying guess emerged in his mind. Hu Yu's heart trembled, and he didn't know how long it had been since he felt this kind of heart skipping a beat. As the light curtain fell, black shadows began to appear one after another on the first planet. 1, 2, tens of thousands of black shadows, which symbolized tens of thousands of monsters. Those eyes flashed the same dark golden light, searching the entire small galaxy. Almost at the same time, those eyes locked onto Hu Yu and the other person. True God. True God. Still true God. Tens of thousands of black shadows, which are equivalent to tens of thousands of true gods. The strength of each one is enough to match that of the monster just now. And some monsters even have a higher aura. Hu Yu. His claws were numb instantly. What the hell is this place? The previous monster almost cost me my life, and now there are so many. Die! Xia Yilian must die. Hu Yu doesn't care about moral condemnation or conscience issues. In order to ensure that no one is affected, he immediately planned to kill Xia Yilian. Lian attacked. There was no other way. She could catch up with him even if he used the power of greed to flee far away. If he wanted to get rid of her, taking the initiative to kill her was the only option. But the next moment when he was about to attack, those 10,000 black shadows had already attacked. All kinds of attack methods, the same terrifying coercive power, directly blocked Hu Yu and Xia Yilian's escape possibility from space, time, body, soul, and even from all angles. Don't say that Xiao Zissou spared a life on him. Even if he spared 10,000 lives, it might not be enough for these monsters to kill. It's over. It's still too late. A hint of helplessness and relief flashed across Hu Yu's eyes. Fortunately, at least Xiao Zissou and the others should be able to save their lives. Hu Yu was just thinking about it, when a space crack suddenly appeared in front of him. Xiao Zissou and the two little ones actually ran out from it. Hu Yu saw this, and his jaw instantly lost control. Before the attack landed, Xiao Zissou came directly to Hu Yu, frowned and looked at him, as I said. No matter what happens, we both have to face it together. We can't not face it. Hu Yu smiled bitterly, pointed to the surroundings. Look at what's going on outside. This? Xiao Zissou finally reacted. His eyes no longer had resentment. Only helplessness. You poked the Emperor's nest. Right. Who knows? Hu Yu held Xiao Zissou's hand. It seems that today we have to explain here. Zissou. Do you regret it? No. Xiao Zissou said 2 words calmly. Before he could finish the word regret, the overwhelming pressure suddenly fell, directly covering everyone. 1 second. 2 seconds. Just when Hu Yu felt the feeling called death, a touch of dark gold bloomed beside him. The light stung his eyes. He is not dead. Hu Yu tried to raise his eyes, squinted a little, and looked at the light source. There was only surprise in his eyes. Chapter 566 now that he was here. Not only was he not dead, but also Xiao Zissou, Qin Xiao, and Qin Yi were all safe and sound. Even Xia Yilian was not in any danger of life at the moment. She was simply frightened by the pressure of the 10,000 emperors and fainted. What on earth was going on? When facing tens of thousands of emperors, he thought about whether he could use the system space backpack to store all the emperors as corpses in the space. They were all corpses, and it depended on whether the system could judge them as non-living objects. He originally planned to do so. But before he could do it, the scene just now happened in front of him. Fortunately, after all, using the system space backpack, it can only be regarded as an attempt, and no one knows whether it will succeed. Now that he survived without doing anything, it is naturally better. But I don't know what happened just now, which caused tens of thousands of emperors to disappear at the same time. Hu Yu sensed it a little, and found that those emperors also turned into corpses again, lying back on the original first planet. Everything that happened before seemed to be just a dream that never happened. If Xia Yilian hadn't fainted from shock, Hu Yu, Xiao Zissou also came back to her senses at this moment. She immediately flew to Hu Yu with the 2 little ones. Just now. Shu. Hu Yu interrupted what she was about to say, frowned and replied, Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's run away first. If the 10,000 emperors attack again, they will miss this opportunity. It will be too late to regret it. Yeah. Xiao Zissou nodded. Hu Yu waved his hand casually, and took her and the 2 little ones to 9 light years away, which was the location of the 8th planet. As for Xia Yilian, who cares? It was just that Hu Yu was worried about any more trouble. Otherwise, he would have to deal with this guy first before leaving here. If she was no longer in danger, then even if he didn't take her with him, she could still leave here. It was just a matter of time. But if she was still in danger, Hu Yu had just saved her several times. Even if it was a favor, it should be almost over, and the rest would naturally depend on her, and leave it to fate. But just after Hu Yu moved for the second time, his brows knitted instantly. The first planet. After he and everyone moved 9 light years again, he unexpectedly reappeared beside Xia Yilian. Space was disturbed. Normally, space movement is like standing long jump, except that standing long jump is on the same plane, using one's own strength to move on the plane. Space movement, however, is to use one's own authority to move long distances in a 3-dimensional space. However, the principles of the two are almost the same. Who use space movement outside the galaxy is impossible to move back into the space. This is like a person standing long jump forward. Even if the strength is not enough, it is only a matter of distance. It is impossible to jump behind oneself when jumping forward, unless the space rules of the entire galaxy are disturbed. Hu Yu frowned slightly. But the previous few space movements were normal. At the moment, there is only one possibility left. which can explain everything that is happening. This disturbed space rule is triggered only when leaving the galaxy. They are trapped in here. Xiaolian, who was lying next to her, seemed to feel the fluctuations in space and slowly woke up from her coma. She looked at the scene in front of her, and then looked at Hu Yu and others beside her, and subconsciously said, "Are we all dead?" Hu Yu rolled his eyes and nodded without hesitation. "All dead. You are so stupid." "You?" Xiaolian just uttered a word and realized something was wrong. If she was really dead, how could she still maintain the realm of the Emperor? There is something wrong here. The anger in her eyes immediately turned into flattery. "We are not dead. You brother you saved us? Can we make a deal?" Hu Yu felt a headache when he looked at Xiaolian. "From now on, until we leave here, if you say one more word, I will kill you directly, okay?" Xiaolian could clearly feel the murderous intent released from Hu Yu. "This is not a joke. Thinking about what I did to him before, what I said, he might really do something to me. Especially, his strength. Although I don't know what method he used, but he was able to save everyone in that situation. His strength is obviously not something I can contend with. It's better to be careful. Anyway, as long as she leaves here, there will be no such ban," she thought to herself, and immediately flew out of the galaxy. In a flash, when she flew to the second planet, she found that Hu Yu and others did not catch up with her. She turned her head, with a little doubt in her eyes. "Can't speak. Can't speak." Xiaolian repeated it twice in her heart, and could only use her eyes to ask Hu Yu. After not getting an answer from Hu Yu, she had to fly back from the second planet in shame, looking at the people in front of him with grievance. Zhao Zissa looked at Xiaolian in front of him, but she still couldn't bear it, so she used the method of voice transmission to tell Xiaolian what happened before. "Don't leave in a hurry, we just tried, the whole galaxy has become a cage, there is no way to leave normally, just follow us, don't act on your own." "What?" Xiaolian uttered a word subconsciously after hearing it. Cage. As a generation of Emperor, she is naturally clear about things like space confinement. She was not surprised that there was a space ban here, but she was surprised that, as an Emperor with the Eye of Void, she had not noticed the space ban for so long. Moreover, they were clearly teleported from outside through the teleportation array. If there was really a space ban, then they would not be able to teleport in. There is a big problem here. Hu Yu turned his head, and with a warning look, she immediately swallowed back what she wanted to say. One word. Fortunately, she only said one word. It was just one word. It shouldn't be considered a sentence. Right? Hu Yu didn't dwell on this matter too much, but cast his eyes on the star. Since we can't leave, we can only continue to explore. It is said that there must be an antidote for highly toxic substances within 3 steps. From an optimistic point of view, this space ban is no exception. We can only strive to find a solution in this galaxy. But if we look at it pessimistically, if this galaxy is a huge cage or something else, and the solution to the ban is not in it, then they will be trapped here for the rest of their lives. Eventually, they will become floating between planets, or merge into the corpses of the emperors on the first planet, and stay here forever. What's even more terrifying is, among the people trapped inside, there is also Xiaolian. "Let's go," Hu Yu said, and headed for the star first. For the sake of caution, he did not use his greedy power, or other abilities, but simply relied on his physical strength to fly towards the dead star. It took about half an hour for everyone to land on the surface of the star. Unlike other dead planets, the gravity on this star is not only stronger than that on the planets, but its structure is also obviously different. The biggest difference is corpses. The other planets are more or less buried with the corpses of emperors. But on this star, Hu Yu carefully explored it 3 times, and finally only found an undetectable area at the south pole of the star. It seemed to be covered by something. No matter whether he used greedy power or any other ability, he could not find out what was there. The only thing he could sense was that there was indeed a building there. This is strange, according to the strength of the person who planned this place. If he didn't want others to find it, he could just hide it directly. Even Hu Yu and his friends would not be able to find the hidden existence. But if he wanted others to find it, why would he cover it up? It's another strange place. Hu Yu is increasingly confused about what kind of existence this place is. Never mind. That is the only strange place on the entire star. We can only go there and take a look. Hu Yu still did not use the greedy authority to move directly there, but chose to lead everyone to fly towards the South Pole step by step. In this way, In addition to observing if there are any strange places on the star along the way, they can also improve the physical fitness of the two little ones. With the gravity of the star itself as a prop, they can gradually adapt to this pressure, and speed up their absorption of the life essence in their bodies. At least, they can improve their physical fitness to the perfect level. Yu and his companions were flying at a relatively fast speed. In less than 2 hours, they arrived at the south pole of the star. Consistent with what he had detected, there was indeed a group of buildings here. No. To be precise, it should be a palace. The entire palace complex probably occupied the south pole of the entire star. According to the area of the Forbidden City, it was probably about 100 forbidden cities. This kind of building area is not special for the Emperor. But the special thing is the barrier outside the entire building complex. If Yu is not mistaken, this barrier is not very similar to the barrier used by the extraterritorial demons that he saw in the void area before. But it is exactly the same. Dao level. It is definitely a Dao level existence. And it can only be made. Yu felt a little panic in his heart, and subconsciously wanted to leave. But rationality made him think of a sentence in his mind. I'm here. There's no way. I can't leave. So I have to continue exploring. Yu didn't tell Xiao Zissou or Xia Yilian what he found out. In this case, letting them know would only cause unnecessary worry. Chapter 567 Emperor's Palace. Everyone came to the barrier. Before Yu could speak, Xia Yilian stepped forward, raised her hand, and touched the barrier. Her eyes were full of surprise. She looked at the barrier, pointed at the barrier, and then pointed at Yu. The meaning she wanted to express was very simple. Obviously, she also found that this barrier was exactly the same as the barrier separating the Tianhan dynasty and the Daxia dynasty. But Yu pretended not to understand, looking at her in surprise. What did you say? I don't understand. Another word fell. Yu lowered his eyelids slightly, making no effort to hide his murderous intent. He said this just to tease Xia Yilian, not that he really didn't know what she was talking about. As long as Xia Yilian dares to explain, he will fulfill his promise. Xia Yilian also reacted, looking at Yu with eyes full of resentment, as if to say, "You old men are very bad. You only know how to fish. I won't be fooled." With a thought, Xia Yilian turned her head away, no longer mentioned the barrier, and pretended that she had not spoken just now. With this guy's eyesight, it is impossible not to see the relationship between the two barriers. Anyway, they have come here. She doesn't believe that Yu will go back. What a pity. Yu did not hide his desire to fish, and said calmly. He glanced at Xia Yilian. How about we change the rules? As long as you say a word, we will start. Okay? Xia Yilian didn't care about that. She just pretended not to hear, and sealed her mouth. In this case, even if she couldn't hold it back, she wouldn't utter any words. At most she would just whimper. There's nothing she can do. Although she is an emperor, she controls the entire Great Xia dynasty, which represents 1/3 of the human race. But now, an emperor? There are more than 10,000 emperors buried in the ground here. What is she? Especially, in front of this person. It's better to be low-key. Seeing that he couldn't fool this guy, Yu didn't say much, he raised his hand and placed it on the barrier, wanting to try to see if he could put the barrier directly into the space like last time. But this time, the moment he raised his hand to touch the barrier disappeared directly on the spot. Yu was obviously startled, and subconsciously took a step back. Last time, he used the system space to put the barrier into the space backpack. But what happened this time? Let alone the system space backpack. He didn't even use the greedy power. He just simply put his flesh and blood body on the barrier. How could the barrier disappear so quickly? Yu frowned slightly. And in addition to fear in his eyes, there was also a hint of surprise. Weird things happen every year. But this year there are more. If he hadn't been unable to leave, he might have just turned around and left. But this time, he really couldn't leave. What's wrong? Xiao Zissou noticed that Yu was not right, and asked in confusion, Is there something wrong with this barrier? There is a little problem. But it's not big. Yu replied stubbornly, although the process was a little unexpected. As long as the result is consistent, it's fine. He looked at Xia Yilian and said calmly, You go ahead and explore the way. Xia Yilian tilted her head, wanting to pretend that she didn't hear it, and act like a wooden man. Are you kidding me? Although as an emperor, I am not worth much here, there are even less valuable people here. Those two little ones. They are just ordinary extraterritorial demons. If you want to explore the way, you should let them do it. Why should I take the risk? But the next sentence Hu Yu said made her have to act according to his wishes. After the exploration you can talk. It was obviously a normal behavior, but I don't know why when it came to Hu Yu's mouth, Xiao Yulian felt that it was a great gift. She wanted to refute. But the words were put back into the seal when they came to her lips and turned into a sob. Hu Yu lowered his eyelids slightly, and his eyes swept over her. If you don't leave now, the sound you make in the future will be considered as talking. Let's go! Xiao Yulian heard it and immediately walked towards the palace. I don't know why. It seems that, since I have been bound to him, I always obey his words inexplicably. Could it be that this secret technique passed down from ancient times has some drawbacks? Xiao Yulian frowned slightly, and her steps couldn't help but slow down a little. Hu Yu behind him immediately urged, What are you doing? There is no money on the ground. After confirming that there is no danger, walk faster. Xiao Yulian pouted, but still quietly quickened her pace. It took about an hour. The crowd finally arrived in front of a jade gate. The style of the entire jade gate is very similar to the inheritance of Chinese civilization, but some things on it are somewhat different from those in Chinese civilization. For example, the 4 sacred beasts: vermilion bird, black tortoise, azure dragon, white tiger. Generally speaking, these 4 sacred beasts all symbolize positive meanings, and are usually not associated with some negative emotions or depictions. But on the left side of the jade gate, these 4 sacred beasts, along with a series of mythical beasts such as the Qilin, the phoenix, and the Pishio, all have ferocious faces and fierce eyes. It seems that if you look at them for a second longer, you will be eaten alive by these mythical beasts. As for the other side of the jade gate, the ancient beasts, including but not limited to Tao Tai, Han Dun, and Jiao Zi, all have kind faces, and are so cute that you can't help but want to rub their heads. This contrast is too strange. Xiao Yulian should also know the origins of these ferocious beasts. When she saw this jade gate, she couldn't help but stand there in a daze, her eyes full of confusion. She couldn't speak, so she could only turn her head and look at Hu Yu. Continue. After receiving the order, Xiao Yulian took a step forward and tried to push open the jade door. But the next moment she touched the jade door, the power in her body began to dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a moment, her status fell from the emperor to the king. Then it was the pseudo-god level, the great saint level, the pseudo-saint level, the myth level. Save me. Xiao Yulian didn't care about the ban on not speaking now. She only knew that if she didn't ask for help now, she might become immortal in the next second, or even a dry skeleton. Hu Yu frowned slightly. He tried to put the jade door into the space backpack, but in front of him, a prompt popped up. The item is too high level, cannot be collected. Please try again after upgrading the level. Hu Yu's pupils trembled. He is the first time seeing this kind of prompt. 3 seconds. It took less than 3 seconds. Before Hu Yu had time to think of other ways, Xiao Yulian had fallen from a great emperor to an ordinary person. Even Chen Yi is not as good as an ordinary person. However, the suction of human to her still exists. Xiao Yulian struggled hard, using her insignificant strength to kick and hit human, and still wanted to break free from human. But the next second, a purple light suddenly burst out from the jade gate. Instantly, Xiao Yulian's lost cultivation began to recover at twice the speed of before, or even faster. Perfect, epic, legend, 1 second. It only took 1 second. Xiao Yulian completed the transformation from ordinary to emperor. No, not just the transformation to emperor. Previously, she only had 0.5 of Lin Shishu's strength at most, but now, at least 0.75 of Lin Xiao. This is when she couldn't fully control this power. If she could control it, and use it reasonably, it's not impossible for her strength to be on par with Lin Xiao. Bang! At this moment, the jade gate let her go. Xiao Yulian fell to the ground, looking at her hands. Her eyes were full of disbelief. I have made more progress in the Tao. Ahem. Hu Yu coughed twice, to remind Xiao Yulian. He was not a bloodthirsty person. As long as Xiao Yulian was obedient, and kept her mouth shut, he would not kill her. But the next moment Xiao Yulian heard this, she immediately stood up, looked up at Hu Yu, her eyes were full of arrogance. I just said something. What's wrong? Do you think you can still kill now? Before he finished speaking, there was still a word that he hadn't said yet. Hu Yu's pressure suddenly fell. Instantly, Xia Ilian knelt down on the ground. Isn't it just 0.75 Lin Xiaoxiao? Even if there were 2 or 3 Lin Xiaoxiao in front of him, he could easily deal with them. He came forward, knelt in front of Xia Ilian and asked, "What did you want to say just now?" Xia Ilian did not answer. Her eyes turned around twice, and smiled honestly at Hu Yu. "Okay, get up," Hu Yu said and lifted him up again. "Tell me, how do you feel now? Why is there such an improvement?" I don't know." Xia Ilian frowned slightly. "You just saw it. My realm fell to that level. How can I feel anything? But now? Wait." Xia Ilian's eyes suddenly became terrified. She looked at her hands. Her expression changed from horror to panic to disbelief. And finally, madness. I know where this is. Now that you know, tell me." Hu Yu groaned for a few breaths, his tone revealing a sense of helplessness. "Don't think that just because I let you speak, you can be a repeater indefinitely." "The palace." Xia Ilian looked up. Looking at the Jade Gate, "This is the palace of the Emperor of the Outer Demon." "Palace? Emperor?" If it is really as Xia Ilian said, this is the palace of the Emperor of the Outer Demon, then everything seems to be explainable. Apart from that emperor, Hu Yu really couldn't think of anyone who could have such a big arm to place thousands of emperors' corpses around the palace to form those planets. And this? Xia Ilian looked up. Her eyes were dull. It should be the thing in the rumors. Rumors? Hu Yu frowned slightly. You mean the thing that infected the extraterritorial demons? Xia Ilian nodded desperately. Wait. Xiao Zisa frowned and asked, so what you mean is, you have also become an extraterritorial demon? Xia Ilian didn't want to admit it, but still nodded. Yeah. Chapter 568 The Way of Gluttony. Listening to Xia Ilian's description, Hu Yu was stunned. No matter from what angle, he didn't believe that such an outrageous thing would happen. He had seen Xia Ilian's so-called Great Tao with his own eyes. Whether it was the cultivation system, or the godlike thing condensed in the body, it was completely different from the 7 deadly sins, or the so-called extraterritorial demon. How could it be possible that just touching the Jade Gate would cause the whole person to transform into an extraterritorial demon? What's more, Hu Yu also checked Xia Ilian's panel as soon as possible. The top ones are still the true god-level Wu Dao, and the true god-level Void Eye, without any characteristics of the extraterritorial demon. He couldn't help but step forward, looking at Xia Ilian, and said, Relax your mind, I'll take another look at your Dao. Okay. Xia Ilian had no choice but to give up at this moment, and agreed to Hu Yu. As Hu Yu entered the other party's divine space, the scene in front of him was completely different from the last time. In the last divine space, only a piece of divine could be seen, without the divine fire. But this time, there is no divine fire, and no Godhead. In the Godhead space, there is only a narrow dark purple road, about 10 meters wide, and more than 300 meters long. Above the road, there is a void eye hanging high. Hu Yu tried to step on that road, but found that he couldn't go up. However, he could clearly sense the arrogant aura on this road. Before, Xia Ilian would never have such an aura. Hu Yu frowned slightly, and first threw a big detection spell over. The panel of this road suddenly appeared in front of him. Name, Wu Void Dao Grade, Dao Level Completion, 33.33% Compatibility, 10.4% Mastering Authority, Void Eye, can integrate the void into the eyes. See through all illusions. Emptiness. Void Body, can integrate the void into itself, travel through the void, immune to most space rules, physical damage. Remaining authority will be checked after the completion degree reaches more than 50%. Note, feel the void. This thing seems like an introduction to the Godhead. When Hu Yu explored Xia Ilian's cultivation system before, this kind of thing never appeared. From the perspective of strength, Xia Ilian's strength has indeed improved. Even with the improvement, there is potential. Comparing the current Xia Ilian with the previous Xia Ilian, it's like a good steel that has been forged into a famous sword, and a piece of steel that is still just an ingot. Although the two are made of the same material, their properties are completely different. Now the length of this road is only more than 300 meters. If Xia Ilian can walk to the end of this road and achieve 100% completion, maybe she can also qualify to become a Dao level. Even Hu Yu, who controls 7 kinds of divine nature, can't do this. If I also touch the Jade Gate, will it also produce such a change? Hu Yu was about to leave Xia Ilian's divine nature space to try his own ideas. But the next moment, the arrogant godhood in his body began to throb a little, as if it was resonating with the road in front of him. Huyu asked in confusion, and tried to transform the godhood in his body into arrogance, and tried to touch this road again. The next moment, a ray of light flashed in the arrogant godhood. Before he could react to what happened, the road in Xia Ilian's godhood space suddenly grew by more than 100 meters. The degree of completion directly reached 41%. The degree of compatibility of the arrogant godhood in Huyu's body directly increased from 71% to 80%. I don't know if it's an illusion. He even felt that the size of the arrogant godhood in his body seemed to have grown a little. Forget it. Let's go out first. Huyu pulled his mind away, and as soon as he came out, he saw Xia Ilian looking at him in surprise. You, what did you do? Why is my strength? Shoo. Huyu put his finger between his lips. The wind down is over, the ban is reactivated, it's still the same old rules. As he said, ignoring the helplessness and confusion in Xia Ilian's eyes, Huyu directly took Xiao Zissou into the space barrier, isolating everyone, to ensure that the conversation would not be heard. He repeated what had just happened in Xia Ilian's divine space. Xiao Zissou's eyes gradually turned into confusion, and his brows slightly wrinkled. What do you think? Give it a try. Huyu replied, this opportunity is rare, it's impossible to go into the treasure mountain and return empty-handed. During the safe period, I will let Jealousy and the others come out to contact human first, and see their situation first. What if they lose control? Now Xia Ilian's strength has improved a lot. If one of the four loses control, join forces with him. Don't worry. Huyu patted his chest. Xia Ilian is at most the fighting power of 1 Lin Xiao Xiao. Jealousy, and the others now only have 0.75 Lin Xiao Xiao. Even if they improve, they can only have 1.5 Lin Xiao Xiao at most. Let one try first. Even if the attempt fails, I can control it. Okay. Xiao Zissou didn't say anything more, just spit out a word calmly. She knew that Huyu had made his decision, and she had no way to change his mind. Moreover, as long as it was within control, there was no harm in trying. After making the decision, Huyu and Xiao Zissou left the space barrier. As soon as they came out, they saw Xia Ilian touching the Jade Gate again, as if she wanted to replicate the previous miracle. But this time, she obviously did not simply touch the Jade Gate like last time. After seeing Huyu and the other person come out, she could only smile awkwardly, silently retracted her hand, and used a smile to cover up her embarrassment. Huyu was also speechless. He said helplessly, don't be in a daze here. Go to the side and feel the changes in your body. It will only benefit you, not harm you. Xia Ilian nodded and walked aside silently. Although she said she was feeling the changes in her body, her eyes were still looking at Huyu and the other person with a thief's gaze. Huyu did not hide it either, and with a wave of his hand, he released Gluttony. Emperor. Gluttony was still in his previous state of obsession. The moment he saw Huyu, he knelt down on the ground. Go and push open the Jade Gate. Huyu gave the order calmly. The Gluttony naturally followed his orders. He responded and turned to rush towards the Jade Gate. His hands fell and he placed them directly on the Jade Gate. Instantly, Gluttony's body also began to change like Xia Ilian before. The aura on his body kept falling, but his eyes gradually became clearer. When he fell to the mythical level, he even took the time to turn around and look at Huyu. His eyes were full of doubts and confusion, his lips moved up and down, and it seemed that he wanted him to save him. 5 seconds. In 5 seconds, Gluttony fell to the level of an ordinary person. The next second, Gluttony's breath suddenly jumped, like Xia Ilian also recovered to the level of the Emperor. But his eyes are even crazier than before. Emperor. Gluttony pounced in front of Huyu, and hugged his thighs. Thank you, my Emperor, for your reward. My Emperor, when will we return? In order to avoid some unnecessary trouble, Huyu used a great silence spell, and directly sealed Gluttony's mouth. Shut up. Relax. Let me check your body. Although Gluttony didn't understand why Huyu did this, he still relaxed his mind, and let Huyu enter his divine space. Huyu sank his mind and entered Gluttony's divine space. With just one glance, he found something wrong. The divine flame was gone. The divine was gone too. Just like the situation in Xia Ilian's body. A straight road ran through his entire divine space. The only difference was, Gluttony's road was 97 meters wide and 500 meters long. Huyu slowly stepped forward and cast a large detection spell on the road. Name, Tao of all souls grade, Tao level completion, 50% compatibility, 97% authority, endless devouring, unlimited devouring, and contain all existences that are not stronger than its own strength, including but not limited to Godhead, rules, abilities, and Tao, body of all souls, immune to all damage caused by the devoured Godhead, rules, abilities, and Tao, body integrates with all souls. All existences contained in itself can be transformed into its own nutrients to nourish the Tao. Body integrates with all souls. All existences that it has devoured can be separated from its body, and it can be absolutely controlled. The remaining authority will be checked after the completion rate reaches more than 70%. Note, I am the All-Spirit. Hiss. Who you saw this and couldn't help but take a breath. The authority of the way of All-Spirit is equivalent to the ultimate enhanced version of the gluttony Godhead. The gluttony authority can only continuously strengthen itself from a series of basic attributes, such as strength and speed. But this way of All-Spirit, that is an all-round and no dead-angle strengthening, plus skill expansion. In other words, who you will not let gluttony go, as long as he lets gluttony go for a few hundred years. No, a few years will be enough. He is afraid that he will kill Lin Xiaoxia one by one. As for him now, his combat power is equivalent to 2 Lin Xiaoxiao. Among the emperors who you have seen, he is second only to himself. Just to be on the safe side, who you did not try to use the gluttony Godhead to sense him, but directly left his Godhead space, and put it back into the space barrier. But before he could make the next move, gluttony appeared again. Obviously, the previous space barrier was eaten by him. Who you frowned slightly. You want to attack me? Gluttony shook his head repeatedly, clearly having the strength to eat the restriction on his mouth, but still did not offend Hu Yu. Then stay in there obediently, and you are not allowed to come out without my permission. Gluttony nodded. This time, Hu Yu released the space barrier, and then Gluttony was taken in. He couldn't help sweating on his forehead. In the past, his ability restrained Gluttony, but now Gluttony completely restrained his ability. Hu Yu raised his head, and his eyes fell on the jade door. What he wanted to do, naturally. It was self-evident. Chapter 569, Compatibility. 90%. Thinking is thinking. Doing is doing. Although Xia Yilian and Gluttony have not encountered any accidents so far, but in the end, it has only been a few minutes since the two of them opened the Jade Gate. What if something happens later? What's more, he would never let Xiao Zisi touch such things. He himself became a true god by following the path of the 7 deadly sins, so it's okay for him to touch something related to the extraterritorial demons. Xiao Zisi's path to becoming a god is different from hers, different from the 7 deadly sins, and even more different from Xia Yilian. If she touches this thing, what will happen, no one can tell, so she definitely won't touch human. In this way, once she touches human, she will become an exception. If human causes some cognitive problems, then she will become the target of public criticism. Hu Yu will never allow Xia Yilian, or even Hu Yu himself, to attack her. Go ahead. Xiao Zisi also knew what Hu Yu was hesitating about. She smiled faintly, looked at him and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." I'm serious. Without waiting for Hu Yu to finish the next words, Xiao Zisi pushed him, walking towards the Jade Gate. You also know, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What if this is the path you should take? If you miss this opportunity, how long will you have to wait for the next one? I understand. Hu Yu said calmly. Having said this, any more hesitation would be hypocritical. He had no choice but to take a step forward, and raised his hand to the Jade Gate. Instantly, Hu Yu's previously hidden aura was fully stimulated. 7 godheads were awakened in his body at the same time. 7 kinds of authority bloomed in his body at the same time. And his realm began to regress madly. Demigod, pseudo-god, saint level, pseudo-saint. It took him a full 10 seconds to degenerate from the original true god level to the level of an ordinary person. Except that the 7 godheads still remained in his body. And he also possessed the 7 auras of the 7 deadly sins. He was no different from an ordinary person at this time. His mind was still clear, and he subconsciously raised his head and looked at the pictures on the Jade Gate. Not sure if it was an illusion, he vaguely felt that those pictures seemed to be moving. Whether it was the divine beast, the holy beast, or those rumored fierce beasts, exotic beasts, they all seemed to be staring at him at this moment. The next moment, the compatibility of those godhoods began to soar like crazy. Only 1 second passed. The prompt box in front of him began to refresh frantically, and finally stopped at 90%. Compatibility of Greed Godhood, 99.99%. Compatibility of Wrath Godhood, 90.00%. Compatibility of Lust Godhood, 90.00%. Compatibility of Gluttony Godhood, 90.00%. Compatibility of Jealousy Godhood, 90.00%. Compatibility of Pride Godhood, 90.00%. Compatibility of Sloth Godhood, 90.00%. All the godhoods, at this moment, all increased to more than 90%. But his physical strength and realm were still at the level of ordinary people. This second has passed, could it be that? I can only improve the degree of fit, but not the realm. As soon as the thought came up, the halo bloomed again above the Jade Gate. The second who use aura began to rise wildly. From ordinary to demigod. From the true God, only one step away. But it is still one step away. The halo above the Jade Gate dissipated instantly. What's going on? They say to save people to the end, send the Buddha to the west, but you are planning to send yourself to demigod. You can't play like this. Buzz. Accompanied by a tremor. The Jade Gate glowed again. But this time, the glow was slightly weak, like a light that was forced to burn. The light that was forced to burn is also a light. As the light lit up, Hu Yu's aura began to rise again. In an instant, he crossed the barrier between demigod and true God, and stood above the true God. Even though he had just reached the true God, the aura in his body began to surge like crazy. In an instant, a crisp sound came from the Jade Gate. Crack. Before Hu Yu could move his hand away from the Jade Gate shattered into slag. Something that even the system space couldn't collect, just shattered like water? Hu Yu's pupils trembled slightly. Hand, but still hanging in the air. Looking at the debris in front of him in disbelief. Xiao Zissou immediately stepped forward, and immediately held Hu Yu's wrist. Are you okay? Nothing. Hu Yu replied with a bitter smile. He raised his hand and rubbed Xiao Zissou's head. Don't worry, it's just, this result is a bit unexpected. It's good that you're okay, your strength. I haven't seen it yet. Hu Yu waved his hand casually, and tried to collect the human debris into the space again, and this time it was successfully collected. He glanced at Xia Yilian, who was dumbfounded not far away, and after making sure that she would not do anything stupid again, he immediately sat cross-legged and began to check his own divine space. As soon as he entered the divine space, he was stunned. Like Xia Yilian and the others, all the divines he had stored in the divine space disappeared, and turned into the avenue. But he is different from Xia Yilian and the others. He has 7 avenues in total. The width of each avenue is more than 90 meters, and one of them is as wide as 99 meters. The 7 avenues surround him in a circle, almost filling up the divine space with him as the center. Of course, it's just almost. According to a rough estimate, if the width of the 7 avenues is increased to 100 meters, it should be able to fill up the entire divine space. But now, there is still a shortfall of 61 meters. As for the length, Hu Yu rubbed his eyes several times to make sure he was not mistaken, and even walked on a few of them to take a look, before finally confirming it. 10 meters. 7 avenues, including the avenue with a width of 99 meters, are only 10 meters long. He checked the information of the avenues. Except for the names, no authority was triggered. If he is said to be stronger, all the original authority of the Godhead cannot be used. But if he is said to be weaker, he feels that his strength is enough to easily crush the stronger Gluttony to death. If you use a simple math problem to calculate, now the strength of Gluttony should be the width of the avenue multiplied by the length of the avenue. The comprehensive combat power is about 4,005. And Hu Yu's current strength is the width of the avenue multiplied by the length of the avenue. The comprehensive combat power is 6,390. Even if Gluttony has some authority to assist in combat power, Hu Yu also has the word spirit, which can check and balance it. As for Xia Yilian, the comprehensive combat power is 501. He can kill about 10 of them. Similarly, if Xia Yilian, without widening the avenue, extends the avenue to 1,000 meters, becomes an emperor, the overall combat power is likely to be only 10,000. As long as Hu Yu walks the avenue 20 meters, in terms of strength, it is enough to kill Xia Yilian, who is an emperor, in seconds. This improvement is not small. But how should the width and length of the avenue be increased? As for the width, Hu Yu understands, it is impossible to just play the role of the original sin of the 7 deadly sins. Wait! A guess suddenly popped into his mind. Play. Xia Yilian said before that after becoming an extraterritorial demon, she would increase her strength by absorbing evil thoughts. This so-called absorbing evil thoughts Could it be playing the role of the original sin? As long as she plays the role of the original sin, she can increase her compatibility with the original sin, thereby increasing the width of the avenue and enhancing her strength. As the degree of compatibility with original sin increases, those emperors who do not possess the 7 deadly sins will be lost in original sin, and their minds will be controlled by original sin. In Xia Yilian's words, that is, they will be degraded. Suppose an outer demon with a length of 500 meters and a width of only 5 meters raises its own compatibility to 10, and the width of the avenue will increase from the original 5 to 10. For him, this is not just a simple numerical improvement, but the strength will be directly doubled. No wonder the transformation from human to outer demon is irreversible. Such a simple path to improve strength. Once you embark on this road, who will turn back? But what about the length? The width increases through the degree of compatibility, then the length can't be to accommodate more godheads. Right? Who you tried to take out 2 godheads from the space. One fallen version of the greedy godhead, and one normal version of the greedy godhead. When the fallen version of the greedy godhead touched the avenue, there was no reaction, but when the normal version of the greedy godhead touched the avenue that was 99 meters wide suddenly increased by 10 meters. It worked. Hu Yu's eyes lit up, and he threw those greedy godheads into the avenue again. 30 meters, 40 meters, 100 meters. When the avenue was 100 meters wide, Hu Yu threw the godhead again, but there would be no reaction, but it would cause other avenues to tremble. Unbalanced, Hu Yu was blessed with a spiritual feeling, and began to throw other godheads into the avenue. In less than 30 seconds, the length of his 7 avenues increased from the original 10 meters to 100 meters. The combat power even reached 63,009. Hu Yu continued to throw godheads. When the greed godhead was thrown again, the road also began to grow again. Sure enough, just now, it was because the difference in the length of the road was too large that situation occurred. As long as the length was kept equal, it would be fine. Hu Yu continued to throw godheads until all the 100 godheads stored in his space were thrown, the average of his 7 avenues. The length reached 200 meters. He called the endless holy tower, took out a part of the divine power from it, and began to throw again. When he raised the 7 roads to 300 meters at the same time, the first authority belonging to each road also merged into his body. At this moment, even before he looked at what those authorities were, Hu Yu felt a constant flow of power into his body. He felt that he was terribly strong now, especially when he saw the 7 authorities appearing in front of him. Emperor? Even if the so-called emperor of the outer demon came in person, I am afraid that he may not be his opponent. Chapter 570. You have a unique taste. Of course, this is just Hu Yu's idea at the moment. He has never seen how powerful the real emperor is. He just uses some clues he has now to make inferences, and to increase his confidence. However, when he saw the 7 powers he had obtained, his confidence swelled again. Name, the way of all spirits grade, Tao level completion, 10% compatibility, 90% mastery of power, endless devouring, unlimited devouring, and accommodating all existences that are not higher than its own strength, including but not limited to Godhead, rules, abilities, the great Tao. The remaining authority will be checked after the completion reaches more than 30%. Note, I am all living things. Name, the way of living beings grade, Tao level completion, 10% compatibility, 90% master the authority, eyes of living beings, can control all living beings of no higher grade than itself from the source. The remaining authority will be checked after the completion reaches more than 30%. Note, I am all living beings. Name, the way of evolution grade, Tao level completion, 10% compatibility, 90% master the authority, heart of great evolution, can evolve, calculate all futures including living beings, non-living beings. The remaining authority will be checked after the completion rate reaches more than 30%. Note, I am the future. Name, heavenly punishment path grade, Tao level completion, 10% compatibility, 90% master the authority. One thought of heavenly punishment, you can check the evil and good results of any living and non-living creatures. When the evil results are greater than the good results, you can trigger the heavenly punishment to come, including but not limited to thunder, sky fire, floods, etc. The remaining authority will be checked after the completion rate reaches more than 30%. Note, I am the sky. Name, the way of supremacy grade, Tao level completion, 10% compatibility, 90% master the authority. My only thought, You can differentiate an incarnation that is 100% similar to yourself. The incarnation does not have intelligence, and can only rely on its own control commands. The remaining authority will be checked after the completion reaches more than 30%. Note, I am me. Name, The Way of Eternal Life grade, Tao level completion, 10% compatibility, 90% authority, only thoughts are eternal, can perceive all languages, words, pictures, thoughts related to oneself, and ignore one's current state, and directly appear in the best state where the language, words, pictures, thoughts are. The remaining authority will be checked after the completion reaches more than 30%. Note, I am now. Name, Tao of Space and Time grade, Tao level completion, 10% compatibility, 99.99% mastery of authority, fishing space and time. You can integrate yourself into the long river of space and time, explore, observe, and obtain all living beings, non-living beings, that have appeared in the long river of space and time. The remaining authority will be checked after the completion reaches more than 30%. Note, I am the past. His. Who you looked at the 7 avenues of information that appeared in front of him, and couldn't help but take a breath. There is no way. This thing is really too perverted. Greed controls the past, laziness controls the present, lust controls the future. These 3 avenues alone can bring Who you a qualitative leap in combat power. 1 can constantly replenish his own strength from the past, and weaken the opponent's strength. 1 can achieve immortality. Another can nip all dangers in the bud, and all the benefits are laid out in front of him. Not to mention the remaining gluttony, rage, jealousy, arrogance, gluttony, can ensure its own continuous growth. Rage can ensure that without exposing itself, can judge on a large scale, and control the opponent. Jealousy can build up its own strength at the fastest speed without bloodshed. Arrogance. It's even easier to do. Let the already invincible Who you become twice as invincible. You know, according to the description of the Supreme Tao, the incarnation that was differentiated has 100% of Who you's strength. What does this mean? It means that the incarnation can also use the same authority as Who you. All abilities are directly doubled. Who can beat this? If he is given another chance. Even if he faces the siege of tens of thousands of emperors outside again, he will still have a way to solve it. Not to mention whether he can kill those emperors in one move. At least those emperors can't kill him in one move. Only thoughts are eternal. Unless everyone who knows him is killed. All the things that record him are destroyed. Otherwise, as long as there is a trace of Who you's existence in the world, he can be resurrected infinitely. With this almost bug skill, no matter how many emperors there are, can be killed one by one. What's more, there are 2 more buggy people like him. Who you's eyes were full of joy. That's it. It only raised the completion to 10% and pushed the avenue forward 300 meters. If it is pushed forward a little more, it might be another qualitative change. Wait, 300 meters? Who you noticed a problem. The length of all the avenues was moved forward 300 meters. According to the situation of the avenues in Xiaolian and Gluttony, this should have reached 30% completion. But now, it's only 10%. That is to say, if I want to raise the completion of the avenue to 100%, I need to put in 3 times the effort of Xiaolian and Gluttony. This gap is too big. Who you frowned slightly, didn't think much about it, but just pulled his mind away from the divine space. Xiao Zissou stood quietly in front of him. After exchanging glances with Who you, although they did not ask anything, they both understood one thing. It's settled. This time, they ventured into contact with human. And there was no problem. If there was a problem, the only problem might be that human was broken. Xiao Zissou understood Who you's look. But Xiaolian did not. She looked at the corners of their mouths that were gradually rising, and wanted to express her doubts. But she could not speak, and could only make a buzzing sound. Okay. Stop moaning. Who you frowned and glanced at Xiaolian, as if he was not happy that she interrupted the tender time between him and Xiao Zissou. Keep exploring. There might be something behind. Xiaolian rolled her eyes, obviously not very satisfied. But even if she was dissatisfied, she still had to do what she had to do. She walked all the way to the deeper part of human, and Who you and others followed closely behind her. After walking just 2 steps, Chen Xiao quickly stepped forward, with a little doubt in his eyes. Master, are you okay? Don't worry. It's okay. Who you responded calmly. I feel that your master is better than ever now. And it seems that nothing can be better than this. But you? Hu Yu then focused his attention on the two little ones. Are there any places you are not used to along the way? Chen Xiao turned his head to look at Chen Yi. Chen Yi shook her head. And he turned his head to look at Hu Yu, with a smile on his lips. Don't worry, Master. If we have any problems, we will come to you first. Yes, Hu Yu responded, and patted Chen Xiao's shoulder as a compliment. Take good care of your sister. I know, Master. Chen Xiao responded with a smile. Before Hu Yu could say a few more words, Xia Yilian's sobs came. Did you find anything? Hu Yu immediately looked at Xia Yilian's location, and saw that she was standing at the door of a hall, as if she had found something. He also looked at the surrounding environment. After entering from the Jade Gate, there were rows of small houses on both sides. Unlike the houses that connected the space in the Great Xia dynasty, the houses here were just simple building structures. There was nothing hidden inside. Even the doors were open. They were not afraid of people entering. It was those small houses. They didn't look like people lived in them. Hu Yu tried to use Evolution Avenue, and instantly understood. This thing was like an ancient stable, used to tie up creatures such as mounts. The hall in front of Xia Yilian is where the mount owners come to discuss things. It is equivalent to the Golden Palace in the Forbidden City, the Lingxiao Palace in the Heavenly Palace. But the door of the hall is closed at this moment. Inside, it seems that there is still something. Hu Yu and others slowly came behind Xia Yilian. Before he could speak, Xia Yilian pushed the door anxiously, as if she had used all her strength, but the whole door was still motionless. Obviously, she hurriedly asked Hu Yu and others to come over, just to let them open the door. You are really just exploring the way, Hu Yu said helplessly. He also pulled Xiao Zissou and the two kids behind him, and casually activated Unrivaled Avenue. Instantly, a Hu Yu incarnation that looked exactly like Hu Yu appeared in front of everyone. Even Xiao Zissou was shocked. She had seen Hu Yu's incarnations, clones, or fake Hu Yu before, and she could tell some clues. This one was no exception. With just one glance, she could tell who was the real Hu Yu and who had the real soul. But this is just a judgment based on her understanding of Hu Yu, not a judgment based on her own ability. From the perspective of life, these two Hu Yu are clearly the same person. That's why she was so surprised. If someone else who doesn't know Hu Yu sees it, no matter from what level, it's impossible to tell the difference between the two. I saw Hu Yu incarnate step forward and directly take a bite. Whether it was Xiao Zissou, Xia Yilian, the two little ones, or Hu Yu himself, they all stood there at this moment, watching Hu Yu incarnate chewing the door bite by bite. Crack, crack. Xiao Zissou couldn't help but turn her head to look at Hu Yu, with a little doubt in her eyes. You have a unique taste. Don't get me wrong. Hu Yu smiled helplessly, and quickly explained, I just asked him to open the door. There's no way to restrict it. I didn't know he would do this. Xiao Zissou didn't answer, but just smiled and looked at Hu Yu. The meaning is very simple. Don't explain, explanation is covering up. Covering up is the truth. Chapter 571, The Eternal Throne. Hu Yu was also helpless, but he did not stop the incarnation's behavior. The reason was very simple. Because of his swallowing, Hu Yu could clearly feel that his way of all spirits was gradually increasing in length. It seems, even if the incarnation increases its power in some way, it will also be transmitted to the original body. This is a good rule. Even if he does not increase his power, he can let the incarnation execute the way of all spirits, or other ways of growth. I can gain experience just by lying down. But the most important thing now is to see what is hidden in the hall first. Hu Yu always has a feeling that the things in the hall may be far more precious than the jade door. After all, whoever has good things will hide them in the house, instead of putting them outside. As Hu Huashan gnawed the wooden door bit by bit, Hu Yu clearly felt that the way of all souls in his body had grown by at least 30 meters. Don't think that 30 meters is not much. He swallowed all the gluttony godheads in the endless holy tower, and it only grew by 300 meters. The increase in the way of all souls brought by these wooden doors has reached the level of more than 10 gluttony godheads. If he was not worried about any problems, Hu Yu might just let Hu Huashan go outside to gnaw. Not to mention the stables outside. Just this hall. Maybe it is enough to make his way of all souls grow to 30%. No rush. After making sure there is no danger in the hall, he will slowly devour these halls. Then a piece of the wooden door was eaten. Hu Yu also controlled Hu Huashan to walk into the hall. The hall was dark. I don't know if it was a deliberate barrier, or some other reason, The scene in the hall could not be seen from the outside. Only after Hu Huashanyu walked into the hall did Hu Yu sense what was going on inside. In the huge hall, there were 12 giant jade pillars. The material, shape, of each jade pillar seemed to be the same as the jade door seen before, and there were even various strange beasts carved on it. From different angles, you can even see several completely different kinds of strange beasts. Apart from that, there is only the top of the hall. The throne. A throne also made of white jade is placed at the top of the hall. Looking up, just looking at it from a distance, gives people a feeling of wanting to worship. Hu Huashanyu immediately activated Evolution Avenue, and began to deduce the specific information of the throne. Puff! As soon as the Evolution Avenue was activated, Hu Huashanyu directly spurted out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person half knelt on the ground. Injured. The Great Tao of Evolution failed, which means the status of this chair exceeds that of Hu Huashanyu? Tao level. Another Tao level item. What a pity. Hu Huashanyu does not have a system, so he cannot directly use the panel to check the information, otherwise it would not be like this. It seems that I have to go in person. Hu Yu turned his head and glanced at the two little ones, and specifically instructed, don't run around after you go in. Yeah. Chen Xiao and Shen Yi looked up. Master. Don't worry, we are the most obedient. Hu Yu nodded, but still kept his eyes on Xiao Zisu. Although he didn't say anything, Xiao Zisu understood what he meant. He wanted her to keep an eye on the two little ones. She smiled and responded, don't worry. This time, Hu Yu didn't let Xia Yilian lead the way, but walked into the darkness first. As soon as he entered the hall, Hu Yu felt a chill in his heart. This feeling was like being late for class. And the teacher in charge of the class, and all the students were already standing or sitting in their seats. Only you were left. Only you were left. And you came late, and stood at the door of the class. Everyone is looking at your eyes. While asking you to keep quiet, you also need to get back to your position as soon as possible. Hu Yu couldn't help shivering, and suppressed the urge to stand next to the jade pillar. That is, Hu Huashanyu has no emotions, otherwise he would have felt this way. Hu Yu let out a long breath. He stood at the door, watching Xiao Zisu, the two little ones, and Xia Yilian, who entered last. The reactions of the crowd were similar to his. Xia Yilian knelt on the ground, motionless. She clearly sensed something was wrong, but she did not dare to move. Xiao Zisu was better. She felt the same as Hu Yu, and wanted to walk towards the direction of the 12 jade pillars. But Hu Yu grabbed her wrist. As for the two little ones, I don't know if it was because they were too weak, but they stood there without any abnormality. The two pairs of eyes scanned the surroundings, full of curiosity. Follow closely. Don't run away, Hu Yu said. And naturally he didn't care about Xia Yilian, who was already kneeling on the ground. He walked forward slowly, and brought everyone to the place where he had just incarnated, and looked up at the throne above. With a thought, the panel of the throne suddenly appeared in front of him. Name, Eternal Emperor Throne Grade, Tao Level Effect. After being recognized, you can command all the corpses of the buried true gods in the galaxy. Note, if you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight first. If you want to sit on the throne, you must measure your own strength first. It is indeed Tao level. Hu Yu looked at the throne in front of him, his eyes full of brilliance. Just being able to command tens of thousands of true god corpses is enough to be called a Tao level item. Of course, if you want to sit on it, it will obviously not be too easy. But, just because you can't sit on it, doesn't mean you can't take it away? Hu Yu's mind moved, and he tried to activate the greedy authority again. But the throne remained motionless. Still no use. He had no choice but to try to use the system's built-in space function. In an instant, the throne disappeared in front of everyone. It worked. Both the throne and the jade wall are Tao level items. He couldn't put the jade wall into the space before because he hadn't stepped out of the avenue yet, and his own level was too far away from the jade wall. But now it's good. After stepping out of the avenue, the system space can also collect Tao level items. Unfortunately, the moment Hu Yu took away the throne, the whole palace began to tremble. Run! Hu Yu didn't hesitate at all, and immediately exclaimed, and ran towards the back of the palace with everyone. Hu Yu, who was in his incarnation, also picked up the two little ones at the first time and rushed forward. As for Xia Yilian, when the throne disappeared, she also got up from the ground. But just as she got up, she heard Hu Yu's voice ringing in her ears. Xia Yilian didn't dare to hesitate at all, and immediately ran out of the palace with Hu Yu and his group at the fastest speed. She then discovered that there were 12 jade pillars in the hall. And the material of these jade pillars was very similar to the previous jade buy. If she could take it back. Xiaolian subconsciously had a crooked idea. But before she could do anything, the jade pillar in front of her made a crisp sound. Crack! The jade pillars began to break. The 12 jade pillars began to crack at different speeds. Fortunately, Hu Yu and others ran out of the hall first. When they turned their heads to look inside the hall, they saw Xiaolian running out of the hall. The next moment she ran out of the hall, the whole hall collapsed. This was not a simple collapse, but a collapse from the spatial level. When the hall was destroyed, a small black hole appeared at the place where the Emperor's throne was originally placed, and began to swallow up all the buildings in the hall crazily. When the 12 jade pillars turned into pieces, they were all swallowed by the black hole. In an instant, the black hole expanded to the size of the original hall. Xiaolian had just run out of the hall, and before she could breathe a sigh of relief, she turned around and saw the black hole as big as the hall. She didn't have time to think about it, and immediately ran towards Hu Yu and others. As for Hu Yu and others, naturally they had already run away. The entire palace has not been explored yet. Behind the hall, there is actually a whole garden. The withered flowers and plants, the dried up stream, and the plant corpses covering the ground all seem to be telling how glorious this garden once was. Unfortunately, at this moment, everything has turned into a decaying place. Hu Yu and others had no time to regret, as there was a black hole behind them that was constantly expanding. They quickly passed through the garden of hundreds of square kilometers and flew towards the end of the palace complex. There, it should be the bedroom of the entire palace complex. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the black hole had already begun to cover the garden they had just passed. It took less than half a second. The huge garden was completely swallowed up by the black hole, and its volume also expanded to 10 times its original size. At this speed, at most a few minutes, I'm afraid the entire star will be swallowed up. No. We have to go. Hu Yu frowned and spat out. He suspected that there was something else in the palace complex. But unfortunately, there was a black hole behind him. Even if he wanted to continue exploring, he didn't have the time. His life was the most important thing. Gaining an imperial throne was worth the trip. Hu Yu immediately led everyone to move beyond the star. Of course, Xiaolian was also brought along this time. After all, he was also an emperor. As long as he could control it well, he would be a good fighting force. Hu Yu and others immediately appeared on the 8th planet. But the next moment, he found something wrong. Then Chen Xiao and Chen Yi, they are gone. But he clearly took them with him. How could this happen? Hu Yu frowned, turned to look at Xiao Zissou, and found that she was also confused. What should we do now? Xiao Zissou frowned and asked, leave. Or, save people. Hu Yu frowned and uttered 2 words, directly teleporting Hu's incarnation to the star. Since they call me master, then I can't just ignore it. Zissou, you first. Stop. Xiao Zissou seemed to know what Hu Yu wanted to say, and immediately interrupted him. They also call me master's wife. There is no reason that the master will not leave. And the master's wife will leave first. Right? Hu Yu smiled bitterly helplessly, just wanted to speak, but the next moment, boom! Accompanied by the roar of space fluctuations. The previous star has completely turned into a black hole, and began to devour other stars around it. The incarnation has also been completely crushed by the black hole. Chapter 572, Great Tao Advancement. People, obviously, cannot be saved. Let alone Chen Xiao and Chen Yi. Even the current Hu Yu may not be able to guarantee 100% survival under the collapse of the black hole. Even if he can survive, it is through the Great Tao to be resurrected, and it is impossible to survive in the black hole. Hu Yu's mind moved, and Hu's incarnation Hu Yu also appeared beside him. Obviously, the incarnation with the way of immortality can also be resurrected without limit like himself. It's a pity for Chen Xiao and Chen Yi. Still standing there, Xiaolian exclaimed, the black hole is about to swallow us. Hurry up and find a way to escape. Hu Yu glanced at her, ignoring her sudden words, but led everyone to move again, all the way to the border of this galaxy. He had tried before, with his previous greedy power, it was impossible to break through the restrictions around this galaxy, but now it's different. It's hard to say whether he can get through or not. Hu Yu came to the border, raised his hand to touch the border, trying to pass through it. Unfortunately, the result is still the same. Whether it is collecting, shuttling, or moving, Any method that wants to cross this boundary will suddenly fail when it touches this boundary. Why are you standing there? Xiaolian no longer cares about the ban that Huyu had issued before. Seeing Huyu standing there in a daze, she frowned and said, "Is it still not working?" "Yeah," Huyu replied calmly, frowning and looking at the expanding black hole behind him. "Maybe. We have to think about how to get rid of this thing. Resisting it. It is obviously impossible. Hiding. There is no way to hide. The last resort is to find a way to eliminate this danger." Eliminate? That's a black hole. Do you understand black holes? After seeing the black hole, Xiaolian's emotions were close to collapse. That thing, no matter how many emperors are put in, it's impossible to fill it up. You said you want to eliminate it? You're dreaming. Huyu didn't have the mind to kill this guy casually, but used his mind to figure out how to eliminate the black hole, and just turned his head and glanced at this guy. Xiaolian started dancing like a dying person in Huyu's minefield. "Still looking at me? Why are you looking at me? It's all your fault. If you hadn't been so naughty and insisted on taking away that chair, would we have ended up like this? If we die, it's all because of you." To be honest, Xiaolian's complaints do make some sense. But Huyu is greedy. Being greedy, seeing an ownerless Dao-level treasure right in front of him, as long as he can figure out how to recognize its owner, he can control tens of thousands of emperors of different types. This kind of temptation, let alone greed, even some ordinary people will be tempted. That is, Xiaolian didn't know the specific function of the chair. If she knew the effect of the Eternal Emperor's throne, even if she knew that taking away the Eternal Emperor's throne might lead to the current situation, there would be a 90% chance that she would take it away. It's dangerous. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. If there is no danger, where does wealth and honor come from? Even if there is only a glimmer of hope, she will probably fight for these 10,000 emperor corpses. On the other hand, Xiao Zissou, she didn't speak, nor did she complain, but just stood silently beside Huyu, and put her hand in his palm. Tell him with actions that she will always be with him. Huyu gently squeezed her palm. "Don't worry. I won't let you die before me. If I really have to die, I'd rather die before you." Xiao Zissou chuckled and said calmly, "In this way, I won't have to endure the pain of separation." So disgusting. So disgusting. Xiaolian looked grimly beside him. "Method? Do you have any way to save your life? Stop showing off your affection here. Okay. Go and see over there. The black hole is about to swallow the first planet." Huyu couldn't help it, and raised his hand, and knocked Xiaolian unconscious. It's not that he didn't want to kill, but although it's easy to kill Xiaolian now, some of the energy after the Emperor's death will dissipate, nourishing the black hole at that time, which is asking for trouble. Just let this guy live a little longer. Huyu brought Xiao Zissou with him, and in a flash, he immediately came to the location of the first planet. He raised his hand and aimed at the first planet, trying to collect it into the space. Unfortunately, it was too slow. It was not that he couldn't collect it, but that the first planet and the tens of thousands of emperors' corpses merged into one. To collect the entire first planet was to collect the tens of thousands of emperors into the space at the same time. This volume, perhaps, far exceeded the volume of a Dao level. Of course, this so-called slowness is only relative. Normally, to collect an object the size of a planet, Huyu only needs a split second, about 0.01 seconds, and the object disappears. But collecting the planet in front of him takes 1 second. Although it is only 1 second, this time is enough for many things to happen between emperors. For example, the black hole stained the corner of Huyu's clothes and has exerted a pulling force on him. When Huyu sensed it for the first time, he did not dare to hesitate at all, and immediately collected the remaining planets, including Xiao Zissou outside, into the space. The planets are collected in the system backpack. Xiao Zissou, naturally, was put into the Endless Holy Tower, and then the Endless Holy Tower was put into the space, forming a nesting doll, to protect her safety to the greatest extent. In this way, even if she was annihilated by the black hole, she would have a chance to be reborn back to Blue Star, and then she could be released. As for Xiaolian, who cares if she lives or dies? It would be best if she was swallowed directly by the black hole. Buzz! A buzzing sound exploded. Huyu was trapped in the black hole. A sense of pulling and tearing came suddenly. Even Huyu, who already had 7 avenues, couldn't help but feel a pain at this moment, and felt that he would be torn to pieces at any time. Fortunately, These two feelings only lasted for less than a minute. A minute later, the initial pulling and tearing sensations dissipated at the same time, and his body gradually became calm. There was no sound or light around him, and he felt nothing except that his body was slightly heavy. Could it be that he had reached the center of the black hole? Could it be that this black hole was like a tornado, with a wind circle around it that was extremely lethal? But once it reached the eye of the wind, the damage inside was almost zero? You didn't know the principle behind this, but he knew one thing. That is, if he continues like this, he will not be able to die, nor will he be able to use the way of immortality. To be reborn outside? No matter, being trapped here is also a death. It is better to be happy. At worst, I can rush to the outer edge of the black hole, and then die. Wait. Yu subconsciously wanted to get out of here, but then he realized a problem. No. This black hole is wrong. He clearly sensed that after his previous incarnation, Yu entered the black hole, he was wiped out in an instant. But when it came to me, why could I pass through the black hole and arrive at the center of the black hole safely? This is a trap. Yu is the same as me, both in terms of physical fitness and the same abilities. How could it be possible that when the same black hole swallowed the same me, two completely different situations would occur? There must be something wrong here. Let's observe the situation first. Yu tried to release gluttony from the space barrier. As a true god, and a true god who opened up a great road, it is obviously most appropriate to use him to explore the way. But just when he was about to open the space barrier, he found that it was ineffective. The entire space barrier, no, to be precise, all his space-related abilities, were all interfered with here. It was like a mobile phone whose signal was blocked by a signal jammer. Although it was intact, it could not be used normally. Yu frowned slightly. He tried other powers, and found that only the space power had problems. Even his system backpack could not be used normally. He couldn't help but smile bitterly, and had to summon Yu's incarnation tool Yu again. There is no way. Gluttony can't get out. Obviously I can only rely on myself. Fortunately, the incarnation has no consciousness, otherwise he might have pointed at Yu's nose and started cursing. As Yu's mind moved, the incarnation immediately flew out of the black hole. Sure enough, the moment Yu's incarnation tool Yu touched the black hole, he turned into nothingness and dissipated in the black hole. With the same physical strength, it is impossible for him to be safe and sound. The tool Yu, is like water encountering a 3,000-degree iron plate, and will turn into steam directly? Forget it. Practice makes perfect. Take a step out and see? Yu took a tentative step forward, just as he entered the position where the tool Yu, was before. The tearing feeling came again. He resisted the tearing feeling and rushed out tentatively. What can be confirmed at present is that the tearing caused by the black hole will not cause substantial damage to his body, and he can still break free from the attraction caused by the black hole at a certain speed. If the black hole gradually expands, if he could get out of the barrier of the galaxy, then he could get out of the blockade of the galaxy while getting out of the black hole. Theory is established. Practice begins. Under the pull of the black hole, Yu began to walk out of the black hole at the speed of a normal person. At this speed, even if the theory is really established and can be put into practice, by the time Yu walks out of the galaxy, it will take who knows how many billions of years. But at least there is hope. Anyway, his lifespan is close to infinity, which is better than staying here and waiting to die. Right? Yu just walked for a whole day. A day later, he suddenly discovered something. 7 avenues, all grew to the same extent. If only one avenue grew, that would not matter, it might be due to some other reason, but if all 7 avenues grew to the same extent, then there is only one reason. Black hole. Chapter 573 Retrospection. One good news, one bad news. The good news is, walking in a black hole can increase the length of the avenue. Although each avenue has only increased by 1 meter, it has only been 1 day. According to this progress, even if I walk the entire avenue 3 times as long as a normal emperor, I can slowly finish it. 1 meter a day, that's 365 meters a year, which is about 12% after conversion. Now his avenue is only 10% complete. As long as he walks for more than 7 years, he can complete the avenue. At that time, maybe he doesn't need to walk any further, and he can just flash away from the black hole. As for the bad news, the black hole is gradually expanding. Yu cannot use the greedy authority now. and can only sense the expansion of the black hole through the perception of the Emperor. He originally thought that the black hole would expand to the entire galaxy. But he still misjudged the expansion efficiency of the black hole. Only 1 day has passed, and the black hole has covered the entire galaxy, and even easily broke through the barrier that you could not break through before, and continue to expand outside the universe. Although the area of the black hole is only a drop in the ocean compared to the entire universe. For who can only walk about 100 kilometers a day now. The expansion speed of the black hole has far exceeded his expectations. If the black hole really has no boundaries, let alone billions of years, even billions of years, he may not be able to get out. Now the only hope is to keep walking. Keep walking until 7 years later, when he completes all the avenues. Whether he can have a speed that exceeds the expansion of the black hole to escape. If not, he would have to be trapped in the black hole for the rest of his life. The 10th day passed. Huyu felt that his avenue had grown again. The excitement he had felt before had disappeared in his heart. He just calmed down and continued to walk towards the edge of the black hole he had sensed. The 20th day. Huyu had been alone in the black hole for 20 days. During this period, he tried to take the endless holy tower out of the space. There was no way. This process was too boring. If there was no one to chat with, he might not be able to hold on for 7 years, let alone billions of years. But as soon as the little spirit sensed that it was in the black hole, it quickly asked Huyu to put it back. The endless holy tower was only a true god-level prop after all. In such a black hole, even the Taoist jade pillars might not be preserved intact. And it couldn't hold on. Huyu had no choice but to give up, and use the little spirit as a walkie-talkie to chat with Xiao Zissou inside. It was also a pastime. The 32nd day. Early morning. Huyu, as usual, finished today's itinerary, and was about to say good night to Xiao Zissou and take a long-awaited rest. A prompt suddenly exploded in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully surviving for 100 days. The system has been upgraded. Unlock new function, backtracking. Note: you can backtrack to any time period of your existence at any time, observe, reset, and deduce the different results caused by different choices made at that time. Distance to next upgrade, 100/1000. The system has been upgraded. Yes, the last time the system was upgraded was on the 10th day, and a planting greenhouse was unlocked. The next upgrade will be in 90 days. Huyu originally thought that this system would be like this. By the 90th day, the rainstorm would have stopped. What would the system do even if it was upgraded? Unexpectedly, on the 100th day, he not only flew out of the solar system and the Milky Way, but also started racing against the black hole. If the system upgrade reminder hadn't sounded, he would have even forgotten that he had just been reborn 100 days ago and was just a little Karami. But then again, what's the use of this backtracking? It's just simple observation, resetting, inference, and it can't really affect the existing time and space. If it can affect the existing time and space, it's really a magical skill, which can achieve infinite travel and infinite file reading. If I just go back to the time when I collected the Eternal Emperor's throne, make a little more preparation, and put the whole planet into the space, I won't be so embarrassed now. I guess I should have been affected by greed at that time, and I didn't react for a while. There is no way. Things have already happened. It is too late to regret. I can only think of ways to make up for it to the greatest extent. Huyu sighed in his heart, did not stop, but continued to walk forward. He had only taken 2 steps, when he suddenly came to his senses. Wait! This backtracking seems to have another use. Huyu closed his eyes, and immediately used the backtracking. The next moment, he immediately returned to the moment when the black hole exploded, and they were forced to flee to the back garden of the entire palace. At that time, he was going to take Xiao Zissou and others to the 8th planet, according to his own perception, and the error rate of space transfer. He had already included Qin Xiao and Qin Yi in the transfer range. Logically speaking, there should be no problem. But the problem did appear just like that. Huyu, Xiao Zissou, and even Xia Yilian successfully arrived at the 8th planet. But Qin Xiao and Qin Yi were not transferred to the 8th planet together. This problem seems small. Perhaps the black hole affected the efficiency of space transfer. But Huyu didn't know why. He always felt that there was something wrong here. Why not? While he was bored in the black hole, he went back to see what was going on. As Huyu kept adjusting the time of the backtrack, he soon froze the time at the moment before he was ready to teleport. He was watching everything in front of him outside of time and space, but he could clearly sense that his greedy power was covering Chen Xiao and Chen Yi. The black hole was still far away at this time, and it had not yet affected Hu Yu at that time. Hu Yu couldn't help but frown. According to this coverage, Chen Xiao and Chen Yi should be able to escape with them. How could it be? Never mind, keep watching. Hu Yu slowed down the flow of time 1,000 times, and continued to play the scene at that time. As he, Xiao Zissou, and Xia Yilian disappeared above the star through space transfer, the replay was paused. Hu Yu looked at the situation of Chen Xiao and Chen Yi. His pupils couldn't help but shrink. He found the reason. Pressure. Chen Xiao and Chen Yi, at the same time, a strange pressure appeared. That kind of pressure was Dao level. It was even far beyond the Dao level pressure brought by the Eternal Emperor throne. Why is this pressure so strange? The reason is very simple. Source. If the source of these two pressures is not Chen Xiao and the other person, then it could be something else on the star, or a creature that senses danger and emits pressure. But Hu Yu could clearly sense that the source of this pressure was Chen Xiao. It was the pressure emanating from him. This means, Chen Xiao, there is a possibility that he has the strength of the Dao level. Hu Yu couldn't help but frown. Could it be that the Dao level destiny skill in Chen Xiao's body does not refer to the Dao level potential, but refers to the Dao level strength? But how could a person with Dao level strength live so aggrieved? On a planet ruled by a saint, living so humbly, even if Chen Xiao wanted to be abused, he wouldn't be abused so badly and not fight back. Right? Hu Yu pondered, but couldn't think of a reason. Forget it. Let's continue watching. The flashback continues. At that time, Hu Yu and Xiao Zissou had already arrived at the 8th planet, while Chen Xiao and Chen Yi were still standing there. Hey! It seems that flashback still has this effect. Although in the original timeline, I had already started to frown beside the 8th planet. But in the flashback timeline, Hu Yu can move in different spaces under the same timeline. This is the advantage of flashback. Brother! Chen Yi immediately fell into panic, grasping Chen Xiao's hand tightly and said, Master! Master! Why did they disappear? What should we do? Chen Xiao did not answer, looking at the black hole in the distance with empty eyes. He was not afraid. Nor was he surprised. After a few breaths of silence, his eyes revealed a hint of helplessness and a bitter smile. Brother! Let's go! Chen Yi exclaimed again. She shook Chen Xiao's arm, pulled him away, and tried to save her life by herself. Little sister. Chen Xiao uttered 2 words, and pulled Chen Yi back. He raised his hand and placed it on Chen Yi's head, gently rubbing it twice. In the future, you don't have to be so tired. Brother. Let's go first. Chen Yi didn't know what was wrong with her brother, but frowned and said helplessly, Let's leave here first. No need. Chen Xiao uttered 2 words, and his realm began to rise rapidly. In just a moment, his realm was directly raised to the level of pressure. Dao level. Chen Xiao's eyes flashed a dark purple light, as if he had discovered something, and his eyes fell on Hu Yu. Not Hu Yu on the 8th planet, but Hu Yu in the retrospective state. He seemed to be able to see himself. Hu Yu's pupils trembled, but he did not leave the retrospective state. But his eyes were full of disbelief. How is this possible? They are not on the same timeline. But he can see it, even if it is Dao level. It shouldn't be so outrageous. Hu Yu suppressed his curiosity and continued to look at the scene in front of him. Chen Xiao just smiled, and with a wave of his hand, he expanded the black hole to swallow the entire star. Backtracking was interrupted. Hu Yu left the backtracking, panting, his eyes full of the look Chen Xiao had just given him. This kid, could he be the so-called emperor of the outer demon? Regardless of whether he is, at least there is a clue now. This black hole, you don't have to rely on yourself to get out. You can also look for your good disciple. But how to find it? It is indeed an art. For example, China has an intangible cultural heritage, which is very suitable for this job. Hu Yu cleared his throat and howled. My good disciple, you died so miserably. Chapter 574 Prisoner. Calling the soul. Scientific name, spiritual summoning. Usually used to awaken the souls of people who are sick and comatose, or dying, or just died, to wake them up, or to make them hear the voices of their loved ones. Although this method is a bit inappropriate here, but it works. Hu Yu probably shouted for about an hour, using different identities and perspectives. He told Chen Xiao to take good care of Chen Yi and himself down there, and it would be best if he could work to earn some money, so that he could enjoy his life after his master and mistress went down. Hu Yu originally thought that given Chen Zhao's personality, it would take at least a few days for him to show up. Unexpectedly, within an hour, a figure appeared in front of him. It really worked. The old ancestor was not lying to me. But that figure didn't look like Chen Zhao. The figure walked slowly forward and stood in front of Hu Yu. Her face was full of helplessness. She lowered her head and uttered 2 words, "Master." "Oh!" Hu Yu pretended to be surprised and said, pretending to know nothing, "Didn't I call the soul of that stinky boy Chen Zhao? Why did I call you out? This is not partiality. Master, come one by one. Anyway, there is still a long time in the black hole. What do you think?" "Master," Chen Yi said helplessly, "don't shout. My brother and I are not dead yet. But there are some problems now. And you may need to come and see." "What? You are not dead?" Hu Yu pretended to exclaim. But before he could continue with the next line, he heard Chen Yi's voice in his ear. "Master, don't pretend. My brother said he saw you before." Chen Yi looked up and stared at Hu Yu, just before the black hole exploded. Hiss! Hu Yu couldn't help but take a breath, recalling the moment when he was stared at by Emperor Chen Junxiao. At that time, was he really discovered? Chen Yi noticed Hu Yu's emotional changes, and then explained, "Master, it's not that we don't want to come out to see you and explain everything. But the problem is too serious. After my brother recovered his memory and strength, he fell into a long unconscious sleep. This black hole was used by him to protect himself." "Protect?" Hu Yu frowned and uttered 2 words, his tone full of doubt. "That's the Emperor. As an Emperor, even if he is in a coma, he wouldn't say he needs a black hole to protect himself. Right? Why? In this world, is there anything else that can threaten him as an Emperor? It's protection." Chen Yi knew Hu Yu didn't believe it, and deliberately repeated it. "Master, this universe is vast. Some things may not be what you can imagine." "Then tell me." Hu Yu didn't leave, and sat directly in the black hole. He looked at Chen Yi and said, "You don't seem to be in a hurry now. Then let's talk about it first, and then we can talk about it clearly. The matter is too complicated, Master. You will accompany me to see my brother first, and when he wakes up, I will explain it to you in person?" "Okay." Hu Yu didn't refuse. He actually knew that Chen Yi, like Chen Zhao, should have recovered her past life or her true memories and identity. Now she was willing to call him master because Hu Yu treated them sincerely, and she was grateful. After all, Hu Yu had only known them for more than 30 days. In such a short time, it was not possible to establish a reliable friendship. Otherwise, Hu Yu, who? Isn't he just an emperor with good luck? Oh, that's not right. It should be said that he was the emperor who stole the throne. Respect is mutual. Hu Yu could never teach these 2 siblings the airs of a master. "Please follow me," Chen Yi said, and took a step forward. Just 1 step. Hu Yu clearly felt that the surrounding space had undergone a fundamental change. The original black hole space was essentially chaotic. For example, it was like Hu Yu was escaping now. If a normal person walked, he would just keep his head down and move forward. And he would definitely move forward. But if you are in a black hole, if you simply move forward, you may get different results. For example, if you take a step forward, you may rise 1 step toward the top of your head. If you take another step forward, you may go back 1 step. Although the amount of space movement is the same, it is 1 step, but this step is to move to that direction. It depends on luck. This is why Hu Yu runs so slowly in the black hole. He must find the frequency of chaos between black holes, and by tuning the entire frequency to the same, it is possible to move in the same direction all the time. This is why the spatial ability cannot work in a black hole. But now, the entire space is in the ultimate law. Forward is forward, backward is back. In theory, it should be possible to use the greedy authority. But he was not in a hurry, but took a step forward with Chen Yi. Instantly, Hu Yu felt his body suddenly fall into a state of weightlessness. When he came to his senses, the surrounding environment had become the previous garden. No, it should not be said to be the previous garden. It should be said to be a garden from who knows how long ago. The scene in the entire garden is no longer a dilapidated one, but a gorgeous one. The flowers that should bloom are blooming, and the leaves that should be green are also green. Hu Yu could clearly sense that the flowers and leaves here were not revived, nor were they made to bloom by some method. The reason for the change was time. He could clearly feel that there was something wrong with the time here. Now was not the time period for them to enter this galaxy. Someone used a powerful method to turn the entire garden. No. The time of the entire star back to when the garden was in full bloom. And also built a black hole on it as a cover. This method is a bit too terrifying. No wonder he can see himself in the retrospective state. Is this the strength of the Emperor? Who you couldn't help but take a deep breath in his heart, feeling that his previous method of using the area of the avenue to measure combat power was a bit foolish. The Emperor is the Emperor. No matter how big the avenue is, it is always the Emperor, not an existence that these emperors can mess with. Master, come with me, Chinese said, and took Huyu all the way to the depths of the garden. Entering the garden, Huyu saw several flickering figures. Those figures were all demigods. But Huyu could only see them, but could not sense their existence. It was like you could clearly see the moon reflected in the water. But you also knew that it was not in front of you. It was Chinese. She walked past the figures, and even greeted them, as if they really existed. Huyu did not think much about it, but followed Chinese all the way to a pavilion in the middle of the lake. In the pavilion, Qin Xiao was sitting cross-legged in the middle, exuding the pressure of the Emperor. Even when Huyu approached, a sense of crisis rose in his heart. Master, you have also seen that brother's current state is a bit problematic. In addition to being unable to move freely, he has even fallen into a long period of dormancy. Well, then what? Huyu asked back. He is in dormancy. Do you want me to wake him up? That's right. Chinny responded immediately, looking up at Huyu. His eyes were filled with surprise and joy. Actually, according to brother's meaning, he will not contact you and master's wife before he wakes up. I just tied a bunch of divine thoughts, make sure you won't be hurt in the black hole. Then he fell into a coma. But Chinny changed the subject and immediately smiled bitterly. Just an hour ago, didn't you call your brother's name? I found that he actually showed some signs of waking up. Obviously, the method you used before seems to be able to wake him up in advance. I thought about it, and finally brought you, Master, to see him, so that you can use that method again in front of him. You mean, calling the soul? Huyu was stunned. It doesn't matter if this ancestor is honest and doesn't deceive me. This method is really useful. It is the wisdom condensed by the ancestor. But this method is useful for ordinary people. But how can it be useful for an emperor? Ancestor, are you so reliable? Yes. Chunyi nodded. Master, although your and your master's wife's identities are a bit embarrassing, as long as you can wake up my brother, I think he shouldn't mind this. After all, he has tied his mind to you. I don't think he will attack you. Wait. Huyu keenly caught the key words in Chinyi's words. You said identity? What is your master's wife and I's identity? Prisoners. Chinyi pondered for a few breaths, and then spit out 2 words. She stared at Huyu's eyes and said slowly, although my brother didn't say it, I can sense the taste of the ancient star from you. Master, you and master's wife should both come from the ancient star. Right? You mean blue star? Huyu frowned and asked. Yes, that's the name. What does the prisoner mean? Huyu frowned slightly and spoke again. Master, you can come out of the ancient star. You must have passed through the barrier of the solar system. Right? You should be able to sense that there is something wrong with the barrier there. Chinyi smiled bitterly and said, many years ago, a group of people who indulged in desires appeared among us. In the words of those outside now, it is called degeneration. After the degeneration, the group of people no longer maintained their original intentions, but continued to use their own strength to plunder and kill crazily. Anything that can improve their strength is a good thing for them. During that period, more than 10,000 emperors were born. That is, those buried in the first planet. My brother found them. But because of the relationship between the same race, he killed these people. After burying them on the first planet, they sent all their clansmen to the ancient star and set up cages. This is a last resort. After all, as long as they are members of the royal family who have fallen, no matter how far apart their bloodline is, they will be infected with the characteristics of the fallen and will do anything to increase their strength. Even if there are some who can maintain their original intentions, they are in the minority. Only when their strength exceeds that of their ancestors will the possibility of falling be reduced. This is also why my brother set up a barrier at the edge of the solar system. If someone can pass through the barrier, it means that the possibility of falling has been washed away, and they can move normally in the universe. Wait! After hearing this, Huyu interrupted Chenyi. That's what I said. But, what's the matter with you picking people up at the edge of the solar system? Picking people up? Chinyi was also confused. What do you mean? Chapter 575 really noisy. Huh? You don't know? Huyu looked puzzled, but judging from Chinyi's expression, she probably really didn't know. According to her, the entire Blue Star is a prison set up by the extraterritorial demons, so the people who can go to that place to pick people up should be their people. This can also explain why Huyu did not find any traces of those people who left the solar system in the Great Xia dynasty. But now it seems not right. Chinyi didn't know that someone went to the edge of the solar system to pick up people. Why? Unless the link of picking up people was not in Qinshao's previous design. Otherwise Chinyi couldn't have not known. It's not that I don't know. But Chinyi frowned and looked at Huyu word by word. When my brother designed the cage, he never told other beings that there was a cage there. At that time, he killed the tens of thousands of emperors and sealed them up, and told other emperors who had not fallen that he had killed all the clansmen of these emperors. So no one should have found it there. Unless, as the tale tongue was dragged out, not only Chinyi, Huyu also thought of a possibility. Unless there are other people like Huyu who escaped from inside. And after knowing that there are people in the Blue Star, they deliberately sent people to contact. If so, who could it be? Let's not talk about this for now. Chinyi changed the subject. As if she didn't care who was taken out of the solar system. She just looked at Huyu and said, you know all these things. The current situation is that if my brother stays in this state, the black hole will not dissipate. And we will stay in this place forever. Although, Master, you do have a way to slowly grind out of the black hole. But I think it may be faster for you to wake up my brother. Huyu smiled helplessly. I don't really want to admit this. But what you said is indeed correct. But I'm not a professional in calling souls. Are you sure this really works? I can only give it a try. Okay, Huyu said helplessly. Since the sister said so, what else can he do? Shout. He stretched out his voice and started to shout the soul like before. The only difference between the two is, just now Huyu shouted the soul to the endless black hole. And now he shouted the soul directly to Qinshaо. It may not make any difference to Qinshao. But for Huyu, shouting the soul in front of others, he still feels a little uncomfortable. Of course, it was only temporary. As Huyu's shouting souls became longer and longer, his proficiency was also increasing. That is to say, he has no time to check his panel now. Otherwise, he would have found that an ordinary soul-calling skill has been upgraded to the mastery level. As for the effect, it cannot be said that it has no effect. It is similar to what Chinyi said. When Qinshao heard Huyu's voice, he did undergo visible changes, including but not limited to fluctuations in the mental level, accelerated blood flow, and some other states that can prove that he did react. If he continues to call, there is indeed a chance that he will be awakened. But what is the probability? Huyu can't tell. And neither can Chinyi. After shouting for 24 hours, Huyu couldn't stand it anymore. He collapsed to the ground and prepared to go on strike. No! Huyu waved his hand at Chinyi, who was expecting, if you keep shouting like this, your brother won't wake up yet. And I'll have to carry him to death. But Master. No buts. Huyu could guess what she wanted to say with his toes. I really can't stand it anymore. Either let me rest for a while, or throw me into the black hole again. It's better for me to walk by myself than to keep shouting here day and night. Even the donkeys in the production team don't dare to be so tired. Okay. Chinyi had no choice but to spit out 2 words. Both of them knew that Huyu didn't shout because of physical reasons. With his emperor's physique, he wouldn't feel tired even if he shouted for 24 times 24 days. But it was mental fatigue. Who can stand shouting at a person who is not dead every day? Rest. You must rest. While Huyu was resting, he looked at Chinyi. His eyes suddenly brightened. By the way, as his sister, calling the soul should be more effective. Otherwise, I will teach you. Does it really work? Yes. It must be. Huyu said, and directly activated the true God level word spirit. I said you have the Emperor level talent for calling souls. And you can reach the Emperor level once you learn it. Ding! Congratulations on successfully triggering the true God level word spirit. It's done. Huyu thought that in this case, the true God level word spirit would have no effect on Chinyi. I didn't expect it to be useful. As long as it's useful, it's fine. But Chinyi clearly felt something was wrong. She looked up at Huyu, with some doubt in her eyes. You seem to have used some ability on me? Can you feel it? Huyu smiled bitterly, but didn't explain. It is indeed an ability, which allows you to learn this skill quickly, but I didn't expect you to be able to detect it. Very subtle. If I were an ordinary emperor, I might not be able to feel it. Qin replied calmly. Then, thank you for your advice. Master? Yes. Hu explained his understanding and methods of calling souls. He saw that Qin Yi's panel suddenly had a demigod-level soul calling and a true god-level soul calling talent. It's not that Hu's words were ineffective, but there is still a difference between talent and skills. As long as Qin Yi keeps in touch, it will only be a matter of time before this demigod-level soul calling is promoted to a true god-level soul calling. Hu sat aside and looked at Qin Yi and spoke. Qin Xiao, your poor sister is calling you. As the tune of singing folk songs sounded in his ears, Hu couldn't suppress the smile on his lips, and could only let his lips rise continuously. This talent. Could it be that it is about singing folk songs? Hu was helpless, but there is still an effect. The amplitude of Qin Xiao's emotional and physiological fluctuations has indeed increased a lot. Unfortunately, even if it has increased, it is just a fluctuation. 24 hours later, Qin Xiao still has not woken up. No. Qin Yi also collapsed to the side, panting and exhausted. Master, does your method really work? Do you want to listen to what you are saying? I didn't say this method is useful. Didn't you ask me to try it? How about we take turns? It's the same with taking turns. Hu said helplessly. Quantitative change cannot lead to qualitative change. I have an immature idea. What? If one or two people say no, then bring a few more. Hu said and released Xiao Zissou, and the little spirit, Xiao Hai, and Hu washing you at the same time. After Xiao Zissou came out, she didn't have any doubtful expression. When Hu came to this small garden, the little spirit heard everything that happened here, so she naturally knew everything that happened here. As for Xiao Hai, the first thing she did when she came out was to stand beside Hu silently. Whatever happened, it didn't matter to her, as long as she followed Hu's orders. Let's get started. Hu got up from the ground. I'll give you a buff first. Qin Yi, you can take a break. We can shout together later. Don't worry. There's another one. Qin Yi said and got up. I'll bring Xia Yilian in. No need. Hu interrupted Qin Yi directly. If she's not dead, let her float in the black hole. If she learns this ability, I don't know how annoying she will be. If we can't do it, I'll find another way. Okay. Qin Yi replied, sitting quietly aside to rest, waiting for Hu and others to make arrangements, and then shouting together. About 3 hours passed. The little spirit was the last one to learn to call the soul. No. To be precise, the little spirit finally succeeded in breaking through his psychological defenses, letting go of his vigilance as a human, and was willing to start calling the soul. Hu and the others were ready. He also raised his and his incarnation soul calling level to the true god level. Even Xiao Hai adjusted the power of his playback device to the maximum. Qin Yi also rested well. There were 6 people in total, arranged on the 6 sides of Qin Xiao. Each of them possesses a true god-level soul-calling skill. If they still can't wake him up, Hu will probably have to try to open a portal and teleport people from Blue Star over to call together. Qin Xiao, the sun is shining on your butt. Don't fucking sleep. Brother, wake up. Except for the first 2 words, the suffixes added by everyone are different. At the end, it's like a magic sound filling the brain, and the plants around heard it, and they all began to decay at a speed visible to the naked eye. Fortunately, at least shouting like this does work. Qin Xiao's mental fluctuations began to fluctuate at a perceptible frequency, and even his eyelids began to tremble slightly. It worked. Almost everyone had these 2 words in their minds, and the voices of shouting souls increased a lot. This lasted for about half an hour. Qin Xiao's trembling eyelids finally lifted up a little. A dark purple light leaked from under his eyelids. The Emperor's pressure swept the entire star in an instant. Whether it was Hu and others, or those flowers and plants, they all lowered their heads at this moment. All was silent. Qin Xiao's eyelids finally lifted up. He opened his mouth slightly, and only uttered one sentence. Really noisy. Chapter 576. We are the invaded party. Really awake? Everyone present was stunned. Since they didn't know what Qin Xiao's attitude was, in order to ensure Xiao Zissou's safety, Hu immediately took her into the space of the endless holy tower, to ensure that nothing could go wrong. As for Xiao Hai and the little spirit, naturally they were taken back as well. Only Hu, Chen Yi and Chen Diju and Xiao, who had just awakened, were left in the entire pavilion in the center of the lake. Hu Yu didn't speak rashly, even took a step back, turned his head and looked at Chen Yi. The meaning was too obvious. Go, ask your brother how he feels. In fact, Hu Yu didn't need to remind him deliberately. Chen Yi immediately walked to Chen Zhao's side and asked in a low voice, "Brother?" Chen Zhao paused, and the purple light in his eyes disappeared instantly. He looked up at Chen Yi, his eyes full of pampering and concern. "Don't worry. I'm fine." "Great." Chen Yi cheered and threw herself into Chen Zhao's arms. "Thanks to Master this time. If he hadn't asked us to shout." Ahem. Hu Yu coughed twice and interrupted Chen Yi's words. It's not that he didn't want to take credit, but this so-called soul-calling was always a bit unpresentable. He and Chen Zhao looked at each other, and both of them were obviously filled with doubts and confusion. "Xiaoyi, you have worked hard during this period. Go and rest first." "Yes." Chen Yi knew that her brother and her master had something to talk about, so she didn't delay them here. After answering, she walked to the side. Chen Zhao also waved his hand casually, and the whole space and time fluctuated again. The surrounding scene changed, and the garden that was originally full of vitality fell into a state of withering again. The black hole also disappeared at the same time. Hu Yu subconsciously looked up and looked beyond the stars. The planet that was supposed to be hanging in the corner of the sky was not there. When Hu Yu left, he took the first planet into the space. That is to say, they returned to the original time and space. It's that simple. Hu Yu's pupil shrank, feeling that his understanding of the Emperor's realm seemed to be insufficient. The entire time and space changed, and he could only judge this by observing the surrounding environment, and could not judge it by perception or other methods. This move alone was enough to give Hu Yu an indescribable shock. This is not over yet. Chen Zhao just turned around and clasped his hands lightly on the stone table in front of him. Instantly, starting from the stone table, it was full of vitality. The garden, the palace, and even the entire star began to recover to the state of countless billions of years ago. The garden bloomed again. The palace was rebuilt. Even the star began to boil with flames, like the tail feathers of a golden crow. Outside the star, particles of cosmic dust gathered in the air. In an instant, the 8 planets have appeared in the orbits they should appear in, revolving and rotating at different frequencies. Hu Yu could even clearly sense that life was beginning to emerge on the 3rd planet. "Sit down," Chen Zhao said calmly, as if he had only done something insignificant. Hu Yu suppressed the throbbing in his heart and slowly walked to Chen Zhao and sat down. "You first." "Or me first?" Chen Zhao said, and with a wave of his hand, a 49 by 49 grid appeared on the table. "Wait." Hu Yu was a little confused. "Do you mean asking questions? Or playing chess?" "It's the same." Chen Zhao had a kind smile on his face. "Since you can get the recognition of the endless holy tower, you should have passed the last test I left. I think the way of chess should be good. 19 vertical and horizontal moves are too simple. Play with me 49 moves. Place a word, and ask a question. How about it? 19 moves? Simple?" Hu Yu almost choked on this sentence. However, he did not refute Chen Zhao's suggestion, and directly played black first. He landed at the star position and said directly, "What Chen Yi said. Is it all true?" "Not all," Chen Zhao said, and raised his hand to the position opposite Hu Yu. "You should have more than one avenue." The chess piece in Hu Yu's hand was suspended in the air, without answering, nor falling. "This guy is so mean. I asked a question, and he only gave a partial answer, without giving a detailed explanation, and he exposed the other person's cards right away. How can you play like this?" Hu Yu simply held the chess piece in his hand. "If you ask like this, then you may not be satisfied with my answer. When the game is over, maybe we won't get the answer we want." "Right? That's right." Chen Zhao did not deny it, and smiled heartily. "In that case, then I will tell you from the beginning. What Chen Yi said about the tens of thousands of fallen emperors, the forbidden bloodline, and the prisoners are all facts, but they are not comprehensive facts. Since you have obtained the endless holy tower, you should know something about the outer world." "Right? You mean the outer civilization?" Hu Yu frowned slightly. "Isn't this fictional? According to the endless holy tower, the outer solar system is divided into 2 forces, the source civilization and the outer civilization. Judging from the known conditions now, this so-called source civilization should be the civilization of the extraterritorial demons represented by Chen Zhao. But when it comes to invasion, I'm afraid it was the extraterritorial demons that invaded the 3 dynasties. How can the weak invade the strong? This statement is simply untenable. So who you naturally thought that this statement was made up by the endless holy tower. Maybe it was not made up by it. Or it could be that Qin Shao used it to confuse the emperors on Blue Star. And also confuse the endless holy tower. But Chen Zhao's answer later surprised Hu Yu. Of course not. Qin Shao smiled bitterly and replied, we are indeed the invaded party. What do you mean? Hu Yu asked in confusion. The 3 dynasties don't even have an emperor. How can they invade you? When did I say that it was the 3 dynasties that invaded us? Huh? Qin Shao raised his hand and pointed to the top of his head. The universe is vast. The real outside world is still outside world. Still outside world. Hu Yu frowned. As for our origins, you should have heard the version told by Xiao Yilian. Right? Hu Yu nodded gently. It is said that you got a treasure that can mentally pollute all those who have heard or seen it. Oh! Treasure? Qin Shao sneered. You just broke the treasure not long ago. Do you think it is a treasure? Hu Yu did not answer, but just waited quietly for his next words. In fact, the founders of those dynasties are similar to you. Qin Shao waved his hand casually, took out a pair of jade cups, pushed them gently, and they were filled with wine. Da Yu Dynasty, Da Xia Dynasty, Da Shang Dynasty, Da Qin Dynasty. Don't these dynasties sound familiar to you? They and you originally lived in that cage, but their bloodline at that time had not yet dissipated completely, and they became emperors a long time ago, and even led their subordinates to sneak out and finally established a dynasty. To them, I am the demon from outside the domain. Hu Yu frowned after hearing this. Qin Zhao's words, at first glance, sounded fine, but a little thought would reveal something wrong. Then why didn't you deal with them? Hu Yu asked doubtfully, don't they all have degenerate blood? According to your theory, shouldn't we root them out? Degenerate? It depends on the situation. Qin Shao seemed to know that he would ask this, and explained calmly, in fact, they have always been in a degenerate state, but they just don't know it. What do you mean? It's very simple. In your civilization, isn't there a disease called cancer? Because of the proto-oncogene. Even the cells in a normal human body are actually undergoing cancer all the time. It's just that when the cells are cancerous, after that, there will be tumor suppressor genes to suppress the treatment. When the proto-oncogene mutates, although a large number of cells in the body will mutate, it will not directly cause cancer. Only when the tumor suppressor gene mutates at the same time, cancer will occur. Just like the group of people who call themselves the dynasty. In fact, they have been in a degraded state from the beginning. But because they did not touch our avenue, but walked a different path from us, they did not become a real degraded state. So, do you understand? Of course. Hu Yu said 2 words calmly. It is no wonder that the extraterritorial demons are very normal under normal conditions. But once the existences in those dynasties are infected and become extraterritorial demons, there is a high probability that they will enter a degenerate state. So that's it. The reason why I left them here is obvious. Qin Shao picked up the wine glass in front of him and drank it all. I can't deal with those guys outside. I can only see if they can find a second way. Is there anything else you can't deal with? Of course. Facing Hu Yu's doubts, Chen Shao seemed very calm, otherwise. Why do you think I would give up my original identity and choose to be reborn? He glanced at the chess piece in Hu Yu's hand. But this should be your second question. Right? Is it? Answer my question first. Do you have more than one avenue? Yes. Hu Yu nodded and did not deny it. I have 7 avenues in total, including greed, sloth, rage, lust, jealousy, gluttony, arrogance. Instantly, the aura around Chen Shao suddenly exploded. The entire star began to explode from under him. The fierce heat directly burned the 8 planets that had just appeared at the same time. Fortunately, after Chen Shao calmed down, he waved his hand casually, and everything around him returned to its previous state. He let out a long breath, raised his hand and waved, come! Let me take a closer look. No hurry. Although Hu Yu was just startled, he still forced himself to calm down. He looked at Chen Shao and slowly said, is it my turn to ask questions? You say, according to what you said, you should be the so-called source civilization. If so, what is the so-called extraterrestrial civilization like? Chapter 577. Open your panel. To be honest, Hu Yu actually didn't know whether he should believe Chen Shao's words. Although from the perspective of logic in all aspects, he didn't seem to be telling lies, even if he was telling lies, Hu Yu couldn't find any evidence, and couldn't tell the truth from the false. The reason why he asked this question, actually, he just wanted to see what Qin Xiao would say, and wanted to find loopholes in his previous words. After all, the more you say, the more mistakes you make. If you can't find it, Hu Yu will have to believe that it is the fact. Extraterrestrial civilization. Qin Xiao smiled bitterly, then shook his head. I don't know. Huh? Hu Yu asked in confusion, as if he had heard it wrong. Don't know? What's there to not know? No, strictly speaking, I have never seen the so-called extraterrestrial civilization. Qin Xiao added, making Hu Yu's eyes even more weird. Have you never seen it before? You are an emperor now. How could you not have seen what the enemy looks like? I don't need to lie to you. Qin Xiao said calmly. You should have heard something about me. The emperor of the outer demon? Hu Yu chuckled and asked back. If you mean the deeds that Xia Yilian said, I have heard them all, but how much of them are true? The first half is true. Qin Xiao chuckled and said, at the beginning, I was just an ordinary human on Blue Star. By chance, I came into contact with something. But that thing is not like what Xia Yilian said, which can bewitch people's hearts. As for what that thing is, I think you should have it too. What? Open your panel and look at me. As soon as these words came out, Hu Yu's pupils trembled. The panel. That is to say, Qin Xiao in front of him also has the system. Hu Yu's pupils trembled slightly. He did not deny it, but just opened the panel of everything, and looked at Qin Xiao in front of him. Name, unknown gender, unknown age, unknown skills, unknown personality, unknown favorability, unknown. All unknown. This situation is indeed the first time I have seen it. In the past, no matter what the system surveyed, even if the level difference between the two was large, it would at least release the known conditions. Even if Qin Xiao's real name is not Qin Xiao, then his gender is known. It should not be displayed as unknown. The only explanation is, there is only one possibility. Someone has tampered with the system panel. This is enough to explain from the side, he at least knows the system. It's embarrassing to say. Qin Xiao smiled bitterly. I've lived for so many years, even if I have the system, I haven't even seen the appearance of the alien civilization. After I got the system, while I gradually improved my strength, our civilization was also developing. Unlike the blue planet you are in, the blue planet I am in is not a society with low-tech civilization, but a huge social group with two-way development. When I became the emperor, some people of our generation of human race had even become demigods. It's just, demigods are just demigods after all. After leaving the method given by the system, no matter how talented a demigod is, it is impossible to break through to the true God level. Only me. I opened up a new realm. Even if it was opened up through the system. After that, the human race began to expand rapidly, from the blue star, to the entire solar system, to the entire Milky Way, and even to the surrounding 48 galaxies. My purpose has been simple from beginning to end, just to find the real extraterrestrial civilization. After all, our two systems are left by them. Ah! Qin Xiao inadvertently dropped another message bomb. Hu Yu's pupils trembled slightly, looking at Qin Xiao in front of him. His eyes were full of astonishment. Did you just reveal some outrageous news? Not outrageous. Qin Xiao responded calmly. You have obtained the system until now. It should be only about 100 days. Right? Yeah. On the 1000th day, the system will no longer continue to upgrade, but will assign you a main task. What task? Root search. Qin Xiao spat out two words. That extraterrestrial civilization is their root. In this regard, Hu Yu believed that Qin Xiao was not lying. After all, he had no reason to lie. 1,000 days, for those of them who are immortal, is just a blink of an eye. Even if he wanted to trick Hu Yu, there was no need to set such a short date. By the time the 1000th day came, no matter how elaborate the lie was, it would be exposed, and it would be meaningless. Hu Yu pondered for a few breaths, and finally calmed down. He looked at Qin Xiao again. So, what kind of extraterrestrial civilization have you learned about during this period? After laying the groundwork for so long, it's time to answer the question itself. Apart from anything else, Hu Yu didn't believe that Qin Xiao, as the emperor for so long, had searched for 49 galaxies and didn't find any clues about extraterrestrial civilization. Do you know how the solar system moves? Please, where are you going? Hu Yu really couldn't stand Qin Xiao's popular science. So he just got straight to the point. If you want to say something, just say it directly. Don't use the tone of a teacher asking questions to students. I am your teacher. Father, please. Qin Shao did not deny it, but with a smile on his face. He answered his previous question to him. In addition to the rotation and revolution that ordinary people understand, the solar system itself actually carries 8 planets, including the blue planet, which are constantly shuttling in the Milky Way. If the entire solar system is regarded as a whole, and the reference system is replaced by the entire Milky Way, it is actually a planet that rotates and shuttles around a core. It's just that the density of this planet is relatively large, and when it is shuttling around, there are some other asteroids around it. If you enlarge the Milky Way and focus your attention on the entire universe, even a huge one like the Milky Way is moving relatively. This is the clue I found about the extraterrestrial civilization. What kind of clue is this? Hu Yu frowned in confusion. Mission description. Qin Shao explained slowly. A place of eternal silence. Eternal silence. Hu Yu frowned slightly. According to Qin Shao, even the Milky Way is in irregular motion. So where else is eternal silence? Besides that? Nothing else. Qin Shao spread his hands. I searched for 49 galaxies. And then something like that happened. The entire civilization was in a state of being unable to get rid of its tail. Even if I wanted to continue searching, I was powerless. Then the enemy you mentioned. Hey! Qin Shao reminded. Is it my turn to ask? Is this your next question? Yes. Hu Yu had no intention of breaking the rules yet. So he simply stopped talking and quietly waited for Qin Shao's next question. Qin Shao stood up, rubbing his hands, and walked towards Hu Yu. Come, Master. Let me see if you are developing normally. Hu Yu subconsciously wanted to say no to this traitor. Unfortunately, before he could say anything, that guy blocked Hu Yu's 6 senses first, to ensure that even if he disagreed, he could forcefully enter his divine space. The next moment, before Hu Yu could come to his senses, he felt an uninvited guest in his divine space. He wanted to enter his divine space and kick this guy out. He had come in. He had seen it all. It would be a bit impolite to stay any longer. Anyway, you have a replay, so you can go back and watch the replay. What's the point of looking left and right now? Just when Hu Yu was about to get angry, Qin Shao walked to the avenue representing greed, looked at it, thought about it, and poked it casually. Instantly, the compatibility of the greedy godhead reached 100%. Hu Yu could clearly feel that his time and space path had widened by 0.01 meters. Although it was only a negligible 1 centimeter. This feeling was extremely shocking. For example, at the moment when his time and space path was filled to 100 meters, he vaguely sensed that his godhead space seemed to be full of people. Each one of them was Qin Shao. Qin Shao in different periods. Qin Shao who used the replay to come back and watch the godhead space again. This bastard. He is not satisfied after watching it for so long. And he still needs to use the replay to watch it again and again. Right. Hu Yu almost didn't hesitate. And with a thought, he wanted to get rid of all these Qin Shaos. But there is no way. Qin Shao not only mastered the backtracking, but also the same way of time and space. When the other party was an emperor, it was obviously unrealistic to kick him out of his own road. Fortunately, Qin Shao in this time and space only made this little change. And then he left Hu Yu's divine space and lifted the seal of his 6 senses. Before Hu Yu could speak, he said, no need to thank me. I just helped you make up for a little deficiency. When your unique way reaches this level in the future, I can also help you make up for it. Who said I should thank you? Hu Yu frowned and said, but he didn't dwell on it too much. After all, strength. Without strength, everything is empty talk. Even if I protest, it is just a meaningless act in Qin Shao's eyes. This also makes Hu Yu more curious. What kind of existence is it that makes him so headache to hide? It's the same question as before. Hu Yu spoke again. As an emperor, you should be invincible. What are you hiding? I don't know. I'm not fooling you. Qin Shao said helplessly. You seem to be carrying an emperor crystal. Although I don't know where this thing comes from. I can tell you that the emperor crystal is like the godhead in the body of a true god. In addition to the one in your hand, I also found one before. You should understand what this means. Chapter 578 The Land of Eternal Silence. What does it mean? What else can it mean? Of course, it means that in addition to Qin Shao in front of him, there are other beings who have reached the Tao level in this world. And there are more than one. It means that, before Qin Shao became the emperor, there were already Tao level beings in this universe. Combined with everything Qin Shao said before, he was the leader who led the entire human civilization from the blue star to the universe. Originally, in the universe, at least in the 49 galaxies they explored, there was no life. There was no life, but there were traces of life. This means, not only does the extraterrestrial civilization exist, but its horror is far beyond everyone's imagination. Even such a civilization, except for 2 emperor crystals and 2 systems, there is no trace left in the universe. If it is the self-destruction of civilization, it will never reach this level. Unless, the so-called extraterrestrial civilization, there is also a huge crisis that is enough to annihilate the race. Otherwise, who you can't think of what situation will make the extraterrestrial civilization disappear so cleanly. Who you couldn't help but take a breath. If he were Qin Shao, he might be so cautious. Another alien civilization with several emperors has not been found, and there is a mysterious existence that can even destroy the alien civilization. Under these 2 unknown pressures, it is not too cautious. But you don't have to worry. Qin Shao seemed to see Hu Yu's worries, and said calmly, from the current point of view, those civilizations will not attack the emperor, but I may be in some danger as a Tao level. To put it simply, Master, with your strength, it is not enough to attract their attention. Hu Yu frowned slightly, and rolled his eyes. If Hu Yu hadn't been unable to defeat him, he would have definitely attacked directly. Don't get me wrong. Qin Shao smiled bitterly. I'm not mocking you, Master. On the contrary, I'm just stating a fact. A fact that is beneficial to us. Hu Yu snorted. As if he realized something. What do you want to do? Is this a question? Qin Shao asked with a blink. Hu Yu didn't say anything. It's okay. Even if it's not a question. It doesn't matter. I've actually asked all the questions I want to ask. Qin Shao spread his hands. What do you want to ask? Why don't you just ask them all at once? There are questions. Hu Yu's eyelids drooped slightly. Judging from Qin Shao's performance at the moment, there is definitely a problem. If he only had these few questions, he wouldn't have to play chess with me at all. He should be able to let him off the hook. There are some things he wants to ask himself and get the answers. Hu Yu knew his thoughts, but it was useless. He still had to ask the questions he should ask. If he didn't ask, Qin Shao would just walk away, and he would never find such a good opportunity again to understand everything in this world. But he was not used to being so frustrated. Speak now. Qin Shao listened to the 2 words coming out of Hu Yu's mouth, and couldn't help wondering, say what? Just say whatever you want to say. Hu Yu smiled, and said, as a matter of course, the fish hook you cast is straight, and the bait is salty. If you have nothing to say, I don't believe it. If you want to say it, just say it. Don't be so hesitant like a woman. Qin Shao immediately showed a bitter smile. Woman? Not to mention after he became the emperor, even before he became the emperor. I'm afraid no one dared to talk to him like this. This word, it seems that in his hundreds of millions of years of life, no one has ever used it on him. This is the first time. Forget it. I have something to say to him anyway, so there is no need to be so fussy. Very simple. Qin Shao put away the bitter smile on his face. In fact, I have explored so many galaxies, and I have also mastered a lot of information about the land of eternal silence. At least, there are some clues. But when you stare into the abyss is also staring at you. Hu Yu seemed to realize something. He stared at Qin Shao and said, if there is no substantial threat to you, you should not be so cautious. So, when you found those so-called clues, you also touched that layer of restriction. There is nothing wrong with what you said. Qin Shao nodded. A hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. I did encounter some troubles. What does this trouble mean? I died. Hu Yu's pupils trembled. What do you mean? As an emperor. He died? This news is really shocking. You should know that no matter whether it is the extraterritorial demon clan, or the 3 dynasties, there has never been such news. But now? This sentence was said by Qin Shao himself. Literally. Qin Shao opened his arms, without hiding. Look at me now, you should be able to find some clues. The me now, I am reborn after leaving a backup plan at that time. It is also thanks to you, you brought me to my former bedroom, and triggered the rebirth method I set for myself. Otherwise, I don't know how many times I need to reincarnate to be able to return to my current self. Calling you master, I really didn't lose out. Hu Yu frowned, and asked Qin Shao in confusion, so how did you die? I don't know. Don't know? Hu Yu exclaimed 3 words. You don't even know it yourself? Yeah. Qin Shao responded, with a surprisingly serious look, to be honest. At first, I didn't think I would die, but on an ordinary afternoon, I felt that my life was coming to an end. It was just a feeling, just like the feeling that people have before they die. At first, I thought that my lifespan had reached its limit. After all, I have lived for hundreds of millions of years. Even stars will decay one day. As a human being, I will naturally face death. I began to arrange various funeral affairs, trying to create the illusion of my retirement, wanting to leave an impression in everyone's mind, an impression that I have always been there, so that no matter what they want to do, they can be afraid. But when I really died, I found out one thing. My lifespan is not exhausted at all. But at this time, it was too late. My body began to decay, and various skills began to regress. In just a moment, I weakened from my original Tao level to the level of a normal person. After another moment, my body also began to decay, and finally turned into a handful of dust, without burning. Even at this moment, I didn't realize what happened to me, until my backup plan to prevent assassination was activated. This is the backup plan I left when I was a true god. It was to prevent internal strife. It was a life-saving backup plan I left for myself. It was a clone without any consciousness. But it could represent myself. Its lifespan is shared with my original body. If my original body's lifespan is really exhausted, this backup plan cannot be activated at all. From this, it can be seen that I did not die of natural causes. But someone used some means to make me mistakenly believe that my lifespan had run out. Just when my clone realized this, it was also forcibly wiped out. Fortunately, my second backup plan was activated, and the clone's memory was sealed and entered the reincarnation. Only when my clone came here and inherited the Tao level strength, these memories would reappear. But just now, my breath was only leaked a little, and I was about to fall into a coma when I should have woken up directly. I had no choice but to use the black hole to cover my existence as quickly as possible. And after leaving you a few breaths to save your life, I fell into a coma directly and almost didn't wake up. Thanks to you, Master. Listening to Qin Zhao's description, Hu Yu fell into a long silence. From this information, we can simply summarize some things. For example, the opponent's strength can kill Tao level people without being discovered. But he will not take those below Tao level into consideration. Qin shouted, "Find the land of eternal silence." At least he has touched the edge of its existence. Otherwise, he would not be targeted like this. After he said so much, his purpose was also very clear. He needed an emperor who had the same purpose as him, but whose strength was not yet Tao level to help him find the land of eternal silence. Except for himself, there seemed to be no other emperor in the world who could meet this condition. What are the benefits? Hu Yu thought for a few breaths, and then looked up. It must be said that, with just the information Qin Zhao threw out, even without any conditions, Hu Yu would do as he thought, and go to find the so-called eternal quiet place. But if it was just like this, wouldn't it be too unworthy of the reputation of greed? Facing such a big sheep, if you don't get some wool, wouldn't it be like going into a treasure mountain and returning empty-handed? This is easy. Qin Zhao raised the corner of his mouth slightly, the Eternal Emperor's throne. And the corpses on the 8 planets are all given to you. Master. Hu Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. It must be said that this price really touched Hu Yu's heart. And he was not even prepared to bargain. It's like you know that the other party has a vault and countless unknown treasures. And you put forward conditions to let the other party give you the vault. And the other party readily agrees. At this time, even Hu Yu can't put forward other conditions. It's not that other conditions are difficult to put forward, nor that he is too harsh to put forward again. But he doesn't know what the countless treasures Qin Zhao has hidden are. Put forward conditions? How to put forward? Okay. Hu Yu pondered for a few breaths. Agreed. And then asked, so, where is the eternal quiet place you mentioned? Chapter 579 Great Qin Dynasty. Great Qin Dynasty. Qin Zhao looked at Hu Yu in front of him and uttered 4 words. Hu Yu frowned slightly. Wait. Great Qin? Didn't you just say that there was no eternal silence in the places you explored before? Yes. Qin Zhao said, as a matter of course, there was none in the places you explored before, but who told you that the place where the Great Qin Dynasty is located is the place I explored before? Hu Yu suddenly realized. That's right, the previous statement about the distribution of 49 star systems all came from Xia Yilian's mouth. Whether it is true, now of course needs to be investigated. According to Qin Zhao's words, the star system where the Great Qin Dynasty is located is not the previous 49 star systems. What is the specific location? Chen Xiao did not answer, but just smiled kindly. Okay, I understand. This guy also doesn't know where the specific location is. In his words, he just got close, and then those situations occurred, which made him have no choice but to stop exploring. But at least there is a goal. Okay. Hu Yu replied calmly, I understand, you just send me to the Great Qin Dynasty, and I will take care of the rest. No hurry. Chen Xiao pointed at the table. How about we play a game of chess? I haven't been able to find someone to play chess with me for a long time. To be honest, you really don't know how I passed the test of the Endless Holy Tower? Chen Xiao was stunned for a moment, and shook his head. Maybe you can learn about Go Bang. Hu Yu replied. And before Chen Xiao could react, he urged, don't waste time. I can't tell when I will regret it. After all, I haven't triggered the so-called mission you mentioned yet. If I don't have this mission, I don't need to look for the so-called alien civilization. I just need to go around the Qin dynasty. Don't you think so? Don't worry. You won't. Chen Xiao looked at Hu Yu and said slowly. And he didn't know where his confidence came from. But as he said this, the surrounding time and space began to distort. When Hu Yu came to his senses, he was already on a lifeless asteroid. Ah! The next moment, a scream rang in his ears. He subconsciously turned his head to look to his side, and his face instantly turned black. Xia Ilian? How did this guy get thrown here too? Before Hu Yu could find Chen Xiao through backtracking, he heard his voice ringing in his ears. As the Emperor of Xia, she must know more about the Qin dynasty than I do. Giving you a know-it-all is a small help. You're welcome. Hu Yu's face darkened, and he started to backtrack. He came back to Chen Xiao, knowing that he could see him, and yelled at him, Thank you for nothing. Can't you just send this guy back to the Xia? Who wants such a know-it-all? Chen Xiao rolled his eyes, as if he didn't hear anything, just looking at Hu Yu sitting in front of him, completely ignoring Hu's backtracking. That's right, if he had looked at his own flashback more at that time, he would have found out that something was wrong, and he wouldn't have left so easily. Okay. Okay. You're going to play like this. Right. Just wait. We'll meet again. See how I'll play with you after I reach the Dao level. Knowing that he wouldn't get a response, Hu Yu had no choice but to exit the flashback state. He looked at Xia Ilian in front of him. Before he could speak, Xia Ilian took a step back, looking at Hu Yu with fear in her eyes. Are you a human or a ghost? Please don't refresh your IQ limit. Okay? As an emperor, don't tell me you can't tell the difference between life and death. Hu Yu said helplessly. He now knew that this so-called Xia Huang was a duck that was forced to do something. Although she had the strength of an emperor and some means, she was just a girl with limited knowledge and no knowledge. If he wanted to rely on her for help, she was not a know-it-all at all, as Chen Xiao said. She was more of a burden than a burden. But this was also the problem. Chen Xiao could not have been unaware of the things he knew, but he still let him take Xia Ilian to explore the eternal and silent place. Hu Yu didn't believe that there was no reason for this. But so far, he really couldn't think of the reason why Chen Xiao did this. Forget it. Don't think about it. Now that we are in the Great Qin dynasty, we are in Xia Ilian's territory, and we can only take one step at a time. Hu Yu waved his hand and let Xiao Zixu out. The first time Xiao Zixu came out, she was nervous and looked around. After making sure there was no danger, she stepped forward and looked at Hu Yu, her eyes full of doubts. What did you guys talk about? He didn't let her hear the conversation between him and Chen Xiao just now. It's not that Hu Yu doesn't trust her, but he's not sure what Chen Xiao will say. What if he uses some tricks in his words to confuse people? It's okay for him to just listen to it, and Xiao Zixu can correct his thinking and behavior. But if he relays it to Xiao Zixu in real time, wouldn't the two of them be completely wiped out? So, as I said, it's better to be cautious. But now Hu Yu can be sure that Chen Xiao didn't use any tricks in his words. At most, he mixed some artistic processing into his words. Just right. Giving Xiao Zixu a copy of the conversation record, she can also judge how much Chen Xiao's words can be trusted. It's all here. Hu Yu copied the memory just now, turned it into a memory light ball, and handed it to Xiao Zixu. Digest it, and if you find anything, just tell me directly. Yes. Xiao Zixu nodded. She took the memory light ball into her mind. Then Xia Ilian came from a distance, with a puzzled look in her eyes. Yu Xian, where is this place? Weren't we all in the black hole just now? How did we get out? To be honest, I obviously won't tell this guy. Hu Yu directly used the Great Deception technique. I don't know where it is. I spent my lifespan and finally found you guys in the black hole. I don't know if you are still alive. I can only try my best to search. I didn't expect to find you. Although it took a little time. It was still a reward. Later, I damaged my realm and moved you out with me. As for the destination, because of the spatial influence caused by the black hole, it is naturally random. I don't know where we are. Spending lifespan. Damaging one's realm. When Xia Yilian heard these 8 words, her expression was obviously a little uncomfortable. It was not that she didn't believe it, but she believed it. And she believed it without hesitation. She looked at Huyu with a serious look full of guilt and self-blame. Then you rest first. I'll go explore the surroundings, Xia Yilian said, and flew towards the surrounding planets. From the looks of it, it didn't seem like she was pretending. This woman has changed her personality. Huyu and Xiao Zisa looked at each other and saw confusion and doubt in each other's eyes. Forget it, no matter what she thinks, as long as she doesn't bother me. At this moment, Xiao Zisa had also digested the memories that Huyu had given her. She frowned slightly and looked at Huyu and asked, "How much do you believe?" To be honest, if he hadn't told me that I had a system, I wouldn't have believed a word. But now, I believe 80% for the time being. The remaining 20%. Maybe when I survive for 1,000 days and really trigger that so-called mission, I will believe it. Then during this period of time, Xiao Zisa asked in confusion, "Look for it." Huyu shrugged helplessly, as the old saying goes, "We are here now. If we don't look for it, wouldn't it be a waste of this opportunity?" Just right. I also want to see our charming ancestor. According to Xia Yilian's description, the Great Qin dynasty has just risen, and the Emperor Qin is still the same Emperor Qin. Maybe it is him. Yeah. Xiao Zisa nodded, and silently held Huyu's hand. Got it. I got it. At this moment, Xia Yilian flew back from a distance. She looked at the 2 people with excitement in her eyes. I know where this place is. It's Daqin. Daqin dynasty. We are back from the outer demon territory. Really? Huyuji gave face. Looking at Xia Yilian so excited, he did not forget to respond to her. Are we really back? That's great. Yeah. It's a pity. Xia Yilian's excitement did not last long. Her eyes turned depressed. We have changed a lot. Now we are already the outer demons. Even if we come back now, I'm afraid we can't stay for long. It's better to find an opportunity to go back to the outer demon territory, so that the people of Daqin can suffer less losses. Huyu raised his eyebrows. This person has really changed. Would Xia Yilian consider these things in the past? Even if she did, she would not say it out loud with such a sigh. At most she would just keep it in her heart. Right. By the way, Xia Yilian said and looked at Huyu. Before returning to the territory of the outer demons, we will go to Daxia. I will arrange the funeral affairs, and choose a new Xia emperor. Will you accompany me? In addition to what I promised to give you, whatever you want, I will try my best to meet your conditions. Hey! Huyu exclaimed directly, pulled a long sword from the box of greed, and pointed it directly at Xia Yilian's nose. Who are you? From Xia Yilian's body. Get up and down. What are you doing? Xia Yilian frowned and asked, I am Xia Yilian. Xia Yilian is me. Bullshit your spiral and colorful fart. Huyu immediately scolded. Xia Yilian would say such a thing? Speak. Who are you? Xia Yilian frowned, and ignored Huyu. If you don't want to go with me, forget it. I advise you to leave the Great Qin dynasty as soon as possible. The Emperor of Qin is different from me. If he sees you, the Emperor of the Outer Demon, here, I'm afraid he will lead his troops to attack you directly. That's all I have to say. I'll leave first. Wait. Huyu stopped Xia Yilian. He looked at the new panel that appeared above her head and seemed to understand. Chapter 580. Come down in chat. Name, Xia Yilian. Gender, female. Age, 1267. Skills, True God level Witchcraft, True God level Physique, True God level Immortal Body, True God level Void Pupil, Demigod level Power, Pseudo-God level Copywriting. Personality, Indecisive, Cautious, Hesitant. Favorability, 67. Purity, 100. Personality. I don't know why, Xia Yilian's personality has changed so much. It's like she has become a different person. But apart from her personality, the other information on her panel has not changed. What is going on? Dual personality? No. That's not right. If it is really a personality problem, then it should be triple personality. Judging from her previous interactions with me, It is completely different from the insight, good planning, and ruthlessness that appeared on her panel when I first saw her. Forget it. No matter what the reason is. Since Jin Xiao arranged her to be by his side, there must be a reason. Letting her leave like this will obviously not help with future plans. It is better to keep her by his side. What are you waiting for? Xia Yilian frowned and looked at Hu Yu. There are only two choices. Either you go to Daxia with me, or I go back alone. What are you waiting for? Back to Daxia. We can go together. But Hu Yu started with a zero frame, looking at Xia Yilian and said, we still have some things to do. Because I rescued you. I was seriously injured. And now I can't move long distances. I have to think of a way to heal my wounds. After I heal my wounds, I will go to Daxia with you. This, Xia Yilian's eyes were full of hesitation. Obviously, for her, this plan is not very acceptable. In her words, this is the Great Qin. They have become the outer demons. If they are caught by the Emperor Qin under this situation, the outcome is self-evident. But Hu Yu's words did put a lot of pressure on her. After all, he was the one who saved her from the black hole. If he didn't care about anything and just left like that, you don't want to take responsibility. Do you? Hu Yu saw Xia Yilian's hesitation and raised his eyebrows, and said with a slightly sarcasm, oh, forget it. Forget it. I know you have no other way. As the Emperor of Xia, you must be responsible for your duties. I'm just seriously injured. I was just seriously injured to save you. What's the big deal? Anyway, as long as we can save to Xia, what does the rest have to do with you? Xia Yilian? Anyway, you are the Emperor of Xia first. And then Xia Yilian. After these words came out, Xia Yilian's face turned red again, and she lowered her head, and she almost found a crack in the ground to crawl into. Xiao Zixu, who was standing next to him, was also speechless. She knew that this was the best method at the moment, and that it would be possible to keep Xia Yilian without any effort. But this method was still a little hard for her to describe. Alas, seeing that the method was effective, Hu Yu simply stepped up his efforts. It's okay. Don't stay here. Go to Daxia quickly. And don't worry about us, lest you be discovered by the Emperor Qin, who is somewhere in the galaxy. You won't be able to leave either. Go. Go. I won't leave. As expected, when Hu Yu took the last dose of strong medicine, Xia Yilian immediately said something. She looked at Hu Yu, her eyes full of helplessness and shame. But she still looked at him and said, I can stay. But you must promise me that as long as you finish healing, we will return to Daxia as soon as possible. Deal. Hu Yu chuckled and said two words, as long as I finish healing. We will go with you. Healing? What? Heal what? I am not injured. Do I need to heal? If I don't need to heal, there is naturally no timeline for the end of healing. Let's take a step back. Even if the healing is over, Xia Yilian wants to leave. Hu Yu can follow her. Anyway, he promised to go together, and there is no specific destination. By then, it would not be difficult to go around the entire Great Qin from here. As for the thing that Xia Yilian was most worried about, it was just the Emperor Qin. As long as he was still the Emperor, there would be no threat to her. He could not beat him, and he could not even reach the height of Qin Shao. But for the emperors at the same level as him, it was quite easy to solve. The person was also fooled. The next step was to determine the direction of exploration, the place of eternal silence. This is the only clue. By the process of elimination, there should be no living creatures near this place. After all, it is eternal silence. Whether it is from the literal meaning, or from the derived meaning, or other meanings, the word silence has nothing to do with living creatures. As long as we find a well-informed existence, and ask it about similar places, we should be able to find it soon, and it is not too troublesome. Hu Yu and others did not stay on that planet for too long. After learning from Xia Yilian some information about the distribution of forces in the Qin dynasty, and what to pay attention to in the Qin dynasty, they moved directly to the nearest planet with life. Of course, if you want to find a well-informed existence, it is obviously impossible to find it in such a small galaxy. The best way is naturally to go to the main star of the Qin dynasty first, and look for such people in the main star, which will naturally be twice the result with half the effort. Target, the teleportation array. Fortunately, this time, there was no more trouble at the teleportation array. The currency system of the three dynasties is universal. The cost of the teleportation array was directly deducted from Xia Yilian's account. The teleportation array did not check Hu Yu and others too much. From the description of the people on this planet, this is in the heartland of the Qin dynasty. If there are foreign demons here, then the people stationed at the border of the Qin dynasty will have no chance to survive, and will just let themselves be killed. As the teleportation array was activated, everyone went directly from the heartland of the Qin dynasty to the main star of the Qin dynasty. As soon as everyone stepped on the land of the main star of the Qin dynasty, Hu Yu couldn't help but take a breath. People. All of them. It's not because of the number of these people, but the rules. Hu Yu's perception instantly enveloped the entire planet, and all the creatures on the main planet appeared in his mind. With just one glance, he frowned. Those creatures, rather than being creatures, are machines. Each creature moves according to a predetermined trajectory, as if to complete a certain task, and executes each of its actions very purposefully. Rather than saying this is a planet, it is better to say that this is like the inside of a huge computer. Every living being represents a small component, executing every command passed down by the operator. Such a society is undoubtedly terrifying. The execution rate is 100%. If there are only 2 people, it will be a perfect team, as long as it is within their ability. After excluding all low probability events, those things will be perfectly accomplished. If there are 20 people, it will be a team, as long as the execution plan is detailed enough. What this group of people can do will surprise everyone. If it is 200 people, history records 108 teams with an execution rate of more than 70%. These 108 people have caused headaches for the court that manages the entire world. 200 people, 100% execution rate. If there is any dissent, it is enough to subvert a small society. But now, 2 billion people. There are 2 billion people on the main star of the entire Qin dynasty. And this only counts humans, not other creatures that are manipulated into this state like these humans. If we count other intelligent creatures, there are at least 20 billion creatures. The execution rate of these 20 billion creatures has reached 100%. No ulterior motives. No selfishness. The whole society is like a perfect version of the Great Harmony Society. However, there is no doubt that this kind of manipulation is naturally artificial. Under such strong pressure, can society really be called a society? Are humans still human? And Hu Yu's doubts. He couldn't help but look at Xia Yilian, who was also a little dazed. Obviously, she had not expected such a scene on the main planet of the Great Qin dynasty. Don't stand there, Hu Yu said calmly. And with a wave of his hand, he had already placed a tea table in front of him. Why don't you hide? Someone will be coming later. In such a situation where the control is so meticulous, I am afraid that when Hu Yu and others arrived on the main planet, the person in charge of this planet would have known about their arrival. 3 emperors appeared at the same time. If an existence of this level visited, it would be strange if the king of Qin did not come. It is estimated that he should arrive soon. As for Hu Yu and Xiao Zixu, the Emperor Qin obviously didn't know them. But Xia Yilian, even if she was the newly promoted Emperor Xia, it was impossible for the Emperor Qin not to know her. Hide, Xia Yilian said calmly. Hu Yu also waved his hand and put them into the endless holy tower. As soon as he started to put tea leaves into the teapot, a black and gold light bloomed in the distant sky. People are coming. A space crack appeared. I saw a row of 12 demigod-level golden men holding swords and weapons, riding on the clouds, clearing the way ahead, followed by 9 demigod-level 5-clawed golden dragons, with chains made of unknown materials tied to their bodies, connecting to the carriage behind. No. This size, it shouldn't be called a carriage. It should be called a palace. The palace, which is as big as the entire Forbidden City, was slowly dragged by 9 dragons, and soon it was suspended above Hu Yu's head. Are you here? Hu Yu said calmly, and while saying the 2 words, he also took out a pot of boiling water. Come down and talk. Chapter 581 Emperor Qin. As Hu Yu invited him, everything around him was silent. Even the 9-headed 5-clawed golden dragon held its breath, for fear of accidentally disturbing someone's thoughts. Until a pair of boots crushed the void. A figure slowly walked out of the void. A young man who looked no more than 30 years old towered over the palace. He looked down at Hu Yu in front of the tea table in front of him. Hu Yu also raised his head, looking at this man thousands of miles away. Emperor Qin. In the history education that Hu Yu received since childhood, throughout the entire history of China, the name of this ancestor is extremely dazzling. No, it should not be just dazzling. If the rulers of China in the past 5,000 years are ranked from top to bottom, this one must be the well-deserved first. Of course, this excludes the existence of the contemporary. He is not a ruler, but a real leader. If he is included in the ranking, the Emperor Qin will be slightly inferior. However, no matter how dazzling he is, his brilliance is limited, especially in historical materials. In the period before Qin unified the six kingdoms, he worked hard to govern the country, not only unified the weights and measures, but also built a long river spanning 2,000 years, which is still a miracle among miracles. His sins are in the present, but his achievements will last for thousands of years. But I don't know when he started to be crazy about immortality, and even led every generation of emperors after him to pursue the so-called way of immortality to a greater or lesser extent. Before the Qin dynasty, I have never heard of any emperor who was so crazy for immortality. It was this crazy behavior that made him start to be a different person, as if he was different from before. But the one in front of him is 30 years old. He is in his prime. Immortality. Obviously, he has also been immortal. He even possessed the highest power in the world, and was not afraid of being assassinated. Of course, the Qin emperor in front of him had experienced countless years. No, the time flow rate of Blue Star was different from that of the outside world, and he did not know which era the person in front of him came from. The time was different. But one thing that was certain was that the person in front of him was obviously not the Qin emperor that who you knew. One was an emperor who only existed in history books. The other was a supreme being who had lived for countless years and possessed supreme power and supreme military force. Although the two are the same person, they are no longer the same person. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and knowing your enemy will ensure victory in every battle. The first time who you saw this person, he naturally threw a big detection spell at him. Instantly, information about this Qin emperor also popped up in front of him. Name, Angzheng gender, male age, 7,267 skills, true god level law, true god level physique, true god level immortal body, true god level authority over all laws, true god level tricks, true god level copywriting, true god level way of domination, true god level tricks, personality, tyrannical, good at tricks, despotic, arbitrary, domination, emperor, favorability, 0. His, who you looked at the series of true god level skills and couldn't help but take a breath. It's not because of how powerful these skills are, but, in addition to the skills of the way of law, physical body, immortal body, the authority of all laws, which are obtained by increasing strength, there are actually so many skills that are not obtained by increasing strength. To cultivate these skills to the level of true god, it is not hard work, but real talent. An emperor with these true god level skills. No wonder the entire Qin dynasty is in this state. I'm afraid that those creatures living on the main star, even if they are not controlled by the power of all laws, will reach an execution speed beyond imagination. When Hu Yu was observing Qin Huang also looked down at Hu Yu. After the two looked at each other, Qin Huang also walked slowly towards him. Just one step. He crossed thousands of miles, came to sit in front of Hu Yu, stared at him with a pair of dragon eyes, and slowly said, "My time is limited. I won't drink tea. I will ask you a few words and leave." You say, "Why are you here?" "Find a place." "No killing." "No killing." "How long will you stay?" "I will leave when I find a place." "Maybe 10 years. Maybe 100 years." "Okay." Qin Huang pondered for a few breaths, and after considering, he only uttered one word. "That's it." Before Hu Yu could start talking about the second topic, the Emperor Qin took another step forward and returned to the imperial palace in a flash. Another moment. A space crack appeared in front of the convoy. 12 golden men entered in a line, followed by 9 five-clawed golden dragons, looking at their appearance. They seemed a little too anxious. When the Emperor Qin's pressure disappeared, Hu Yu clearly sensed that some kind of restriction on the main star under him had been lifted. The 20 billion creatures immediately returned to normal. It's normal, but it's not quite normal, because they have been under the influence of rules for a long time. Even after returning to normal, the execution rate has reached more than 70%. Only a small number of creatures began to follow their nature and act according to their own ideas. But they still couldn't jump out of the circle they had drawn before. If we calculate it by time, if the Emperor Qin didn't interfere, this long-term high execution rate would at least last for at least 100 years, because of the impact on the next generation. But this has nothing to do with Hu Yu. It is estimated that the Emperor Qin also knew that he came to the main star not just to say hello to him. He lifted the ban in order to let him find the so-called place quickly and leave the great Qin dynasty. After the Emperor Qin left, Hu Yu also released Xia Yilian. When she was released, Xia Yilian looked around furtively. After she was sure that the pressure from the Emperor Qin had disappeared, she was relieved. "Didn't you find me?" "I did," Hu Yu said without hesitation. "The Emperor Qin asked you why you came? Why are you hiding and dare not come out?" "What did you answer?" "I said you plan to attack the great Qin. Let him wash and wait. You are going to tie him to the bed." "Ah!" Xia Yilian screamed immediately. With the intensity of this sound, I'm afraid that all the creatures on the main planet heard it. I don't know if it will scare some children who are about to go to bed. You really said that?" Xia Yilian's voice trembled. And she obviously really believed Hu Yu's words. But Hu Yu said lightly, "No. I'm just kidding you." Xia Yilian was speechless. And she didn't know how many times she rolled her eyes behind Hu Yu. But she also came back to her senses, looking at Hu Yu in front of her and said, "It's strange to say. It stands to reason that the Qin Emperor should be fighting in the outside world at this time. How could he suddenly appear on the main planet of the great Qin dynasty? If I knew he was here just now, I would never agree to let you come here." No wonder. Hu Yu originally thought that this guy was crazy, and he was so straightforward to pay to bring them to the main planet. But he didn't expect the root cause to be here. But no matter what, at least there is no problem for now. Let's find a well-informed guy first. Hu Yu ignored Xia Yilian and took the two of them forward for just 2 steps. He saw a man coming from a distance, looking very anxious. Pseudo-god level. That is equivalent to the level of 2 Wansha before. Judging from the guy's anxious look, it should be that Emperor Qin asked him to come and find a few people. This Emperor Qin didn't seem to be in a hurry on the surface. But judging from these points, he probably wanted Hu Yu and the others to finish their work as soon as possible and leave. In this case, it saves one thing: no need to go around the world looking for that know-it-all. Hu Yu saw that the false god was in a hurry, so he raised his hand and waved, cut through the space barrier, and sent the man directly to him. The false god came to his senses and knelt down on one knee in front of the 3 people. Dodging foreign affairs, Li, meet the 3 emperors. Li lowered her head and kept the same posture until Hu Yu and others spoke, with no intention of getting up. Hu Yu also had no intention of speaking, but turned his head and glanced at Xia Yilian. There just happens to be a well-known emperor here, and it is more appropriate for her to speak. Xia Yilian seemed to know what Hu Yu meant. She rolled her eyes and coughed twice helplessly. Ahem. "Get up." "Thank you, Emperor Xia." Li slowly stood up. And the whole person was neither humble nor arrogant. Although she had respect for the emperor, she was not too humble. And she had a sense of confidence. "Emperor Xia, His Majesty asked me to ask you where you are looking for? I have been to most of the places in the great Qin dynasty, and I also know a little about a small part of them that I have not been to. Maybe I can help you." Seeing this, Hu Yu also sent a message to Xia Yilian. "Hu Yu, ask her, is there any place in the Qin dynasty that has always been silent?" Xia Yilian turned her head and looked at Hu Yu. Her eyes were full of confusion. "Xia Yilian, silence? What are you looking for that place for?" "Hu Yu, to heal your wounds, you have to find a reliable place that doesn't make any noise. It seems that's the truth." Xia Yilian convinced herself and watched Li speak out her needs. "A quiet place?" Li pondered for a few breaths, and after thinking for a while, she slowly said, "There is such a place. But what? It's a bit dangerous." "Dangerous?" Xia Yilian didn't know where she got the confidence from, and immediately said, "We have 3 emperors. What place is dangerous for us? After your Majesty discovered that place, it was used to exile 4 emperors from outside the domain. So far, no outside demon has been able to come out from it. Then change 1. This is it." Almost at the same time, Hu Yu and Xia Yilian said 2 sentences in unison. Li was stunned. She looked left and right, and did not dare to make decisions for the 2 emperors. Xia Yilian wanted to refute something, but the next moment, Hu Yu just said something to her through voice transmission, and the latter immediately gave up her idea and nodded to agree to go to this place. "Hu Yu, think about your current status. Don't you want to add some qualifications to yourself after becoming an alien demon?" If it was the previous Xia Yilian, she would not be tempted. But now, she is already Xia alien demon alien. In this case, she will naturally start to consider herself. Okay, let's go to this place. Chapter 582, A Quiet Place. Hearing Xia Ilian's decision, Li was stunned. Although she only knew Xia Ilian's identity, she didn't know the identities of the remaining two emperors. But she thought about it. Emperor Xia was already the emperor of the great Xia dynasty. What other emperor's identity could be as noble as hers? Even if there was one, he had just left, and rushed to the battlefield with the extraterritorial demons. The only emperor left who could be on par with him was the great Shang dynasty. But these two in front of him are obviously not the emperors of the great Shang dynasty. Why would Emperor Xia compromise because of him? Forget it. I am just a small person. The affairs of these big people have nothing to do with me. I should focus on the things in front of me. Three of you, since you have decided. Follow me. Li said, as she led everyone to the teleportation array. This kind of teleportation across star systems, even for Huyu now, it is difficult to complete it alone. Even after he opened up the road, he can already achieve instant teleportation between hundreds of light years, but for the entire star cluster, it is still too small. No words along the way. When everyone passed the teleportation array and arrived at the so-called quiet place, Huyu couldn't help but feel disappointed. Silence? It's totally irrelevant. The planet where the teleportation array is located is full of people. Although there are only a few 100 million people living here, which is not a lot for the entire planet, it is definitely not silent. This eternally silent place, I think it will definitely not be here. Just when Huyu frowned and planned to look for another place, he heard Li's voice. Everyone, this is the edge of the silent land. In order to implement the great goal of not wasting any planetary resources established by Emperor Qin, some people are left here to guard. Please wait a moment. After I inform the planetary officer here, you can go to the real silent land. There is a turning point. Huyu's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope. And he nodded inconspicuously, not caring about how Li would go through the process. Anyway, there was no rush. As long as there was no extra trouble, Li could go through the process as she wanted. It was a good opportunity to see what other planets besides the main planet looked like under the rule of the Qin dynasty. Huyu's spatial perception instantly covered the entire planet, from a 100-meter-long beast to an ant. As long as it was a living creature with the ability to move on this planet, all activities were included in his perception. It is different from the situation on the main planet. Every living being on this planet has an independent consciousness, which is not much different from other planets with normal living beings. No, to be precise, there should be no difference. Absolutely not. On this planet, except for some traces left by the Qin dynasty, and a saint-level being, there is not even a legendary being. This level gap is too big. Even the saint-level being disguised himself as an ordinary person to communicate with others. Rather than saying that this planet is normal, it is better to say that this planet is more like a civilization that has evolved from itself. Is this what Li said? To implement the plan to make reasonable use of every planet? Huyu looked at Li, his eyes were full of doubts. With just one glance, Li knew what he was thinking, and asked, Sir, do you have any doubts? Yes. Huyu did not hide it, and nodded directly. The people on this planet should not be brought directly from the Qin dynasty? Yes. And no. Li smiled and explained, 30 years ago, the Qin dynasty put a total of 56 million gene embryos here, incubated the gene embryos into different states from 1 month to 81 years old, and put the pre-constructed memory into each gene embryo, successfully building a social system. In addition to military force, this social system has all the historical records and lessons of the Qin dynasty. They can develop independently while ensuring the general direction is correct. Even if the development is wrong, we have planetary officials to make subtle corrections. Huyu understood. I have to say, this is indeed a good method. A good method to rule the entire galaxy. With the current strength of the great Qin dynasty, there will inevitably be many vacant planets under the entire galaxy it controls. Perhaps for the great Qin dynasty, the resources on these planets are not important, or even insignificant. But if it were some weak civilizations, the resources of an entire planet would be enough for them to survive the difficult development period. And the great Qin dynasty's approach is to select some excellent genes through genetic engineering, and pass on the heritage and ethnic culture to those excellent genes, and put them in the development period on these planets that are insignificant to the great Qin dynasty. They will use the resources on these planets to find a path that belongs to Daqin. but is different from the Daqing dynasty. If there is only one planet like this, it may not make sense. But what if there are thousands of similar planets? As long as the civilization on one planet can find its own way and reach half the development level of Daqing, the plan will be successful, even if it means sacrificing other planets. It is worth it. As for the reason, it is very simple. Although the Daqing dynasty is powerful, it is far from being a match for those extraterritorial demons. According to the path of the Great Qin dynasty, what should be developed has also been developed to the limit. Unless the Emperor Qin breaks through to the level of the Emperor, he will be dragged to death by the demons from outside the domain sooner or later. Or one day, the Emperor Qin dies, and the entire Great Qin dynasty will follow the old path of the other three dynasties. Not to mention the Great Yu dynasty that has fallen into silence. Just look at the Great Xia dynasty in front of us, it is enough to give people a headache. Seek change. This is the salvation of the Great Qin dynasty, and it is also the only way for the entire human race to save itself. And the civilizations on these planets are the determination of the Great Qin dynasty to seek change. Based on the civilization of the Great Qin, take a different path of civilization. Another big deal. Hu Yu couldn't help but sigh in his heart. But he couldn't show it. I heard that Emperor Qin was still building the Great Wall of 10,000 stars. If there is a chance, I will go and see it. Soon. The planetary officer mentioned by Li was the only saint level one who hurried over. Perhaps he didn't expect that the superior officer would appear at all. The planetary officer was very anxious. He came all the way to Hu Yu and others, and he hadn't even caught his breath. Planetary officer Yutian. Meet the superior. The superior? Yes. Li nodded. Although she was acting like a superior, she was still a little restrained in front of Hu Yu and the other two. We will explore the star field near your planet later. You should prepare yourself and don't make any mistakes. Yes. The planetary officer responded and immediately ran back. Li turned to explain to Hu Yu and others, in order for the civilization on the planet to develop relatively independently, if there are activities to be held near the star field, the planetary officer will cover or conceal them. If any unexpected situation occurs, causing any crisis, the planetary officer is also responsible for protecting the planet as soon as possible. It's really safe. Hu Yu couldn't help but praise. Anyway, he was not in a hurry, so he just waited for the so-called planetary officer to be ready. About 10 minutes later, the planetary officer appeared in front of Hu Yu and his companions again, and said with a big head, reporting to the superior, "Everything is ready. You can explore the nearby star field at any time. Well, go and rest." Yes. As the planetary officer left, Hu Yu and his companions disappeared on the planet in a flash, and moved towards the real quiet place. According to Li's guidance, Hu Yu moved 5 times, 100 light years at a time, and 500 light years away, and finally saw the edge of the so-called quiet place. It was dark and quiet. The vast star field in front of me cannot be observed by any means, including but not limited to spatial perception. The eye of the void, or even the purest naked eyes. The naked eye sees a chaos, as deep as a black hole. The eye of the void sees a chaos. And this so-called silence does not mean no sound, but no activity. No, there is not even a trace of entropy increase. The whole area in front of me is like black ice that has been frozen in the universe for countless years. It's no wonder that Chen Shao didn't enter at that time. Just looking at it from the outside, he could be sure that this was the land of silence. When Hu Yu saw this area for the first time, he had the same idea. If this is not the land of eternal silence, it is hard for him to imagine what the real land of eternal silence would be like. It's here. Li spoke calmly. This time, she first set her sights on Hu Yu and said, "Everyone, what is inside is something that even the Qin Emperor has never explored. Please, be careful. He will wait for you here for 100 years. If you haven't come out after 100 years, he will report to the Qin Emperor that you have been killed. Of course, if you want to shorten this time, he can also help." "No need." Hu Yu said 2 words calmly, including the 4 guys in the space. There are a total of 7 emperors in their group, and 3 of them have opened up the road. If they can't get out of it, it's probably useless for Emperor Qin to come. He took Xiao Zis's hand and said, "It's enough for you to bring us here. What happens next has nothing to do with you. You can leave directly." "Yes." Li thought for a few breaths, and then uttered a word. This just happened to suit her wishes. After all, Finishing work early is what every worker wants most. But at the moment when Yu and others entered the range of the Silent Land, a suction force suddenly came. Instantly. Including Li. And the planet outside were all sucked into the Silent Land. The original Silent Land seemed to have turned into a black hole, greedily devouring every planet around it. Chapter 583. The sun is high in the sky. The sun slowly peeked out from the east. The sun, as big as a basin, looked like the god of death, staring at the remaining life on the planet. Yu slowly raised his head. His mind was a mess. He had no idea what had happened, and only remembered a few memories in his mind. What Xiao Zissou, what Xia Ilian, and what Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiener. Wait! What Xiao Su? Yu endured the pain, shaked his head, throwing away the chaotic memories in his mind. Looking up at the scorching sun in the sky, his eyes were full of sorrow. Thoughts cannot help but go back to 3 months ago. On the first day of the new year, under the sun, the highest temperature reached 33 degrees Celsius. Under the influence of global warming, people at that time just thought it was a normal temperature rise. On the second day, the highest temperature reached 38 degrees Celsius. People put on short sleeves, turned off the heating, and changed the air conditioning mode to cooling mode. On the third day, 43 degrees C. This temperature reading exceeded the highest temperature in the history of Yu's area. Electricity prices soared, causing some areas to start power rationing. Fortunately, at night, the temperature was still normal. Even if there was power rationing, people could rely on some physical cooling methods to arrange their sleep. But until the 7th day, just after a week, the highest temperature in the entire area reached 57 degrees, and the sunshine time was extended to 12 hours. If there is no electricity, no air conditioning, no cold storage, people originally thought that this was just a drastic and rapid climate change, and it might end soon, and everything would return to normal. But until the 14th day, people found that the global temperature was still rising at an uncontrollable speed. Panic broke out among the crowd. People had not worked for a long time, and had not bought supplies. The supplies stored in the house had long been consumed. There was only one way to replenish supplies. Grab. Every night, the temperature in the city would drop slightly. From the original 70 or 80 degrees, it dropped to more than 10 degrees. This temperature is enough to support human life. Only at this time, people can walk out of the air-conditioned room and go outside to find supplies, or food, or water, or diesel, to supply the generator to continue generating electricity. After all, no one knows when the city's power supply will stop. Once the power supply is cut off, with the current living environment, I am afraid that within 3 days, the lucky people hiding in the whole city will be exposed to the flames. At this time, being burned to death, dying in heat, it is better to find your own relatives to do it, which is also a quick farewell to this world, than dying in the torture of flames. Right? This is the 15th day of the scorching sun. Last night, Yu followed his girlfriend to go out to look for supplies, but for some reason, he fainted, and there was a little pain in the back of his head. I even had such a strange dream. I can even remember what the person named Sue looked like in the dream. You know, generally speaking, the existence that appears in dreams is not too detailed. Could it be that I have seen that person somewhere? There was a pain behind my head. Yu frowned slightly, and climbed up from the ground. Forget it, I don't want to think about it. Fortunately, it was still early. The sun had just come out. The temperature was only over 30 degrees, not fatal. According to experience, in about an hour, the temperature would rise to about 40 degrees. He still had at most an hour and a half. Go back first. Yu looked at the backpack hanging on his body and frowned slightly. Although the backpack was still hanging on his body, it had been cut by a knife. It must have been robbed. But I don't know who the other party is. Yu's mind suddenly appeared 2 people's faces. One of them was his girlfriend, Yi Wanwan. The two had a very good relationship and were already talking about marriage. If it weren't for the scorching sun, they could still continue their little life. Maybe not long after, they would have their own little life. Yesterday, there were only 2 days' worth of food left in the house. So the two had to go out to explore together. Later, he met another person in his mind on the road. Shiniran, Yu's colleague in the company. The two of them usually have a good relationship. When exploring the surrounding resources, the two teams simply acted together. In addition to Chiniran, there was another man beside him. Yu had never seen that man. According to Chiniran, he was his roommate, and he could be trusted. The 4 of them formed a team, and were originally going to go to a convenience store to look for supplies. But for some reason, he felt a pain in the back of his head, and then he lost consciousness. When they went out to explore, no one expected this to happen. I was knocked unconscious, and I don't know how she is now. Let's go back and see first. Huyu walked on the sticky asphalt. After a night of cooling, the asphalt was even a little sticky. If the temperature continues to rise, perhaps it won't be long before the asphalt on the ground will completely melt, like a swamp, trapping people in it. Huyu rushed all the way, and didn't see even a single living creature on the road. No, not just living creatures. Even some plants have been sunburned to death by the high temperature, leaving only corpses buried in the soil. It can't really be said that they are still alive, just a corpse. Huyu rushed to the outside of his community. He subconsciously slowed down his pace. The reason is very simple. People. At this time, there are still many people alive in the community. There is no way. The group of people is very complicated. You have to be cautious. In addition to some people like Huyu, who are brave, and have little supplies, who dare to go out to search, there are also some old silver coins. They never leave their nest too far, but will always keep an eye on other people in the community, watching them come back from searching for supplies, and then taking the opportunity to snatch them from them. There are many such people. Huyu has seen many of them. Even if he doesn't carry any supplies, he doesn't want to be targeted by these people. So, it's always better to be careful. Fortunately, there is still plenty of time. It took less than half an hour to rush back from outside, and he still has an hour. Even if his room was no longer safe, there was enough time to find another place to avoid the heat. Huyu walked lightly, close to the wall, and walked along the blind spot towards his house. Fortunately, it was safe all the way. He went upstairs, and he didn't even dare to take the elevator. He could only go upstairs along the fire escape stairs. The 13th floor. This floor is not low, nor is it high. For the entire 30-story building, it can only be regarded as a middle floor. Even if he climbed the stairs, it would not take too long. More than 10 minutes later, Huyu came to the door of his house, and he became more cautious. If he was discovered in the community, there were other buildings in between. Even if he had good eyesight, he could find the building where Huyu was, but he might not be able to find his floor. But now, he had already gone upstairs. If there were neighbors with ulterior motives, they would probably choose to make trouble when Huyu came back. So, right now, it was the most dangerous area. Huyu crawled directly on the ground, crawling forward little by little, without even triggering the lighting system in the corridor. He moved all the way to his house, looking at the hair stuck in the crack of the door, frowning slightly. He didn't come back. He deliberately stuck this hair in the crack of the door before he left last night. If someone opened the door, the hair would definitely fall out of the crack. But now? No! The hair is still stuck in the crack. It is enough to prove that no one went home before he came back. Yi Wanlan. Where did she go? Huyu clenched his teeth, looked at the hair in the crack of the door, frowned and thought. Time. At most 1 hour left. The time for normal human activities, only 1 hour left. If he wants to go out to look for Yi Wanlan, he will only have 1 hour left at most. After 1 hour, if he fails to find Yi Wanlan, or cannot find a place where he can stay safely for 12 hours, then he will most likely die of sunburn and dehydration outside. Should I play it safe, return to the room, wait until tomorrow to look for Yi Wanlan, or give it a try? Go now. Golden 24 hours. If I continue to wait, no one knows what the outcome of Yi Wanlan will be. Go. Huyu gritted his teeth, and finally made this decision in his mind. Of course, he was not unprepared. He first opened the door and returned home, putting the only 2 bottles of mineral water in the house, and 3 small bags of sandwich biscuits into his pocket. The water had been cut off 3 days ago. In the past, he could use electricity to boil water for drinking, but now, he could only drink the mineral water stored at home. As for the sandwich biscuits, there were some instant noodles and other things in the house, but those things were not only inconvenient to carry, but also too conspicuous. If they were discovered, they would probably attract some hungry people to snatch them. The things he was carrying could be carried concealed. After getting ready, Huyu walked out of the room and headed towards Chiniran's apartment. He remembered that Chiniran had told him that he lived in an apartment nearby. Although he was not sure whether Chiniran and Yi Wanlan were related, this was the only clue he had. So he had to go and take a look. The only problem was, he didn't know where Chiniran lived. Anyway, he could only go to the apartment first. Yu followed the path he had just taken and felt his way to the outside of the community. The temperature at this time was close to 40 degrees. Even if you didn't move, you would sweat layer after layer. The temperature rose again. Half an hour. At most half an hour. This time was not enough to go back and forth from the apartment to the community. Yu frowned, and could only grit his teeth and run towards the apartment. He kept recalling where Chiniran might live. But when he came to the outside of the community, he determined the floor where Chiniran was at a glance. The reason was simple. A corpse. Yi Wanlan's corpse was just hanging outside the apartment window. Like preparing dried bacon? Chapter 584 Bubu? Such a familiar name. Instantly, horrifying images flooded into my mind. Bacon. Air-dried? As if on a piece of blue, I almost became like bacon. The intense pain came again. Yu shook his head, not knowing what was wrong with him. Why did these images appear in his mind? Why did my head hurt when these images appeared? Forget it. No matter what, the most important thing now is only one thing: revenge. Yu looked up at the corpse hanging outside the apartment building, and recalled in his mind all the intimate moments between him and Yi Wanlan. Although he didn't know why the images were blurry. Especially Yi Wanlan's appearance. He seemed to have forgotten it. But he was clear about one thing. The person hanging outside the apartment building must be the one who accompanied him day and night. So, no matter what, even if he had to sacrifice his life, he must avenge her. Apartment buildings are different from community buildings. This apartment building was built next to a large shopping mall, with no greenery around it, and no special security measures. The only thing is a security booth similar to the front desk at the entrance of the apartment building. Generally speaking, there are no security guards here. It is more of a decoration. Yu does not need to be as cautious as entering the community. Just need to pay attention to his steps and body shape. And do not make too much noise. As he entered the apartment building, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Corpses. Corpses all over the floor. At least dozens of human corpses were laid in the lobby. And the blood dried on the floor of the lobby, giving people a feeling that the soles of shoes would stick to them if they stepped on them. There were many bloody footprints in the lobby. Due to the high temperature during this period, various bacteria and worms bred, causing the corpse to be highly decomposed. Pure white maggots as thick as little fingers were wriggling in the corpse. With the right temperature and a nutritious breeding ground, the maggots grew very large. However, there was not a single fly or mosquito in the lobby. A terrifying thought flooded into Yu's mind. He subconsciously covered his mouth and nose, his eyes full of fear. Breeding ground? Generally speaking, it takes no more than 6 hours for this kind of maggot to grow from a maggot to an adult. And it was obviously much longer than 6 hours for these corpses to die. But there is not a single adult insect around. That is to say, there is an external force that took the maggots away from here before they turned into adults. Picking. If someone treats this place as a farm, the flesh and blood are the soil in the farm, and the maggots are the fruits in the farm. Every once in a while, they will come to the farm to pick the fruits. This will meet all the above conditions, so that only maggots will wriggle on such a hotbed, and no adults will appear. But who would be so cruel? Even if the sun is high, the materials will decay faster, but there are still many materials outside. Don't take this method to accumulate fruits in this situation. Yu resisted the urge to vomit, and walked into the lobby from a relatively clean place. I have to hurry up. If it is true as he thought, the other party uses this lobby as a farm to cultivate fruits, then in less than half an hour, they will come down to pick these fruits. After all, if it takes too long, the temperature below will rise, and those fruits may have accidents. He has to hurry up. Same as always. In this case, he can't take the elevator. Just when he was about to go upstairs along the fire escape stairs, there was a crisp sound outside. Suddenly. Ding! The elevator has arrived. Someone is coming down. Yu immediately squatted in a corner of the stairs, sticking his head out, looking at the door under the corridor, wanting to see what the other party wanted to do. 1, 2, 3 people walked down the elevator. Judging from the clothes seen in the only gap, these 3 people should all be men. There are no other clues or features. Soon, the sound of people talking downstairs came. What do you think the boss is going to do with all these things? Who knows? Another man's voice sounded. Talk less, ask less, and do more. The third man's voice appeared. Have you forgotten the woman last night? Be careful that the boss will make a move and let you hang there too. The remaining two men shut up at the same time. Hu only heard the sound of leather shoes hitting tiles echoing in the lobby. The woman last night. This obviously refers to Yi Wanlan. Now the target is clear. But what kind of person is the boss the other party is talking about? Not only does he keep these things in the lobby, but he also allows people to pick these fruits in the lobby without restraint. Either no one in the entire apartment dares to provoke this boss. Or, in the entire apartment, anyone who dares to provoke this boss has no capital to provoke him. No matter which possibility it is. It shows one thing. This boss has taken control of the entire apartment. Facing such a person, if you want to take revenge, it is really not a little difficult. However, no matter how difficult it is, you must do it. Hu is still hiding in a corner of the stairs, waiting for the three people to enter the elevator and see where they are on the floor. Maybe you can catch some clues. Soon, the sound of walking back came from the lobby. Those people, holding fruits in their hands, went back to the elevator. Seeing the elevator door close, Hu waited for a few more breaths. After confirming that the elevator went up, he went down the stairs and watched the elevator continue to rise. The 10th floor, the 20th floor, the 24th floor, the top floor of the entire apartment. That is, the 24th floor. The elevator stopped there. But Hu frowned. The temperature is so high nowadays. The higher the floor, the higher the temperature you feel. The so-called boss would not occupy the floor with the worst geographical location to symbolize his status and power. Right? Or, is there another use for the top floor? The group of people went to the top floor not to meet the boss, but for other tasks. Hu didn't know. But one thing that was certain at the moment was, there must be something on the 24th floor. And Yi Wanlan's body was pushed out from the 21st floor. He just noted the floor of the window outside, and he was sure that he didn't count wrong. So, go upstairs first. Hu turned around and walked into the fire escape. But the moment he entered the passage, a figure appeared at the corner of the stairs. There's someone. The next moment their eyes met, the two of them subconsciously ran behind each other. Wait! Hu saw the other person running back, and was stunned for a moment, and returned to the fire escape, and shouted to the upstairs, You are not one of them. Wait! The childish voice also sounded above, You are not one of them either. Okay. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Hu walked quickly into the fire escape, but did not approach the other party rashly. Instead, he explained in a low voice, I came in from outside, and wanted to see if there was any food here. But when I came in, I saw the ground outside. Do you know what happened? It's too late to explain. The childish voice did not answer, but walked down the stairs quickly. It was a little boy who was no more than 13 years old. He was holding a plastic bucket and a small spoon in his hand, and rushed to the lobby. Hu frowned slightly, as if he had guessed something, but he was not sure, so he could only follow him all the way to the lobby. When he saw the scene in front of him, he was stunned. The little boy also walked into the farm, and skillfully searched for the remaining fruits from the soil. In just a few minutes, he found several fruits. But as the temperature outside got higher and higher, the little boy began to sweat. The temperature outside is almost 50 degrees. But the little boy still held on, until he had searched all the soil, filled the bucket with the remaining fruits, and then ran back. He walked up the stairs, glanced at Hu, and said after a few breaths, Come with me? Yes. Hu naturally did not refuse. It was much better to have a local to lead him than to explore blindly. He followed the little boy all the way to the 4th floor. 0406. This is the room number where the little boy is. He entered the room, and immediately a gust of cold air came from inside. The little boy called Hu, Sit anywhere you want. Yes. Hu responded, but he didn't sit too casually, but stood at the door, ready to run away at any time. Although the environment here is suitable for survival, and can escape the daylight of this day, but no one knows what the little boy is thinking. It's not that Hu is afraid of such a little boy. The main thing is, if the little boy takes out some killing weapon from the room, such as a kitchen knife, even if he is an adult, he is afraid that he can't resist it. The little boy ignored Hu. He carried the bucket of fruit to the kitchen and began to process it skillfully, probably planning to make a delicious dish. Hu also began to observe the surroundings silently, until a little girl came out of the room pushing a wheelchair. Well-behaved, cute, and only about 9 years old at most. When the two looked at each other, Hu was stunned. Familiar. Too familiar. But He couldn't remember where he had seen this little girl, until the little boy who was busy in the kitchen came to his senses. He immediately came out of the kitchen, frowned at the little girl and asked, "Boo-boo, why did you come out?" Boo? Boo-boo-boo? This name sounds so familiar. Chapter 585 Plan. While Huyu was in a daze, his head started to ache again. This feeling came again. He didn't know why, but the pains one after another made him realize something was wrong. He was just thinking about something. How could this kind of pain come out? Huyu frowned in confusion. He simply didn't shake his head this time, didn't stop thinking, but continued to think along the idea in his mind just now. Bub. 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 Rock. Scissors. Paper? What rock? Where is the rock? Huyu was in a daze. His eyes were full of confusion. When he looked at the little girl again, there was only an indescribable sense of familiarity. As for the rest, there was no other feeling. The little girl also looked at the little boy and said slowly, "Brother?" "He is." "Oh, I picked him up on the road." The little boy's tone was very helpless. He looked at Huyu and asked, "I almost forgot to ask you. What's your name?" "Huyu." Huyu spit out 2 words and looked at the little boy and asked, "What about you?" "My name is Chenshirtu. And this is my sister, Chenbu." Chenshirtu said calmly, and he didn't seem to think his name was strange. "Let me make it clear first. Our food is only enough for the 2 of us. If you want to eat, it has nothing to do with me. I will just let you stay here for a while. If you have any bad ideas." Chenshirtu's eyes showed a hint of malice, and he slowly raised the kitchen knife in his hand. "Don't worry. I know the rules," Huyu said immediately. A little boy who could pick fruits in that kind of soil. He naturally believed that he could do those things. Chenbu looked at Huyu twice, and then he lost interest. He just slid his wheelchair to the windowsill and looked at the whole city. Huyu originally wanted to find out about the power structure in the apartment and some things that happened last night. But seeing that the 2 little guys were busy now, he didn't rush to speak. Very quickly, in less than 10 minutes, Chenshirtu came out with a plate of brown and tender white pancakes. Huyu knew what it was, and his stomach suddenly churned. But when he thought that he was in someone else's house, he didn't show it, but just stood aside silently, suppressing his nausea. And the 2 little ones seemed to have gotten used to it. Each picked up their own piece of pancake and wolfed it down. It's hard to imagine how many times they have eaten such food. Forget it. Let's ask for clues first. If the clues are useful, give them a piece of compressed biscuit as a reward. Bang. 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 Just when Huyu saw them finish their food and was about to ask them, there was a sudden knock at the door behind him. Could it be that they were discovered? Huyu subconsciously looked at the door, and Chenshirtu walked up slowly, made a hushing gesture to him, and walked straight to the door. Looking at this, it shouldn't be. Chenshirtu didn't have the time and conditions to tip off. Huyumo hid in the room quietly, listening to the noise at the door. A creaky sound of the door opening was heard. Chenshirtu's voice also rang out. "So early today." "Earlier. In case you finish eating." A rough voice sounded. He urged anxiously, "Do you still have today's food?" "Yes," Chenshirtu responded. Turned around, took out a piece of meat weighing about 1 pound from the refrigerator, and handed it to the door. "Well, not bad. Not bad." The voice from the door came again, with a satisfied tone. "You are the only family left on the 4th floor. Don't let us down. By the way, the price will go up tomorrow. You 2 people, you have to pay 1.5 kilograms of meat, or something of equivalent value, to continue the electricity supply." Bang. The door of the room closed. Chenshirtu stood on tiptoe, watched the people outside the cat's eye walk away, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. He looked inside the room and shouted, "Come out. The people are gone." Huyu also came out of the room, his eyes full of confusion. "So, this is also the same group as those people just now?" "Obviously," Chenshirtu said calmly. "You came here? You must be looking for trouble with someone. Right? No need to quibble." Chenshirtu stared at Huyu and said slowly, "There are so many corpses at the entrance of the lobby. In addition to picking food, it is also to persuade those ignorant and overconfident guys to retreat. You don't have any weapons on you, and you dared to come in from outside alone. I guess you are willing to sacrifice your life to do something. It's not hard to think. You came here to cause trouble for someone." Huyu did not deny, nor did he admit it, but smiled slightly and said, "What about you? You took me home. You didn't want to hand me over to the so-called boss, did you?" "Of course not." Chinshirtu was straightforward and said directly, "That guy has mastered the power supply system of the entire building. Only if we hand over food every day can we exchange it for electricity. Otherwise we will be killed by the heat in the daytime. Now in this situation, you can see that we have normal food to fill our stomachs. But in order to exchange for electricity, we could only hoard those normal foods and eat some other foods to fill our stomachs. Otherwise, who the hell wants to eat that disgusting thing?" Huyu nodded slowly. No wonder these two little ones have food at home. But they have to risk their lives to get food. It turns out that the root cause is here. But Chinshirtu frowned slightly, and his eyes could not help but glance at the refrigerator. The food we can use to exchange for electricity is almost gone. Or join the exploration team and wait until night to go out to find food together. After being deducted from each level, the food you get is just enough to fill your stomach at most. To put it bluntly, it means working for that guy. Become a dog of that guy. Or Chinshirtu's eyes burst with passion. Kill the guy. Can you do it? Huyu asked directly. Just the two of us? It is not difficult to judge from Chinshirtu's words just now that this so-called boss has obviously used this method to win over many people to work for him. For such a stable group, the boss doesn't need to participate in these things himself. He must be under layers of protection. The safest place, if you want to destroy this organization, you must find the boss. Obviously, with just the two of them, it is impossible to bypass the layers of blockade and find the guy. There must be quite a few people in the whole apartment who have this idea. Chinshirtu said in a deep voice. Previously, many people were thrown out of the apartment because they couldn't pay the electricity bill and didn't want to be dogs. Now there are still some people like me, facing the critical point of not being able to pay the electricity bill. As long as someone dares to take action against that group of people, the remaining people will naturally understand which side to stand on. Are you sure? It's not that Huyu doesn't believe Chinshirtu. The main reason is that his judgment of allies is based on speculation. If this speculation is wrong, then the result? Oh no! What else? Do you have a better way now? Chinshirtu asked twice. Since you dare to come in alone, you probably never thought about getting out alive. Either you give me a place where you can live normally before, and I will leave with my sister. How you want to take revenge is up to you, and I will not care about the rest. Or, take a gamble. Whether I join you or you join me, our goals are the same from beginning to end. Huyu did not answer in a hurry, but was silent for a while. After a few breaths, he looked up at the scene in front of him. Okay. When do we act? At night. Chinshirtu said calmly. After nightfall, the entire apartment will be free to move around, except for those on the 20th floor and above. Everyone else can move around freely, whether they want to go out to find supplies or anything else. It is not under our jurisdiction. I know that some people are running out of food and electricity. When the time comes, we can discuss with them and work together. Yes, Huyu responded, thought about it, and took out the 2 pieces from his bag. The sandwich biscuits and mineral water were taken out. You guessed right. I do have a place where I can live safely. As long as you help me get revenge, we can live together afterwards. I think you will be a good partner. Really? Chinshirtu asked doubtfully, with a bitter smile on his face. Don't you mind that I have to drag someone with me? You can live with her for so long, which is enough to prove that you can afford your sister. She has never been a burden to me, Chinshirtu said as he walked behind his sister, pushed her back into the room, and began to teach her some knowledge from the textbook. Huyu sat in the living room, looking at the world outside under the scorching sun, and took a short nap. Because of the existence of the scorching sun, the biological clock of human beings has changed. Originally, people should work at sunrise and rest at sunset. Now everything is reversed. It is normal to work at sunset and rest at sunrise. It is 8 o'clock in the evening. The sun is gradually setting. The temperature outside is also starting to drop from more than 60 degrees. Although the temperature outside is still more than 40 degrees. At least normal activities have begun. At this time, those who were planning to go out at night had already started to prepare. Whether it was this apartment, or some people outside who were going to go out to look for resources, they were all ready to move, including Huyu and Chinshirtu. Chinshirtu put a kitchen knife, 2 fruit knives on himself, and held a baseball bat in his hand that he didn't know where he got from. He saw that Huyu had no weapons on him, only a backpack, and after thinking about it, he gave him a fruit knife. Don't say anything when you go out later, Just pretend that you don't know me. It's impossible for everyone in an apartment to have seen each other. You can pretend to be a otaku who just went out today. Yeah, Huyu responded, and followed Chinshirtu out of the door of 0406. Of course, they couldn't take the elevator. As soon as they reached the emergency staircase, they heard a puzzled voice. Hey, little Shirtu, you're going out tonight. The voice was Shiniren, his dog colleague. Chapter 586, 30 pounds. No, we can't let this guy find us no matter what. If they are found out, their plan will fail before it even starts. Huyu immediately took 2 steps forward, pretending not to know Chinshirtu, and took the lead to walk out of the apartment. Seeing this, Chinshirtu also guessed something. He stopped Shiniren, turned his head to look at this guy, and said coldly, I remember you went out last night. Right? The recent mission is so heavy. Do you run out of supplies? Or did you not gain anything last night? Bah! Shiniren said as he walked downstairs, and came to stand beside Chinshirtu. He was full of resentment. I get angry just talking about this. I caught a big fish last night, and finally sent it to the boss, but who knew? The boss saw the big fish as if he saw an enemy. He just killed it, and hung it outside the window, and didn't even send it to the lobby. Look, I was asked to go out and find someone as the one who caught the big fish. Tell me, what's this? When Chinshirtu heard this, he immediately became interested. Who are you looking for? Huyu had just arrived at the lobby, and some residents could be seen quietly groping out outside. If he followed them now, he would definitely be able to blend into the crowd. But he also heard the voice behind him, and did not rush forward. If he guessed correctly, the so-called big fish was Yi Wanlan. After Shiniren knocked him out yesterday, he did not take him away, but brought Yi Wanlan here. Judging from the meaning behind his words, their boss should have asked for this so-called big fish more than once. But for some reason, their boss's reaction after getting the big fish this time was different from before. Huyu didn't know what the boss's reaction was after getting the big fish before. He only knew that after Yi Wanlan fell into the hands of their boss, she was directly hung outside. This is a blessing in disguise. Yi Wanlan loved cleanliness the most when she was alive, and she had a slight misophobia. If she became the soil in the lobby outside after her death, she might die with regrets in her grave. Fortunately, although she died, she was just dead, nothing else happened. This is naturally a blessing in disguise. But then again, what's the point of looking for someone? If there are people related to Yi Wanlan, I guess I am the only one. According to the existing clues, if the boss is looking for someone, it should be someone who knows both me and Yi Wanlan, and has a not-so-good relationship with both of them. But I don't have such a person in my mind. He and Yi Wanlan met in society after graduation. Their college classmates were not the same group of people, and even their social circles did not overlap much. They didn't have many common friends. So how could they have a common enemy? Who is this boss? There was no time to think about it. Huyu listened to the sound of people slowly coming down the stairs. Shiniren's voice sounded again. Let's find a poor guy. Shiniren's tone was full of complaints, as if he remembered something, and said to Chinshirtu, by the way, do you want to come with me? This mission has a high reward. As long as you can find that person, you will get at least 30 kilograms of meat. A full 30 kilograms. I don't know what the boss is crazy about. He actually gave such a high reward. Almost everyone in the whole apartment has gone out. If you join us now, you can also enjoy this reward. Come with me. Let's go find someone together. I guarantee you will get at least 2 kilograms. 30 kilograms? Huyu huddled at the stairs, and naturally heard this number. It must be said that this number is an astronomical figure even for someone like him, who has relatively sufficient supplies. That's meat. Under such high temperatures, no matter what kind of livestock it is, it faces mass death. In addition to the few meats left in the city, I'm afraid that meat will be scarce to a terrifying degree in the next few years. Even if the temperature drops in the short term in the future, the price of meat will reach an incredible height. 30? 50? It's probably possible that the price of a pound of pork will rise to a terrifying 3-digit number. Not to mention whether the sun will return to normal. Even if it does, 30 pounds of meat is enough to equal an ordinary person's monthly salary. Huyu was shaken. He was worried that Chinshirtu would sell him out directly. After all, this number was far beyond what he could afford. But Chinshirtu didn't answer immediately. After a few breaths, he slowly spoke. Forget it, I'm used to being free, and I'm not only carrying my own life, so I won't go for such an adventure. Qin Shitu refused. Hu Yu was relieved after hearing this, secretly glad that the other party didn't sell him out immediately. But he also knew that the other party just didn't choose to sell him out at this time. If he sold him now, he would only get 2 kilograms of meat. But if we wait for a better time, the price may be 30 kilograms, no matter what the other party means. The most important thing now is to conceal his identity and ensure that he will not be discovered by Chiniran. The rest will be dealt with later. Hu Yu walked quickly into the crowd. And according to the plan, he came to an intersection near a large shopping mall outside the apartment and waited silently. The large shopping mall had been emptied by everyone in the apartment. Even if there were some supplies inside, they were some insignificant supplies. Usually only some timid people who were afraid of danger and had not participated in exploration before would choose to go in this direction. So waiting for Qin Shitu here is obviously the best choice. Hu Yu hid in the darkness, watching Cheniran and the group of people walking towards his neighborhood in the distance. Qin Shitu waited until they left, then walked slowly from behind the crowd to Hu Yu. He didn't hide anything and asked directly, "The person they are looking for is you, right?" "I don't know," Hu Yu said directly, with a bitter smile on his face, "but judging from the current clues, it should be me. 30 pounds of meat." Qin Shitu couldn't help but sigh. Looking Hu Yu up and down for a while, "How did you offend that boss? He wants to take you back even at such a high price?" "How would I know?" Hu Yu frowned slightly. "By the way, what is the situation of your boss? Otherwise, you can tell me. Maybe I can remember it?" "Don't think about it." Qin Shitu raised a smile at the corner of his mouth, pointing to the top floor of the apartment. "Don't you want to know? Why don't we go up and take a look?" "We? Go up? Take a look?" Hu Yu asked 3 questions in a row. Obviously, he didn't know how to comment on Qin Shitu's words. "Yes," Qin Shitu replied as a matter of course. He looked at Hu Yu and analyzed. "You have seen the current situation. The temptation of 30 kilograms of meat is enough to lure out all the people who have taken refuge with that guy in the apartment. There should be only a few people left in the apartment who are responsible for protecting the guy. It is obviously the best time for the 2 of us to rush up now. If we miss this opportunity, I'm afraid it will be difficult to wait for the next one." "Wait." Hu Yu lowered his eyelids slightly, staring at Qin Shitu in front of him. "Are you sure you want to take me up to take revenge, instead of preparing to monopolize the 30 kilograms of meat by yourself? What do you think?" Qin Shitu asked back with a smile. Without waiting for Hu Yu to answer, he continued to speak. "To be honest, those 30 kilograms of meat are indeed enough for me and my sister to eat for a long time. But if I take you up now, the 2 of us can overthrow that guy's rule, occupy the position of the generator, and we will control the lifeblood of the entire apartment. At that time, let alone 30 kilograms of meat, even 300 kilograms of meat will be available. Everything is about interests." Qin Shitu looked at Hu Yu and said slowly, "So, after we go up together, if I find that things are impossible, I will sell you without hesitation in exchange for the 30 kilograms of meat. It depends on whether you dare to gamble." Hu Yu did not speak. If he were Qin Shitu, he would probably make the same choice as him. In this world, the only thing that can resist the temptation of 30 kilograms of meat is the temptation that is far greater than 30 kilograms of meat. "Okay." Hu Yu almost didn't think much, and immediately agreed, "But there are only 2 of us. Isn't it too few?" "Not a small number," Qin Shitu said and turned to walk towards the apartment. "As long as we can see the guy, you will know that only the 2 of us are enough." Faced with Qin Shitu's incoherent words, Hu Yu originally wanted to ask a few more questions, but seeing that this guy was walking towards the apartment, he naturally couldn't say much, and could only quickly follow him. The 2 returned to the apartment. This wasted time was enough for everyone who wanted to leave. At this moment, there was only the soil on the ground in the lobby, and the stench. The 2 pinched their noses and walked forward. Qin Shitu originally wanted to take the fire escape, but Hu Yu had already pressed the elevator. "You?" Qin Shitu turned his head and looked at Hu Yu, his eyes full of confusion, watching him walk into the elevator. "Don't tell me you want to take the stairs to take credit." Hu Yu smiled helplessly. "Hurry up and come here to disguise yourself. Let's take the elevator directly. It won't arouse suspicion." Qin Shitu nodded and walked into the elevator quickly. The 2 men simply dressed themselves up, actually tying Hu Yu's hands with a cloth strip, which looked strong, but the other end of the cloth strip was in Hu Yu's hand, so he could untie it with a slight pull. The elevator kept rising. It soon stopped at the 20th floor. This was the highest position the elevator could reach. The buttons above the 20th floor were welded shut, and could not be pressed at all. As the elevator door slowly opened, the first sight completely shocked Yu and the others. Chapter 587 Supermarket. Hell on Earth? No, it's not too much to regard this place as the real hell. The cold air, the red lights, and the occasional wailing and sobbing. If this is the real hell, Yu and Shinshirtu probably wouldn't have any doubts. Luckily, they were mentally prepared, but after a moment of daze, they walked out of the elevator. As Shinshirtu said, everyone went out to look for the target person. They walked out of the elevator, looked around, and didn't see anyone left here. Shinshirtu and Yu looked at each other, and the same idea came to their minds. Explore. There are 10 rooms in the entire 20th floor. Let's search around first. The 20th floor is where the group of people live. There must be a lot of supplies. Even weapons. As long as we can find weapons in it, it can be regarded as preparation for possible conflicts later. Of course, it is impossible to split the troops in this situation. There are sobs and wails coming from the entire 20th floor from time to time. No one knows what the sound is. It is better to act in unison. The elevator door slowly closed. Yu and the other person also walked towards room 2001. When they just groped their way to the door, they found something wrong. The door of room 2001 was actually open. To be more precise, it was ajar. Maybe someone was in a hurry to go out, and when they closed the door, they didn't even close it. Yu and the other person looked at each other. They both lowered their voices to the lowest level, and slowly reached out to push the door open. As the door slowly opened, the scene inside was also exposed to them. Cage. A cage made of welded steel bars was placed in the middle of the room, and 3 naked women were locked inside. They all had chains around their necks, and were trapped on the steel bars. Their range of activities was limited to the cage of no more than 15 square meters. When they saw Yu and the other man push open the door, they all prostrated themselves on the ground, and whimpered. It was like a conditioned reflex had been formed. Hiss. Yu and the other man could not help but take a breath of cold air, and also took the opportunity to glance at other furnishings in the room with their peripheral vision. In the room of more than 80 square meters, there are 6 bunk beds welded by steel frames. There are traces of life on each bunk bed. 12 people. This should be the number of people living in this room. In addition, various food packages can be seen everywhere in the room. The air is also filled with the smell of meat. It is estimated that before leaving, soup was stewed. No wonder. No wonder. No wonder Chiniran and his friends are so willing to work for the so-called boss. In this apocalypse, they have a full stomach, a place to live, and a place to vent their desires. This is more than 99% of the people in the apocalypse. They want to maintain this kind of life in the apocalypse, or wait for the temperature to return to normal, and social order to return to normal, and the only way is to keep the so-called boss. At the end of the world, the boss can let them enjoy a superior life. If it weren't for the apocalypse, they could also push all the legal responsibilities and moral condemnations to the so-called boss, and create the illusion of being a victim. This situation is not impossible to happen. Yu took a deep breath and reached out to close the door. It's not that he doesn't want to save people, but it's impossible to save them. The purpose of their coming here is to overthrow the rule of the so-called boss. These women have already formed conditioned reflexes. Even if they are rescued, they will become a burden and will be of no use at all. Instead, they will become a burden that slows down the speed of the 2 people's actions. Maybe because the target is too large. The so-called boss will find out the clues. And then, they can't overthrow it even if they want to. Even because of their existence. Yu and the others can't enter the room to search for supplies. Once they find that Yu and the others have sneaked up, they will naturally hold on to the last straw and make some noise. At that time, it will not be worth the loss. On the contrary, if Yu and the others' plan succeeds, they can overthrow the rule of that guy. And these people will naturally be rescued. So, don't rush. Shinshirtu seems to understand Yu's approach. After the door is closed, he has no opinion, but walks forward quickly, and comes to 2002. As they push the door subconsciously, the pupils of the 2 people couldn't help but tremble slightly. It was pushed open again. Yu and the other person looked at each other, and saw surprise and confusion in each other's eyes. If only one door was not closed tightly, it might be a coincidence, but if 2 doors, or even more doors were not closed tightly, It would not be as simple as a coincidence. Hu Yu poked his head into the room as quickly as possible. The situation, still the same. It was still a cage, several bunk beds. The only difference was the number of people in the cage. The previous number of people was 3, but this time there were 4 in the cage. Still can't move rashly. The 2 people then came to 2003, and as they pushed the door, it still opened. But this time, who? A cry came from the room. I saw a figure standing in front of the cage, and suddenly turned his head to look behind him, just looking at Hu Yu and Shinshir too. The 2 froze in place at the same time, and their hearts trembled suddenly, but they were not too nervous. The reason was very simple. A woman. This voice obviously came from a woman's mouth. It couldn't be someone who lived here. That is to say, the other party is likely to be like them, and sneaked up from below. Who are you? Hu Yu took the initiative and asked the person inside, why are you here? When the other party heard Hu Yu's voice, he was obviously stunned, and didn't answer, but he didn't hesitate, and rushed up quickly. She stood opposite Hu Yu, and their eyes met. Under the moonlight, the face looked extremely beautiful. Hu Yu had never seen this face before. But for some reason, this face gave him a very familiar feeling. He subconsciously uttered 2 words. You are Hu Yu. The woman uttered Hu Yu's name accurately, raised her hand and fell on his shoulder. What? Don't you recognize me? I am your high school classmate. Hi. High school classmate. Hu Yu was stunned for a while, and he didn't expect the other party to come up with such an answer. However, he was indeed very familiar with the person in front of him, and it was possible to say that he was a high school classmate. He hesitated for a while, and still asked the person, you are Xiao Zisu. The woman uttered a name, looked at Hu Yu and chuckled. What? Forgot? No. How could I forget? Hu Yu looked at Xiao Zisu, forcing a smile. Why are you here? It's a long story. This is not the place to talk. Xiao Zisu said and left the room, closing the door, then looked at Shinshir too and Hu Yu and asked, you should have come down from downstairs. Right? Yeah. Shinshir too nodded, looking at Xiao Zisu and asked, you too? Obviously. Xiao Zisu shrugged, replied, they all went out to look for people today. Those who can come up from downstairs are all thieves. What do you want to do? Maybe we can work together. What do you want to do? Shinshir too was still a little wary of the woman in front of him. Looking for someone. Xiao Zisu said calmly, but her eyes never left Hu Yu. A friend of mine was captured. I came to find him. Did you find him? Hu Yu couldn't help but ask. No. Xiao Zisu frowned and spat out 2 words. Maybe. She was taken to a higher place. I want to go up and take a look. We can go together. Shinshir too frowned and spat out a sentence. But he did not forget to add, but you have to obey our orders. And you can't act on your own. Even if you find someone, you can't participate in the rescue because of anxiety. You have to ensure safety. I will know this by then. Xiao Zisu replied, and his eyes fell on the 2 people. So, what is your purpose here? Revenge. Hu Yu spat out 2 words calmly. And there was no need to hide it. My girlfriend was hanged outside by them. I heard that the boss is upstairs. Even if I die, I must seek revenge on them. Shinshir too also nodded and responded, this is also my purpose. So, have you seen the boss? Xiao Zisu asked after pondering for a few breaths. Hu Yu and Shinshir too shook their heads at the same time. Hu Yu was also stunned when Shinshir too shook his head. He didn't expect that Shinshir too, who lived in the apartment, had never seen the boss. In that case, it's easy to deal with. Xiao Zisu smiled and said, I've seen you take me up with you. I will help you identify the person. After killing the boss, we will leave together. Okay. Everyone reached a preliminary cooperation. According to Xiao Zisu, the remaining houses are in a similar situation. Then, there was no need to explore the 20 floors. They headed towards the 21st floor together. As soon as they reached the 21st floor, the 3 of them were stunned. Food. All kinds of food were piled up in front of them, piled up on the shelves in a dazzling array, filling the entire aisle. No, to be precise, it filled the entire 21st floor. The entire structure of the 21st floor has changed. Except for a few load-bearing walls, all other walls were demolished. The entire 21st floor was opened up, becoming a supermarket. Yes, it was a supermarket. Hu Yu and Shinshir too were both stunned, as if they felt they had walked into the wrong place. If they were not on the 20th floor that they had just walked through, they might have thought that they had traveled to a supermarket. Fortunately, There was plenty of air conditioning in the supermarket. They only stayed there for a while, and were shocked by the cold air, and came back to their senses. Yu immediately rushed to the window where Yuanlan was hanging, and after taking a look at her miserable condition, he immediately looked up. 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 In a situation like this, no one would put food too far away from them. At most, there is one more floor, which should be where the so-called boss lives.